Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Neglected and Becomes the God of Creation and Destruction Part 17. Before we start, please go support Ethan 1939 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this. Issei is a male in this story. Part 151. Just a normal day. In the city of Kuo, you can see a Trahexa causing destruction. The entire DXD group including Issei had been defeated. They did not know what to do, and on top of the Trahexa was a laughing Rizavan. Rizavan. Mew ha 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 ha. Take that DXD team, none of you can against me ha 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 ha. Issei. Son of a bitch. Riaz. What do we do? Not even Issei could beat that thing. Do not worry. At that moment, a golden light appeared behind the ill-fated DXD team, and the person responsible for that light was Surzich's, who had a big smile and had a kind of red suit that looked great on him. Riaz. Ani-sama. You. It's Surzich's sama. Hiba. We are saved. Rizavan. Ooh no, it's Surzich's sama. Surzich's. Rizavan, you will fall down. Quickly the red-haired demon made a great jump. He reached Rizavan's height and he gave him a great blow that knocked him out. The Trahexa, seeing that, tried to attack the Redeed, but Surzich's created a simple barrier which stopped the beast's attack. Quickly the demon created a kind of barrier which covered Trahexa, while the others saw what was happening. Riaz. Ani-sama, what are you doing? Surzich's. The Trahexa is very powerful, so I have made a decision. I will seal myself with it to save the world, he said seriously. Riaz. No, don't do it, Ani-sama. Everyone. Surzich's sama. Surzich's. Don't worry, leave it to me, he said, showing a confident and cheerful smile. Issei. Surzich's. Surzich's. It goes without saying how much admiration you have for me, Issei. Please take care of yourself. Issei. Yes, I will, and also I will take good care of your wife, Surzich's. Surzich's. Wait, what? At that moment Surzich's only saw Grafia lovingly hug Issei, while Issei hugged her. Issei. Don't worry, Surzich's, I'll take care of her for you, he said, raising his thumb. Surzich's. And no, wait. Quickly the seal that Surzich's placed on the Trahexa was acting. It began to open a kind of interdimensional rift that swallowed the Trahexa and Surzich's. Surzich's. And no, wait, no. Reality. Surzich's. No. The Redeed quickly got up. He had apparently fallen asleep in his office, while apparently everything before was nothing more than a dream. Surzich's. Thanks to the Mayu, it was just a dream, he said, relieved. The Redeed only got up, and when he left the room, he only saw what seemed like a kind of wake. In the place there were all the factions and also Surzich's friends, while in the place some girls were crying, but the most prominent were Issei and Grafia. It seemed that the albino was comforting the grey-haired woman, while in front of both of them was what looked like Surzich's tomb. Grafia. Sniff sniff. My love, why have you abandoned me? Issei. Don't worry, Grafia-san, I promised Surzich's that he would take care of her, so he can count on me for whatever you want. Grafia. Ooh, Issei, you are so kind. Sniff. Now without my husband I feel so alone. Issei quickly grabbed Grafia's chin, and he looked into her eyes while she had a small smile. Issei. Don't worry, I'll comfort you as much as you want. Grafia. Issei. The grey-haired woman blushed at being so close to the albino. Little by little they both brought their faces closer until they almost kissed each other, but suddenly Surzich's screamed again with all his might. Surzich's. No. Now in reality, Surzich's. No. Surzich's would wake up again. He quickly looked around. He saw his office again. He quickly opened the door, hoping not to be in a dream again, and upon seeing the luxurious hallway of the Gremory mansion, he calmed down. Surzich's. Damn, that idiot Issei. I will never leave him alone with Grafia, he said. Well, he got in a bad mood because of the dream he had. On another side, you can see in Issei being at home. It was Saturday, and the albino had nothing to do. After a hard week in which the albino returned to school, he has seen some news about some supernatural beings on the news. Worldwide. For example, the supposed sighting of apparently the abominable snowman in the Himalayas, or the fact that a kraken appeared in the middle of the sea and Issei will defeat it. Some things like that had happened, although there was nothing very relevant as the albino had thought. Right now the albino was in the living room of his mansion while he saw Louise and Euclid being there. Issei. Hey. What are you doing here? He said while eating an apple. Louise. And now you're asking? We have been here by your side for 2 hours. Issei. I thought you were visiting. Euclid. We are here by orders of Mr. Crow. He said that he had to ask us something. Issei. Ooh, I see. Well, feel comfortable. There are sweets in Beach's pantry if you want. Louise. We are not. Before he finished his sentence, Euclid quickly ran out and grabbed the candy while he started eating. Louise. Forget it, it's true that logic doesn't work in this fic. Issei. Do you barely realize it? After a while in which the albino was talking about some things with both girls, these three were now with the others in the VIP room of the albino's mansion, waiting for Azazel and Surzich's. While they were talking, a magic circle opened showing the aforementioned Azazel. Did you really dream that nonsense? Who you think you are? The protagonist. Surziches. Shut up, I know it was a silly dream. But. Iridid quickly looked at Issei in a bad way, who did not understand why the way his brother-in-law was looking at him. Surziches. Never ever go near Grafia, understood? Issei. Well, okay, he said, still not understanding what he meant. Azazel. Cough. Well, leaving Surzich's weird dreams aside, from now on things will change here. Riaz. Will they change? Azazel. According to some new faction rules, you as the representatives of the demons will have to have these. At that moment the crow showed what looked like some kind of suit with a photo of him. This apparently showed his age, race, and for some reason, the girls had the exact size of his breasts. Riaz. What is this? Azazel. A nonsense that the factions came up with, consider it as a kind of identification. The human government and the factions came up with the idea of doing this, since the demons, angels and fallen ones, have the same appearance as humans. It is nonsense, but apparently it is mandatory to have one of these for young people like you. Issei. Young people like us. Surziches. Devils who are above the level or at the same level of a Mayu, take this as yours. The albino at that moment saw his identification. It had the design of Team DXD, well it showed his information and other things. Issei. Issei hyoudou, 16 years old, race. Human, angel, demon, dragon and pseudo-vampire, student of Kuo Academy, and leader of the DXD team. Azazel. All members of the DXD team will have to have these, consider it a police badge, as long as they have this they will have a kind of diplomatic protection. Gibba. Are you sure it's a good idea to tell Issei that? You? Yes, it's like giving a grenade to an inmate. Issei. Shut up. Azazel. Well, as long as they have this they are definitely part of Team DXD. Aphrodite. Ara, how charming. Akeno. Ara, that's right. Ikaros. Ooh, the card changes color, he said, moving the card from one side to the other. Surziches. Well, leaving that aside, we have to talk about something serious, he said, quickly becoming serious. Issei. I guess it's about Euclid and Louise, he said, looking at both. Louise. About us. Azazel. That's right, for days they have been telling us how Rizovin kidnapped them and forced them to create an interdimensional portal where they let Nyarlathotep out. Surziches. If that's true, then Rizovin must be stopped before he stops the other generals of the Chaos God. Azara. A question, who are the generals of the God of Chaos? Ashino. According to ancient legends, those amorphous creatures from a few days ago are nothing compared to them. Each of them has the power to conquer entire planets and destroy them, and not only that. The powers of those monsters are so large that they can kill gods like Shiva or Zeus. Azazel. They say they can even make you lose your sanity until you go crazy, and in fact. According to some corpses we found which seem to be victims of Nyarlathotep, we are correct. Issei. Yes, but now Rizovin has the key to let those idiots out. That portal that opened in the middle of Kuo a few days ago is surely just a small sample of how truly terrifying that kind of power is. Surziches. You're right. Wait, are you taking this seriously? He said, looking at the albino, that he was surprised. Issei. What are you talking about? I always do. You? Lie. Gibba. You never take anything seriously, you always say something crazy or make a reference to some anime game. Issei. Well, sometimes I can take things seriously, okay. Ashino. Well, leaving that aside, apparently Rizovin used the transport card that Nairuko stole from Minos as a catalyst to open those portals. We have a small advantage, which is our own book with the inscriptions of the Lovecraftian religion and the Holy Grail. Right now the book is in Grigori, being researched and deciphered by the best scientists in the supernatural world. Azazel. For now we have to stay alert, although. Well, let's say we're stuck, we can only wait for Rizovin to make his next move. Issei. Well, when that happens we'll be ready, right? All? Yes. Surziches. Well, finishing this I have to go back home and create stronger ties with my wife for certain reasons that I don't want to discuss, he said, still looking annoyed at Issei. Azazel. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, the boy stayed in the room while they talked. Issei. Hey, why did Surziches see me bothered? He asked without understanding the Redeed's attitude towards him. Ashino. Hahaha, I think you don't want to know. Time skip elsewhere. You can see Rizovin being in the middle of a mountain. The mountain was full of snow. His minions were standing next to him. Hades and Persephone were in the place. Nairuko, Wolberga, Ladin, Apophis, Kyoko and the King of the Night, they were in the place. All Millennium were in place, and in front of them were also the Trahixa. Trahixa. I hope your plan works, old man. The fact that those idiots have sealed a part of me bothers me. Rizovin. Hahaha, don't worry Trahixa-chan, you'll see it will be worth it, he said, smiling. The old man walked a few steps in front of him and saw a castle in ruins. The old man smiled, while the sheet of the old Necronomicon appeared in his hand. Rizovin. Everything is ready, the artifacts were stolen without the idiots realizing how much. It's time to continue with our objective. On another side, you can see thousands of stars in space, these stars shone in the entire cosmos, but quickly upon getting closer, you could notice that those stars were not stars in and of themselves. These moved, and when they were close enough, they could be seen to be monsters. Those monsters that had come out of the portal that Rizovin had opened a few days ago could be seen floating in space. These moved like jellyfish propelling themselves with their tentacles. In the place you could see thousands, no, billions of those monsters. They floated in space. Some of those brains with flutes played a terrifying song, and in the middle of the place, a humanoid figure made of tentacles could be seen sitting on a throne also made of tentacles. The time is approaching, my departure from this place is only a matter of time, and when I leave. The gods who imprisoned me in this infinite place will regret it, I swear by my name. I Azathoth, the god of chaos, the strongest of all. I will destroy the entire universe. Hard 152. The end of the world. In a remote location in the middle of the world, Rizovin and the entire millennium can be seen standing on a mountain. The place seemed stormy, it was a scary and gloomy place, anyone would say that this place was uninhabitable, but the demon had a smile on his face. They approached a ravine, and they went down until they reached the end. There was barely any oxygen in the place, but a certain gray-haired woman smiled when she was in that place. Nairuko. Axe. After the girl said some incomprehensible words, the place began to shake, the large ravine gradually opened more and more, and the wall in front of them fell, revealing a secret passage next to a door with strange symbols and cobwebs. Some people went down to the place with fear, and when they reached the end, Rizovin created some flames that floated in the air, showing an altar along with some other things. On the walls there were unrecognizable hieroglyphs and strange symbols, but in the middle of the place, there was something, there was a kind of giant figure carved on the wall, and the gray-haired man at that moment recognized it instantly. It was a giant version of the piece of paper with which he summoned Nairuko. Rizovin. After so long, I have them all, she said smiling. Nairuko. And what will Rizovin-chan do? I asked curiously and showing a smile. Rizovin. It's time to bring destruction to the universe, he said smiling evilly. Elsewhere, Japan. An Issei can be seen being at school. He saw his new identification which Azazel and Surziches had previously given them. You. Brother, let's go eat in the patio, are you coming? Issei. Yes, I'm coming. Tiba. By the way, don't you feel that some people look at us strangely lately, he said, noticing that a crowd of girls were on the other side of the hall looking at the three boys. You. Surely it's because they know that we are demons, I guess it's normal, but Surziches and Azazel told us not to explain or say anything for the moment. They said that in the future, they would hold a meeting showing and explaining the different categories of demons and those things. Issei. Well, let's go. The boys continued on their way, and in the middle of the place, Revi could be seen stepping on the back of a subject who was blushing and breathing heavily. Revi. Damn bastard, stop spying on girls in the locker room. The OY1. Ah, yes. Ah. Of course Revi-san. Revi. It's Revi-sama for you scum. The OY1. Why, yeah. OOHU. After a while, the subject became unconscious due to a runny nose, while the criminal only sighed. Issei. Hard day of school. Revi. These lustful dogs have no limits. Last time I caught the two perverted idiots Motohama and Mitsuda spying on the kendo club. Issei. Well, that's normal, are you coming to eat with us? Revi. Sure. After that scene, they continued on their way, but they felt a strange wave of energy. After that strange sensation, people began to look out of the windows in surprise. The boys did not know what was happening, but they were surprised to see how there was no longer a blue sky, now they could only see space, the cosmos itself, and several planets could also be seen in the distance. People taking photos seemed surprised, and quickly the DXD group gathered at the entrance of the school. Riaz. What is happening? He asked without knowing what was happening around him. Issei. Ashino. The albino, upon seeing the blonde, noticed how he was trembling, cold sweat fell down the exorcite's face, and it seemed that he was in shock. Ashino. And no, I couldn't be. Why now? Why at this moment? Issei. Ashino, what's wrong? Ashino. Issei, listen to me, no matter what happens, you have to kill him, it doesn't matter if I or someone else dies, you have to put an end to that monster, he said while showing desperation. Issei. What? What are you talking about? What are you taking about? Ashino. I'm talking about them, he said pointing to space. At that moment, black portals or holes began to appear, creatures that Issei and the others knew were appearing, and they were heading towards them at an impressive speed, even though they were in space. One of those creatures fell right in front of the entrance to the school. The people stepped back when they saw how the body of that mass of flesh resonated throughout the place. But quickly, this deformed creature began to move. It showed several tentacles, and with they were attached to a student. He lifted him up and little by little, several mouths came out around his body. The long tongue tasted the taste of that boy's skin and then tried to devour him. Before he was able to devour that boy in his maw, a shot echoed throughout the place. The body at that moment completely exploded, killing him and letting the student fall. At that moment, the young man saw Issei, who had his revolver in his hand, which showed how the barrel was smoking. Issei. That thing. What the hell is happening? Ashino, tell me. The blonde remained silent for a few minutes and then responded. Ashino. This. Is the end of the world, he said, looking at how thousands of those creatures began to be seen in the distance. On another side, it can be seen how the great mountain on which Rizovin was at the moment was little by little collapsing. The entire place began to shake. Little by little the mountain fell. The place changed shape and showed a great pyramid while around it I saw space. Rizovin. Ha 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 ha, yeah, works now. Everyone in the world will know what true madness is, the horror and the destruction. Even that fool Azazel didn't even know what he was keeping deep inside that silly monument that praises a god who is already dead. The old man only held the leaf that he had taken from Olympus, while he saw how the objects that had been stolen from the different places in the homes of mythologies were around him, acting as a catalyst for his diabolical acts. Rizovin. What I have in my hands is nothing more than a leaf, a part of the Necronomicon. Azazel, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Danger laughed like crazy, and in the middle of the altar, Nairuko smiled while black smoke began to come out. Rizovin, using the transport card that he stole from Minos, opened an interdimensional portal while he used the Necronomicon blade as a catalyst. From this, an almost humanoid mass appeared. It had many tentacles for feet, its hands seemed wrinkled, and its face could not be seen since it was covered with a yellow tunic with different purple or red spots. Nairuko. Haster Naichin, I missed you a lot, he said, jumping to hug the deformed monster. The monster, seeing the girl coming towards her, caught her with her tentacles and tried to crush her, but he was surprised when her strength did nothing to him. Nairuko. Mau, how bad you are, Haster, don't you recognize your little sister? He said, smiling. The monster only brought Nairuko close to his face and saw his eyes, those eyes that only showed madness and horror. Upon seeing those eyes, the monster recognized his species. Haster. Where are we? Nyarlathotep. What happened to you? Why do you look that way? Nairuko. Now my name is Nairuko because it sounds cuter, and we're on Earth. Haster. Earth. Land. Yes. I remember it. Millennia ago the architect gods kicked us out of this place. Nairuko. That's right, and he is Rizovin-chan. He is the one who summoned you and the one who will bring the others, he said, pointing to Rizovin, who was greeting friendly. Seeing the old man, Haster only growled while he looked at the old man from head to toe. Rizovin. Kai, don't look at me that way, he made me blush, he said jokingly. Haster. TSCK.WHORU. I know the humans on this planet. And you are not a human, he said, looking at the gray-haired man with some annoyance. Rizovin. My pleasure, I am Rizovin Liven Lucifer, and I am a demon, he said, smiling. Haster. Demon. Nairuko. Ooh, yes, that's true, I have to update you on things here on Earth. But first it's time for the others to come too, don't you think? He said, looking at Rizovin. The old man only held the Necronomicon blade, while Haster was surprised. Haster. A part of the Necronomicon, although it's just a leaf. I see. I guess the small amount of people who belong to and worship the god Azathoth are dead. Rizovin. That's right, Nairuko-chan devoured those who were left, but don't worry, I was still left, and you and your brothers will work very well for me, he said, smiling evilly. Little by little the place began to shake again, while several portals were closed. A kind of figure made of fire appeared from one of the portals. The entire altar caught fire in greenish fire until the fire took on a more humanoid shape. From another portal, a figure similar to that of that living fire appeared, only this was shown as a sound. The sound of a flute came out and moved around, while it materialized and showed a more human form. From the third and last portal, a kind of goat came out. It looked like a normal goat, its fur was black, but when it showed its other body, those present saw how it had an amorphous body. It had several eyes and goat legs. You could see mouths, tentacles and other protuberances on his body, showing his horrendous body. Rizovin. Well, that's enough for now, we can't summon the other two in this closed place. Where are we? This is no longer the same world we once visited, said the green fire looking around. Haster. No, we are many more millennia further into the future than the last time we were here, Tulsha said, looking at the humanoid fire. Nairuko. Hello Tulsha. Trinembra and Shub Nigurath, he said, looking at the three monsters. Nigurath. Be. Nembra. Yes, we are in the human world, or so it seems. I recognize this melody of devastation, said the humanoid sound. Nairuko. Well, now that everyone was here, it is time for the destruction of this world, he said, starting to smile in a macabre and diabolical way. On another side, you can see an Issei flying in the sky. Around him there was a lot of chaos and destruction. Thousands of those monsters fell like meteorites to the earth and then began to move and devour humans. Issei created thousands of angels and soldiers of both light as well as darkness, but he saw how billions more were coming towards the earth. The albino made a decision, and he began to create a large barrier of light over them. He began to create a barrier over the entire planet. It took time to cover the entire planet, but in the end after about 2 minutes the earth had been covered and protected. For now. The albino comes down from the sky while Azazel and the mask come out of a magic circle, who are alert. Issei. Azazel, what the hell is happening? Where the hell do those things come from? Azazel. We don't know, we are in the same way as you, we don't know what is happening exactly. Surziches. For now it will be better to gather both the factions and the entire DXD team, we have to solve this now, he said seriously. Issei. Well, I'll see you later, I have to kill the monsters, he said as he started to fly. Michael. Wait, Issei, you have to come too. Issei. I know, but if I'm right, those things are all around the world, in every country and every city, I have to eliminate them before they hurt people. Issei quickly used one of his time-controlling bullets to split into more than 100 Isseis. They quickly dispersed to eliminate the monsters while the DXD team just gathered together. Azazel. Leave him, he's right, we'll send you the address by mail, now we have to go somewhere else. Riaz. But where? Azazel. Let's go to Grigori, there is something I have to show you, he said seriously. Hard 153 Primal Gods. In the VIP room of the factions you can see the entire DXD group, they were talking about what was happening. The elders of the factions were desperate, most countries declared maximum alert, and some demons, angels and fallen are currently in. Everyone was fighting against those deformed monsters that came from space. Quickly, Rito and Tsukyun appeared from a magic circle, who were full of purple slime. Issei. Where were you guys? I asked looking at both. Rito. Hey, we had to kill those things, our neighborhood was full of that shit. Tsukyun. We don't recommend making them explode, believe us, he said while removing the drool from himself. Michael. Well, now that everyone is here, we must say that we are on high alert, we don't know what was happening, but we do know who caused it. Issei. Rizavan. Azazel. That's right, and also this. Quickly Ashino, who was on Azazel's side, took out a kind of book made of stone, which had strange symbols and hieroglyphs. Bala. What is that? Azazel. This is the book created by the gods of chaos. A long time ago they formed a kind of religion on this plane. Demons and other creatures were part of that chaotic and totally evil religion. Fortunately the gods, like the god of the Bible himself, they sealed it and destroyed that religion, but unfortunately, there are still remnants of it. This book is proof of that. Ashino. In the end we discovered that it is not just any book, this is the original Necronomicon, he said seriously. Riaz. What, that ice didn't destroy it? Ashino. That's right, but that book is just a book made by the humans and demons who were part of that religion. They learned the language of the primal gods of chaos and created their own Necronomicon, but the original is this, he said seriously looking at the book made of stone. Rito. And what do we do with him? Azazel. We're still trying to find a way to stop what's happening, but, Surziches. This language is very strange, it is incredible that millions of years ago humans and demons deciphered this on their own. Issei. Then we can't do anything. And now who can help us? Impausa. Me. Issei. Why, what the hell, what are you doing here? If you scare me to death, woman, he said looking at the pale woman in the black dress. Izara. He. Ani-chan. Irina. Issei-kun, who are you talking to? Rito. I don't see anything. Tsukyun. So many blows to the head made you crazy. Auden. No, he is not crazy. Issei, is that woman? He said looking at the albino. Issei. Yes, it is, don't you see it? He said pointing at the black-haired girl. Impausa. Right now only you can see me. Issei hyoudou. Issei. Okay, and what are you doing here? Rito. Really, what are you doing? Issei. You can shut up, I'm speaking with her, she said, pointing to an empty place where no one could be seen. Tsukyun. Are you high? Azazel. Issei explains. Issei. Sigh, hey, can't you make yourself visible? He said looking at Impausa. Impausa. Yes, I think it will be better this way. Quickly, everyone present saw how a black fog began to appear out of nowhere. Surprisingly, the gods present feared that entity while a pale, sinister-looking female figure covered in a black dress appeared. Those present were surprised, but partial Auden just looked at that beautiful woman with some interest in the young lady. Auden. Ooh, so you were the figure I saw while in Jotunheim. Impausa. That's right, my name is Impausa Helseth, and I am the older sister of Eucliwood Helseth. Nice to meet you all, she said. She bowed and saluted elegantly. Zeus. Wait, why couldn't we see you? Impausa. My presence is only shown in front of the gods who are about to die, since I am in charge of taking their wings and putting an end to gods like you, he said seriously and without any expression. Hera. What so? Wait, how could he? He said pointing at Issei. Impausa. It's simple, Issei hyoudou has been closer to death than any other existing being, he has revived multiple times, surpassing death, that makes him above you and able to see me. Issei. In short, I'm great, he said showing a smile. Quickly the pale black-haired girl's gaze focused on Eucliwood, the little grey-haired girl saw her sister seriously and they both stared at each other. Eucliwood. We haven't seen each other in a long time, Ni-chan. Impausa. Yes, I think so. The two girls suddenly fell silent, a small awkward atmosphere began to be felt between them, but Azazel quickly interrupted that moment. Azazel. Cough cough, Miss Impausa, did you say something about helping us? Impausa. That's right, I come to help you on this occasion. Issei. Why? You always appear in front of me like the day before and say things about how the world is over and it's only a matter of time. Impausa. You're right, in my mind the death of all of you is nothing to me, in fact it makes my job as a goddess of calamity easier, but still. I cherish my own life, and I worry about my sister. Previously I underestimated the primal gods, I thought that even if they ruled the human world, it's still open places where they couldn't touch us, but I was wrong. If this continues, there will be no corner of the universe that will not be conquered by Azathoth and his lackeys, and surely. My sister and I will die. Little Eucliwood, seeing the concern in her sister's expressionless eyes, just took her hand. The pale black-haired girl saw her sister out of the corner of her eye and felt how she was touching her hand. In the end, she just responded to the gesture and smiled just a little. Ashino. And you tell them what stone to decipher this book. Impausa. That's right, I'm sure that if I don't it's only a matter of time before the destruction on Earth and then. The entire universe comes, so just for a while, I'll be part of the team. DXD. Sukyun. Haha, well, another member, even if it's temporary. Rito. I already ordered the construction of the casino, now the only thing missing is the women. Saying that, Lala pulled Rito's ear, scolding him while Issei and Sukyun laughed at him. Zeus. I have a question. Impausa. Dono, centuries ago I and the main Greek gods defeated and sealed Azathoth together with the biblical god, but you think we are not enough to stop him? Impausa. No, none of you are strong enough to stop him. The god Azathoth has been locked up, sealed in environment for millennia. Now that he is free, he will consume everything in his path until he leaves no living being in the entire universe. Along with his lackeys, in fact. I am sure that the outer gods, the servants and strongest warriors of the god Azathoth, are already on Earth. It is only a matter of time for them to make their move, just like their leader. Azazel. I see, then we have to stop them immediately. The crow quickly gave the book to the black-haired girl. When he had it in his hands, he only whispered some incomprehensible words, so that little by little the book would begin to shake, little by little the book would crack, a small earthquake was present, and quickly the book that was previously made of stone became leather and paper, showing the Necronomicon that Azazel and Hela found in the cave where Loki tried to sacrifice her. Ashino. Incredible. Azazel. How? Impausa. My sister and I have lived for millennia despite our appearance, we are older than time itself, and we were there when the god Azathoth first came to Earth, it is normal that we know his language. Rizavin quickly took the book again, and he saw how it was in a now more understandable language. Azazel. Is it in Japanese? Impausa. I made some modifications to it, most of the chants and spells within the book are useless, if you don't know the original language of the primeval gods, I made it as a kind of insurance in case it is stolen. Azazel. I understand, now we can counterattack, it's time to move. Impausa-sama, thank you very much. Impausa. It's nothing. Issei. Well, it's time to make a crazy plan, the shield I put up around the world won't last forever, we have to stop this. All? Yes. The atmosphere quickly took a turn when they saw Hope, but quickly, everything around them lit up in a greenish fire, and then exploded. Quickly the room the boys were in exploded and in the sky somewhat far away, you can see Arizavin along with Nairuko, Lilith and Talsha. Rizavin. Nice flames Talsha-kun. Talsha. Thank you. Rizavin. Well, I think we're leaving, our work is done. The gray-haired man with a mocking smile began to walk away from the place along with his other companions, but quickly, the green flames died out and changed to a white color. Talsha seeing this was surprised while Issei daily flames showing that he was intact as were his other allies. Yui. Just barely. Lin. That did take us by surprise. Issei. Hey idiots, they almost killed us. Rizavin. Yes, in fact if you didn't notice that was our goal, he said smiling. Nairuko. There's Talsha, that's Issei-kun, he'll be my boyfriend, she said smiling while I imagined an Issei tied up by tentacles while she rides him wildly. Talsha took a serious look at Issei, it was the first time he saw that his flames could be repelled by some other attack. On the other hand, Azazel was trembling with fear. He saw that humanoid figure in the same way the first time as when he saw Nairuko the first time. There was no need to ask him what it was, since the answer was obvious. His own instincts were screaming at him to run and get away from that monster. That guy made of green fire was the same species as Nairuko, or that's what it seemed like. Ashino. Impausa was right, that thing made of fire is Nairuko. Ooh, true, I haven't introduced him. He is Tulsha Nai, my little brother and your future brother-in-law Issei Kayan, he said smiling happily. Tulsha. My pleasure. Issei. Likewise. Azazel. Rizvan, crazy son of a bitch, you actually summoned more creatures like Nyarlathotep. You summoned Azathoth's equals, he said, looking at Tulsha nervously. Nairuko. We are glad that you consider me and my brothers equal, but believe me when I tell you that our king, the god Azathoth, is much stronger than all of us combined, she said smiling. She looks evil. Rizvan. Ha 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 ha, that's right, besides, we are only here to talk to the boy, he said pointing at Issei. Issei. Not again. Rizvan. Issei hyoudou, this will be your last chance, join us or die with him. Nairuko. Come on Issei Kayan, if he comes with us, you will have me all to yourself, he said, making a hexy pose. Issei. Change my harem. For just a girl with a tentacle fetish. Nah, no thanks, I'm fine like that, plus now I have a beautiful goddess as a new member of my harem, he said, pointing to Aphrodite. Tiamat. I hope you know your place, new one. Aphrodite. Shut up. Rizvan. Sigh, well, I warned you. Rizvan only smiled while he looked at the sky. The demons, gods and other people in the place. At that moment a huge shadow covered the place. Those present only looked at the sky to see a huge mass of flesh, tentacles and other things. It was floating in the sky, while the entire area that Issei and the others were looking at was covered by its shadow. Rizvan. Ha 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 ha. Meet Nairuko-chan's other brother Yog-Sothoth. Aig. A huge screech was heard throughout the place. The entire underworld began to shake from that screech, and the tentacles of that monster began to try to catch our companions. Issei, using his flames, incinerated the tentacles, but the monster was enormous. Its eyes alone occupied a few kilometers of distance. It could be said that it was the size of a mountain, and it was also horrible. Rizvan. We leave you this one here, we are leaving, bye bye. After saying that, Rizvan and the others left in a magic circle, leaving the monster in place. Quickly the entire DXD group moved away and in the distance they saw the size of that thing. Rito. It's huge. Sukyun. That's what she said. Issei. I suck. Azazel. Shut up, this is not the time to tell stupid jokes. If we leave that thing here, the underworld will be consumed. Michael. Yes, but how do we kill that thing? Those present were thinking about how to end that moment, but quickly a magic circle appeared. Gabriel's voice quickly came out of it, which sounded altered. Gabriel. Ani-sama, we have problems, the sky is under attack. Michael. What? Quickly a hologram appeared, and quickly a huge mass of oak flesh could be seen from one of the many buildings in the sky. This apparently had just fallen from the sky. Little by little fog came out of the body of the monster, and it devoured everything in its time. Gabriel. Ani-sama, we need reinforce. Michael. Gabriel reply. Impausa. It's useless, the one we saw is Nyarlathotep, a bastard of Azathoth just like Yog-Sothoth. Right now, the sky will be covered by darkness because of him. If we don't stop it, it will expand and consume the entire sky, while his brother will consume the underworld. Michael. Then we have to go now. Surziches. Michael the first, know you are worried about your sister, but despairing will not solve anything, making us afraid is what Rizvan wants. Michael. But. Ashino. You're right, you have to keep a cool head. Suddenly another magic circle appeared, and from this he heard Griselda, who seemed upset. Griselda. Ashino, we have problems. Ashino. What's wrong? Griselda. It's better than seeing it yourself. Quickly a hologram appeared and Shub-Niggurath was seen being in a forest full of withered trees. This seemed to be in a taiga. In a vast tree area the spindle borders the Arctic Circle, more specifically, in the boreal forest of Siberia. The goat monster seemed to divide its body, thus creating small monsters with tentacles. Griselda. That thing is creating an army, we need support now. Ashino. Okay, let's go to Haya. After saying that, they cut off the communication while Ashino sighed. Ashino. Now they attack us with everything they have. This is no longer a simple demonstration of their power, this is. Issei. An invasion, well, I guess we'll split them up, we can't let those things destroy the world. Azazel. You're right, it's time to fight back. The DXD team began to make their groups, they were willing to fight, and Impausa helped determining who would be best for the occasion, but they did not know the great calamity that was coming. On another side, in what seemed to be space, you can see some creatures being guided by the largest and strongest of all Azathoth, who was sitting on his throne. While that was happening, a portal suddenly opened, Hastur appeared, but behind him Rizvan and Nairuko also emerged. Rizvan. Ooh, nice place, kind of gloomy and no TV, but I guess it's okay, he said looking around. The gray-haired old man in a moment looked ahead, and at that moment he felt a great power, a power that could easily devastate the world. He saw the god Azathoth face to face. Azathoth? You are the creature that freed me from my confinement, he said looking at Rizavan. Rizavan? That's right, my name is Rizavan Livan Lucifer, my pleasure, he said greeting and showing a mocking smile. Azathoth? You have the guts to talk to me without being on your knees, inferior creature. Rizavan. Yes, I know, but from my perspective, you can't do anything to me, he said, showing a mocking smile. Upon hearing those words, the god attempted to end Rizavan's life, but quickly using the Necronomicon, a barrier protected Rizavan, disturbing Azathoth. Rizavan. Ooh, what's wrong? The great god Azathoth cannot destroy a simple inferior creature. I asked mockingly. The tentacles of Azathoth's body began to move like crazy, these seemed to react to the anger of his master, but in the end the god calmed down while he saw Rizavan, Nairuko and Hastur. Azathoth? What do you want? Rizavan. Ooh, straight to the point, I like that. Well, you see, as long as I have this book in my possession, I can use your lackeys as I please, and not only that, I can also evade your and your servants' attacks, so let's make a deal. You help me in my goal of dominating the entire universe, and in exchange, I let you take all the planets and galaxies you want, even take revenge on the gods who locked you up in this tiny place. What do you say? The god looked at Rizavan with annoyance, but also with interest. He also saw Nairuko who is in her human form, she is nodding telling her master that she will accept, and Hastur on the other hand, simply raised his shoulders as a sign of not knowing what to tell him. The god hesitated, but in the end he accepted. Azathoth? Well, I accept your deal, Lucifer, I will take the worlds I want in your name, and then, I will have my revenge and devour the worlds I please. Nairuko. Ye now just one team, he said happily. Rizavan. Haha, well then, god Azathoth. Welcome to Millennium Scream, showing a big smile. Part 154 Invasion. In the human world, in Paris you can see an orchestra, it seemed to be playing while everything around it was on fire, and in the place, Trinembra seemed to be responsible. Nembra. No, it's wrong. Stupid humans, how do you plan to satisfy the magnificent ears of the god Azathoth with that mediocre melody, he said, looking at the humans present. The XTRA1. We're sorry. Don't hurt us please. Although no one will notice it, or rather, the primal god did not take it into account. These were in a theater, and in the seats of the place, corpses occupied the seats of the place. These had faces full of horror, as if they had seen the worst horror of their lives before they died. Some of the corpses were bleeding from the ears, and others had no heads, it was as if they had exploded. Nembra. Humans in this era are more useless than millions of years ago. The XTRA2. Please we don't want to die, he said almost crying. Nembra. Then it's better that they play better. Quickly a very high-pitched sound wave was heard in the surroundings. It was so high-pitched that for the humans around it, it was like someone using a knife to stab their brains. They used that sound to torture the musicians and make them play better, but quickly, the sound of a revolver firing was heard. The bullet tried to hit Trinembra, but the bullet only passed through him as if nothing had happened. The monster at that moment looked at the entrance of the place and saw Issei along with Aphrodite, Riaz, Akeno, Tiamat, Alicia, Azazel, Ares and Gasper. Issei. Hey son of a bitch, they never taught you that healthy art is better. Nembra. These are unimportant criticisms, you just have to die like the others. The sound wave quickly headed towards the boys, but when it hit the boys, it did nothing to them. Trinembra. What impossible, how are they unharmed? None of the boys responded, they just stood there without saying anything. Asper. Issei senpai, I think he's saying something. Issei. What? Riaz. We didn't hear anything. Akeno. Ara. Issei. I don't know what you're saying, but I agree with you. Nembra. But what? Issei. Ha, I'm sure you're wondering how you don't hurt us, right? Well. Flashback. In a forest not far from where the faction's central base used to be, the DXD group can be seen gathering and preparing for battle, while Limpausa reported on the enemies they would fight. Limpausa. Well, we face 5 primal gods, each one will destroy a part of the planet if we don't stop them. Luckily they haven't started yet, so we have time. The first of the primal ones is Tulsha, is the green fire that we saw. It does not cast shadows like normal flames, and does not give off heat unless it wants it to. Its flames may not burn, but they are poisonous. If a single one of those flames touches you, a powerful poison will make you feel the worst pain of your life, and you will die in seconds. Sariag. Fine, I'll go after him, my power will destroy your flames, he said smiling. I will accompany him, my flames will be able to eliminate him. Limpausa. The second is Yog-Sothoth, the one who is here in the underworld. He is very dangerous. Maybe he looks just like an octopus, but he is the all-in-one. He is the entrance. He knows which one it is, the entrance, and guards the entrance. He can bring more of his minions, creating doors in space-time. If we do not stop him, the underworld will be consumed by him and his minions. And that's not all. He can also see the past, present and future, so it will be difficult to put an end to it. Zenobia. Leave it to me. Me and Irina will finish him off. He said it would be. Irina. Yes. Hestia. We will support them. Artemis. Yes, we won't leave them alone. Impausa. The third is Nyogsothep. He is the one who attacks the sky. He is a huge mass of viscous smoke that is totally disgusting. He has jaws scattered across his gaseous surface, in addition to being the oldest of the other offspring of Azathoth. Hiba. I will go with Michael to heaven. We will finish him off. Icaros. Me and my sisters will also go. Our duty is to protect the sky. Astri. That's right. Nymph. Whatever. Impausa. The fourth is Shub-Niggurath. He is known as the Black Goat of the Forests with his 10,000 offspring. He is nothing special like the others. He does not have much power like his brothers, but he can divide, creating many kindred until creating his own army. If we let it continue to divide, not even the entire army of the underworld, heaven and human together will be able to defeat it. Sona. Me and my entourage will go after him. Ashino-san, will you support us? Ashino. Sure, haha, I think I should stretch my legs a little. Valerie. We'll go too. Hiroka. That's right, Naya. Arthur. Well, I'd rather die at the hands of a chaos deity like that than stand around doing nothing. Iku. I support the motion with all violence, he said while pulling out the spear from him. Impausa. Well, now the last and the strongest in my opinion. His name is Trinembra. He is an incorporeal god like Tulsha, but created by the sound of Azathoth's flutes. He manifests in a beautiful and terrifying sound. Its sound is so powerful that it breaks glass and makes the ears of those who hear it bleed. Its objective will surely be to catch great performers to make them play in order to please the god Azathoth. Issei. Well, I think I have an idea how to defeat him, he said smiling. Azazel. Okay, then we'll make teams to go after them. Rito. Edo. What do we do? Sukyun. Yes. Issei. I have a special mission for you, he said smiling. Then flashback. Now in the present you can see how Issei continued explaining to Trinembra how his attacks did not harm him. Issei. Well, since you're sound, we thought you wouldn't do anything to us if we didn't listen to you. That's why we have earplugs. We don't even listen to each other. Azazel. What? Issei. What? Riaz. Ah. Akeno. The boys tried to talk to the others, but none of them listened to what the other was saying. The humans who saw the boys thought that they were already dead and that the young people in front of them would die quickly, but it seemed as if Trinembra would show interest in the boys. Nembra. It seems that human technology has increased a lot in these millions of years, but it's a shame your bravery and courage will be of no use, you dirty inferior race. Issei. What? Quickly the god began to move to an incredible happiness, and in a single movement he sent Azazel flying. Quickly the god Ares tried to attack him, but his spear did not even touch the god. After all, he was an incorporeal creature and god as there was. Mentioned Impausa. Again the god sent one of those present to fly, this time the god Ares, while Issei tried to stop him. The albino quickly threw a flame towards the supposed music monster, trying to hurt him, but he didn't seem to do anything. Nembra. It's impossible for you to. Before the god finished speaking, Riaz, Akeno and Alice created a barrier around the god preventing him from moving or speaking. Apparently the barrier was soundproof. Riaz. They have to finish him off, as the vibrations of his body try to break the barrier, he said as he took off his earplugs. Asper. Senpai, what do we do now? Issei. If we can't play it and it's music, then we only have to fight with music, he said taking a guitar from one of the musicians there. Elsewhere, Siberia. A magic circle quickly opened in the place. In the distance shots and explosions were heard. It seemed that the human army was acting, and they were fighting against Niggurath and his offspring. At the place, the Citri entourage along with a group of Valerie and Ashino and Revi arrived at the place. Some trees were on fire, corpses were around, while in the distance you could see many trees with tentacles, or that's what they looked like a virus. They took control of some host, in this case, the trees around them, and then become trees with tentacles. Ashino. The offspring of Niggurath are dividing, we must put an end to them, and the root of the problem, he said seriously. Revi. Hey sons, you bitch, we are here. Sona. Wait. Quickly the children who were walking and fighting against some soldiers stopped and they saw directly the young people present. Sona. Why are you doing that? Revi. What? It's easier than just going around eliminating them one by one. Come on, sons, be a bitch, come get this. The criminal quickly pulled out 2 guns and started shooting while she laughed. Sona. It's almost the same as Issei. Ashino. They are one for another, right? Haha, well, we can't wait. Quickly the blonde took out his wings and he began to attack the kindred. Saji, without wasting time, together with Valerie, activated their armor and began to fight. Seeing that, Sona just sighed and also began to fight. Valerie, using her powers, began to divide the size and power of the offspring, making it easier to eliminate them. Revi, like a true criminal, eliminated the monsters left and right, Ashino threw spears of light that passed through the bodies of the offspring, killing them. Usually a spear would not be enough to eliminate them, but thanks to Valerie's dividend, it was easier to eliminate them. Hiroka launched several attacks that burned, frozen and electrocuted them. Biku split them in half with his spear. Arthur did the same with her sword. Lefei cast explosive spells sending a large number of offspring flying. But the further they advanced, the more offspring there were. At one point, Valerie stopped and used Albion's poison to eliminate a small army, thus finishing them off. But at that moment, a goat with tentacles and an amorphous shape appeared showing Nigurath. Nigurath. B.E. Arthur? What? Iku? I doubt anyone spoke goat, right? Sona. Ashino-san. Ashino. I know many languages, but goat is not one of them. Quickly one of the tentacles of the strange goat grabbed the corpse of one of the soldiers around him and it began to infect him. Little by little small tentacles came out all over the soldier's body and the soldier's jaw began to move while speaking. So you are the people Rizav and Dono told us about. The soldier's voice sounded too deep to be his, so they thought that Nigurath was just using the soldier's corpse to speak through. Nigurath. You lesser species are no match for chaos gods like us, they will be eliminated by my offspring. Quickly thousands, no, millions of monsters were seen around them, they hid using the trees around them, while their red eyes and tentacles peeked out in the shadows, highlighting and drawing the boy's attention. Nigurath. It's useless, my seed is in this field, and now there is no way they can defeat me in my territory. Iku. Wait. You took an entire forest. Saji. You're sick. Nigurath. And no, well. I never mind that now die. The offspring quickly attacked the young men as the battle began. Elsewhere, Iceland. In Iceland you can feel large earthquakes. In the place, the most dangerous large volcano in the world was in the Sewerland region was erupting. But this was not a normal eruption. Green flames came out of the volcano, some stones and huge rocks they flew out and destroyed everything around them. People ran and left the place, and quickly, a magic circle opened showing Sareog, Yu, Poseidon and the rest of the Gremory entourage, who were not with Issei. Asia. What a horrible landscape, she said, looking at everything being destroyed around her. Kaneko. Strangely, it's not as hot as she had thought. Shizuka. We have to save people. Sareog. Yes, but I think he won't let us. Quickly the volcano exploded, more debris and rocks flew everywhere, and from the same volcano, a gigantic creature made of green fire came out. This was Tulsha, which appeared as a huge mass of green fire. Tulsha. Team DXD, I see that you have already arrived. Well, since you are here, you will see how it destroyed this entire continent. Quickly a sea of green flames came out of the god's gigantic hand. The flames were heading towards them, but Yu quickly using his black flames counterattacked, and when they collided they only caused an explosion. Tulsha. Interesting. Yu. Well, you know what they say, fight fire. With fire. Quickly Yu, using his sword, launched a flame towards Tulsha, who covered himself using one of his arms, but he saw how Yu's flames had extinguished his own. Sareog. Poseidon Dono. Poseidon. Hi. Quickly the god stuck his trident into the ground, little by little the pavement cracked, and the pipes around it began to break, water came out from everywhere, and it began to extinguish the fire around it. Tulsha felt his flames evaporate upon contact with the water, while the sea god had a smile. Sareog. Regulus. Shouting the name of his faithful lion armor, Sareog was covered in a purple aura showing off his new armor. Sareog. Let's see which is stronger, your flames, or my power. Quickly saying that, Sareog shot towards Tulsha. The demon at that moment punched the air hard. As he did so he let out purple energy from his fists, along with a burst of air. The energy along with the blast of air, made a hole in the god's body made of flames. Sareog. Hahaha, now you will taste the power of destruction of the great Sareog Baal, he said smiling. Elsewhere, heaven. In the sky, a magic circle quickly appeared, from which came Kiba, Michael, Azara, the Angeloids, Apollo and Hermes. When they arrived they only saw darkness, the sky was completely dark, black clouds were in the sky covering the sun, paradise, the place where the archangels and seraphim lived was totally dark, that had not been seen since Apophis darkened the entire world ago. Centuries. Michael? Is that thing doing this? He said looking around. Kiba. It's most likely. The boys continued looking around, but at that moment, a Gabriel appeared. Gabriel. Ani-sama. Michael. Gabriel, I'm glad you're okay, tell me, what happened here? Gabriel. A kind of monster made of smoke fell from the sky and landed on the second floor of the sky. It has been expanding throughout the sky until it reached the third floor. Fortunately we were able to stop it by creating some barriers, but that won't help much for longer. Michael. Well, gather all the warriors, we'll finish him off right now. Gabriel. Hey. Ikaros. Michael Sama, I and my sisters will start the cleaning protocol right now. Michael. Well, how about you? Tiba. Cleaning protocol. The angeloids quickly took out their wings and headed to the third floor of the sky. Kiba and the others quickly followed them, and when they arrived, they only saw a huge cloud of black fog, nothing else could be seen, only darkness. Surely the angels who were in that place had already been devoured by the gaseous creature, but Ikaros and the others quickly created giant magical circles. Ikaros. Fire. Saying that, thousands of magical attacks were directed towards Nyogsothep. The explosions that the magical attacks caused the smoke to disperse. Little by little the smoke was dispersed, but quickly, it began to increase more. Within the smoke sharp teeth next to huge jaws with thousands of teeth could be seen. These moved and tried to devour the angeloids, but at that moment, an enormous light was seen in the place. The god Apollo rose into the air and began to shine. Nyogsothep, upon being hit by that light, began to retreat while the smoke gradually receded. Tiba. It seems that light is his weakness. Hermes. I never thought I would ever say these words in my life, but. Apollo. Yo, you are brilliant, literally, you are brilliant. Apollo. Haha, I know, the good guys follow me, he said, showing a smile. Quickly the god began to launch rays of light at Nyogsothep. The gaseous monster was hit by these rays, causing it to retreat, and little by little it was losing, while Kiba and Michael launched several light attacks, as well as white flames. Elsewhere, Underworld. In the Underworld, you can see how offspring and flute players of Azathoth came out of what seemed like the body of Yog-Sothoth. Inside the monster's body, several portals opened and offspring came out and began to destroy the Underworld. Demons and some fallen tried to defend the place, but there were too many of them. At one point a demon was about to be devoured, but a sword quickly cut the monster in half, revealing a Zenobia. On the other hand, the brain monsters with flutes were eliminated by gigantic flames from Hestia. Zeus was also in the place throwing thunder and lightning. Demeter together with Hera evacuated the people. Artemis using her bow was eliminated and descended from the sky to the pied brains, while Arena searched for a way to eliminate Yog-Sothoth. Arena. Well, see the future, the past and present, I can even transport more offspring to this plane. Then. Edo. I know. The brunette quickly launched herself against the giant with tentacles. She saw how several tentacles were heading towards her, but she was creating several spears of light and began to shorten the tentacles along with her sword. Arena. Maybe you can see the future, but it's no use if I can dodge your attacks. After saying that, he created a large spear more than 50 meters long and wide and then threw it at the monster. The brunette thought it would hit him squarely, but quickly the monster created a portal and it swallowed Arena's attack. Arena. Hey, that is not fair. Quickly another portal opened, and from it came the spear that Arena had thrown, but this time, the spear was heading towards her. She was surprised, but quickly dodged the attack as she walked away. Arena. I see, it's not that he's strong, but that none of her enemies can touch him because of her portals. I see, this will be difficult. The brunette did not give up and she continued to attack, but quickly something happened elsewhere. Elsewhere space. You can see how a huge ball of flesh approaches the earth. It looked like a meteorite, but quickly, eyes appeared in the center of that spherical thing, showing that it was a monster. Hard 155 disaster. In the home of a certain orange-haired man, Arito can be seen using a scalpel and a doctor's suit. This would be one of the monsters that had fallen from space with a scalpel, while it seemed to study him. Arito. Do you think this is enough, Lala? Lala. I already told you there was no need to dissect it, now get that thing out of the house, it stinks, she said while she and the other girls covered their noses. Rito. Didn't you say we had to know what his weakness was? Nana. We said that the computer would analyze his immune system and other characteristics to find his weakness, we never said that we had to dissect him, she said somewhat annoyed. Momo. There is a lot of blood, she said horrified while she saw how Rito was full of blood and slime, while the walls were stained with blood as well. While the boys continued talking, the computer seemed to have analyzed the monsters' bodies. Computer. Complete analysis, creating countermeasures. Little by little a device began to shine, a kind of amulet was filled with a blue liquid or type of energy, and when it was finished, Rito had a smile. Computer. Task completed, ArcNet completed. Rito. It's ready. The orange-haired man smiled while in his hands he had a kind of necklace with a strange energy inside it. Rito. I knew that watching Men in Black 3 would save the universe. Lala. Well, with Zaston's ship we will take it to the stratosphere and the ArcNet will activate. Momo. The only problem will be the fact that when Issei-san dismantles the barrier, thousands of monsters will fall to the ground. Rito at that moment saw the sky. It seemed like it was night, but in reality it was not that, but rather a lot of space monsters covered the barrier that Issei had created, making everything dark. Some monsters were trying to break the barriers, some succeeded, but they were quickly eliminated by the warriors of the factions, both demons and angels, and the fallen ones flew in the sky. When they saw even one of those beasts passing by, they had the strict order to eliminate them before they reached their destination. Touching Earth. Rito knew that, and he really wanted to go help eliminate those things, but he had a more important mission. It was to create a defense system capable of eliminating those things, since the barrier that Issei had around the Earth would not last forever. Rito. Well, now we just have to wait for Issei to give us the signal. Sukyun, where are you? He asked while he had a communicator in his ear. Sukyun. I'm going to Haya, don't worry, go prepare the ship, I'm carrying something special. Rito. Understood, good. Now this depends on Issei. Elsewhere, Paris. You can see in Issei with a smile, Riaz and Akeno maintained the barrier that trapped Trinembra. Little by little the barrier cracked. Inside it, you could see only a kind of tornado hitting the barrier hard trying to break it, while on the other hand, Issei was smiling. He had a guitar in his hands, while several clones of his were next to him. They had batteries, microphones and other things. Civil2. Edo.yo, you know what you're doing, right? Issei. Sure, it's like taking a walk in the park, you guys just walk away and enjoy the show, he said smiling. Azazel. Everything is ready. Quickly Azazel and the others created giant talking heads made of magic. These seemed to be at full volume, and they were all pointing at the primal god. Issei. Well, on the count of 3 they release him. 1. While they were counting, Azazel and the others put barriers over the civilians and the others. They appeared scared for some reason, but not of the monster they would release, but of the madness that Issei was about to do. Issei. 2. While Issei continued counting the clones and little by little they began to play, they seemed to be warming up until everything exploded. Issei. 3. At the end of the countdown Trinembra was quickly released. This attempt to attack Issei, who seemed the only one defenseless, but quickly when Issei began to sing the monster he felt how his entire body was torn apart. When they began to sing, the door of the theater where they were was sent flying into the air, as were some houses and buildings. The sound waves were so powerful that they sent everything flying around them, and Trinembra seemed to receive the entire sound wave. Sound thus being damaged. Nembra. How. This can't be. Issei. Haha, this is the power of music, baby. Issei continued playing, tearing the god's body while little by little he couldn't do anything. The god tried to counterattack by launching blasts of ultrasonic sound, but they were repelled by Issei's intense music. Nembra. Insolent mortal. Issei quickly intensified the chorus. Not only were the houses and other things thrown by the great sound wave released by the speakers, but the ground, the pavement was destroyed and flew into the air. Riaz and the others who were inside. Of the barriers that were supposed to prevent any noise from entering and leaving, I still felt the great vibrations and could also hear the song a little. Not even a barrier like that was capable of preventing the large shock wave, and the melody could avoid passing through the barrier. Nembra. Don't underestimate me. Yo, you dirty mortal. As he screamed, a beautiful and terrifying sound wave was heard. The musicians who listened to that while being safeguarded by Azazel and the others just cried while listening to how a beautiful and horrifying melody fought against Issei's music. Civilian2. Leader this. Civil1. Yes, this seems like a gang fight, but on another level. Trinembra fought with his own music. It sounded like a symphony orchestra playing in perfect harmony. Quickly behind the god, several brains with flutes appeared. They seemed to support his leader, while they also began to play their flutes. Little by little things were becoming even, but Issei noticed something, and it was that the guitar strings were wearing more than normal. It was probably due to the intensity of how he played, but quickly, Issei had an idea. He quickly covered the guitar with a demonic power, and in the end, lightning bolts began to come out of the guitar, showing that the guitar had completely changed. Issei. I'll call you Nevan. It was no longer just sound waves that were dispersed, but also rays. While Issei played, rays came out of the guitar. Issei quickly increased the intensity, and he launched rays towards those brains with flutes. When they received the discharges they lit up in flames. Black for some reason, these would scorch, and in the end, Trinembra was left alone again. Issei. Skittish. The albino at the end, as if he turned up all the volume, let the sound intensify. The magical speakers that Azazel maintained were destroyed. The sound shot out like crazy, and in the end, the monster and god Trinembra was torn apart when he felt that great magnitude of sound so violent that hit his body. Nembra. This was like a delight to my ears. Thank you. In the end, the monster's entire body was destroyed. It shattered like glass, and the great sound wave only left a path of destruction, giving Issei the winner. End music. Issei. Yeah, rock and roll. The albino laughed while he ignored the great destruction he had caused. The musicians who heard Issei's melody cried, as if they had been enlightened by the most beautiful melody they had ever heard, and Azazel and the others quickly removed the barrier that prevented them. Protected. Riaz. Is it over? Asper. Did we win? Issei-senpai defeated him with the power of music. Impausa. That's right. Azazel. Why a buck, what a scare, he said. Well, Impausa had come out of nowhere. Impausa. The primal god Trinembra was eliminated. It's surprising. Issei. Well, don't you show it, do you ever smile? Impausa. Only when I have to. I'm surprised that your plan worked. Issei. Well, you can't touch music or sound, but music can touch you, she said smiling. Impausa. Well, now I think I'll retire, they need my help elsewhere. After that the girl left the place, and Issei only looked around her. Azazel. Will you clean up the mess you made? Issei. That was already the case when we arrived. Elsewhere, heaven. In the dark sky you can see how little by little it was illuminated, an enormous glow could be seen breaking through the clouds, and below it, you could see the god Apollo smiling. Nyarlathotep little by little retreated, the monster made of space gases and smoke, was dispersed by the sun's rays. Despite being a monster with abilities superior to those of many gods, it had a very great weakness against the sun. On the other hand, Michael and Gabriel launched several attacks made of light showing their power as seraphim. Ikaros along with her sisters did the same, Astri filled her sword with energy, making it light up to cut the monster with it. The fog or gases that it gave off were cut as if it were some kind of sheet of paper. The gases also took some forms of bubbles that exploded trying to harm those present, but they walked away very quickly after seeing that those bubbles were about to burst. At one point an angel fighting alongside his leaders was engulfed by the fog. Little by little the cries of deep pain could be heard coming from him until a jaw was seen through the fog. Michael. It seems like we're making it go backwards, but how do we stop it? Impausa. They can't. Tiba. Why hey, don't show up like that. Gabriel. And her. Nymph. An ally. Michael. What do you mean we can't? Impausa. The true body of Nyarlathotep has never been seen by any living being. They say that it is behind its thickest and darkest fog, and that if any living being were to see it, it would lose its sanity and kill itself, at least if someone sacrifices themselves and tries to eliminate it by entering its fog, if it is not devoured by it before. It is complete madness and suicidal to try to kill it. Gabriel. And what can we do against him? Impausa. In my opinion, he should only be expelled or cornered until he feels scared and leaves. As he said that, the fog began to get thicker, and in a moment, it engulfed an entire building, making it disappear while some angels were devoured. Tiba. I don't think that will happen, we need another option now. Saying that, the pale black-haired woman snapped her fingers. When she did that, a wave of air began to surround the monster, until some species of spirits came out of nowhere. These seemed to create a barrier. Some were able to identify those spirits, they were gods. Who had died, among them, a figure that Michael and the other angels recognized. Michael. Father. The figure of his former father had appeared, but this was not entirely him. He seemed serious and only focused on his opponent. Impausa. No, he is not him, he is only part of his soul. He does not have even a third of his original strength, but it will serve to give you time. Think of something quickly or the whole sky will appear. Those present were thinking of something, of a solution. If the girl was right, if some of them managed to see the body of the monster, they would have a chance to kill it, but if they did, they would fall into madness, as it were. Maybe only the angeloids would survive, but Michael, Gabriel and Kiba along with the other seraphim warriors and angels would die in seconds while screaming like crazy. According to Impausa's words, they did not know what to do, but in the end, Kiba only came up with a worthy idea. By Issei hyoudou. Tiba. I'll do it. Hermes. Tiba. I will go and finish off his body. If I do it before I lose my sanity we will win. Michael. Are you crazy? If you do it you will still die. Tiba. It's better for me to die than for the whole sky to die, I already decided. Gabriel. But what will happen to Tasuka-chan? Tiba, upon hearing the name of his beloved, only clenched his fists determinedly. Tiba. If I don't come back, tell her I love her. Michael. Wait. The blonde did not waste time. He engulfed all his power with lightning and shot towards the large mass of fog. As he passed through the fog he was engulfed by it. Within the thick fog you could see a Kiba running at a great speed. While cutting again and again some masses of flesh and more fog. Some teeth and claws were directed towards Kiba, but he without problem began to dodge them and cut them in half. As the blonde went deeper, the more it became difficult for him to breathe. It seemed that even those gases were toxic. The only thing that did not make him be eliminated by the toxins in the place was the white flames that came out of his sword. This seemed to clean the air enough to make Kiba able to breathe, but if he continued like this, he would surely end up fainting. At one point he began to see tentacles that looked like roots. When he saw that he knew he was close, and in the end, he saw it, a cluster of meat and tentacles with several eyes. Kiba smiled when he saw it. He quickly tried to finish them off before that the monster made him lose his sanity. But he was quickly caught by the tentacles. Several tentacles caught his arms and legs, and in the end he was caught. He tried to free himself, but at that moment he began to hear a deep and terrifying voice. Nyarlathotep. Hello brat, you are the only one who has made it this far, I must congratulate you. Kiba must have admitted that hearing that voice scared him a little. He quickly tried to free himself. His death would be of no use if he died before killing that thing, so this one had to hurt him at least to feel good with himself. Nyarlathotep. As a gift before I die, I will show you my appearance, ready? Upon hearing that, Kiba was only held tighter while from the fog a round figure was seen. It looked like a round mass, but at that moment, he saw it clearly. What it was this round figure that was peeking through the fog was a giant eye, an eye with tentacles that had holes in them. They released that strange smoke, and Kiba had to admit that it was really horrible. Nyogsothep. Well. Since you saw my appearance, also as a gift, I will let you lose your sanity slowly. Little by little you will feel the worst pain of your life. You will feel how your mind as it breaks and shatters into thousands of pieces, until you end up with brain damage so great that you will never be able to move again. Saying that, Kiba saw the huge eye. It showed a green light, and little by little he saw horrible things. It was like thousands of nightmares at the same time. He felt like his nose was bleeding. Little by little his brain was being destroyed, but still, he didn't want to die. Kiba with all his strength began to hold his sword, flames came out of it, and Kiba's eyes began to light up. Kiba. Fight, don't let yourself be killed so easily. Fight. Kiba. Fight. Zoom. In a kind of sharp sound, a burst of light was seen. Quickly the giant eye was covered with its tentacles. Michael and the others also saw that burst of light. Little by little the fog returned, and it accumulated around Nyogsothep trying to protect himself, but at that moment, he saw Kiba flying in the sky wearing his white armor. Kiba. I, the guardian and protector of the offspring of the heavens, will kill you disgusting pagan creatures. A loud screech was heard, the monster screamed from some part of its amorphous body, and it attempted to attack Kiba. A large amount of mist engulfed Kiba, but quickly, a cut was made, the sphere of black mist that was around Kiba, it was cut off as if nothing had happened, and little by little the black clouds that covered the sky dispersed. The sun was seen again, and light along with rays of golden color, swirled on the blonde sword. Nyogsothep. Dirty mortal. Kiba quickly grabbed his sword with both hands, as a golden light was seen coming out of his sword. Kiba. Sword that cut sins, put an end to this horrendous creature, and take me to glory. Several tentacles of the primal god tried to attack Kiba, but they were incinerated by the white flames that came out of the blonde sword. Kiba. Take my soul and vigor and transform it into courage, the entire sky will shake from this attack. As a last resort, Nyogsothep opened a portal, it led to a strange dimension surely manipulated by him, but Kiba quickly made a small movement with his free hand, so that the portal was destroyed, surprising the monster. Kiba. I'll give you the thank you, this is my. Kiba's sword began to grow until it was a few meters long. Quickly all the smoke was dispersed by the light that Kiba's body and sword gave off, exposing the true and horrible body of Nyogsothep. Kiba. Divine punishment. The blonde just shouted the name of his attack and then gave a powerful slash. The sword went straight towards Nyogsothep, and in a matter of seconds he was cut in half. His entire body was cut in half. The monster screamed with strength. He tried to use all possible means to get out alive, but it was useless. The light and rays that covered the sword spread throughout the horrendous body of the monster until it began to crack, and in the end, it exploded. A great explosion was seen throughout the sky. Both the angels, seraphim, gods present and angeloids, saw how a great wave of air, lightning and a great light, dissipated the fog, and when they arrived at the place where the explosion originated, they only saw a tired Kiba. His nose was bleeding, and he was being covered by the sun's rays. The great explosion pierced the clouds that kept the sky dark, and right now the sun was gloriously hitting the tired blonde's body. Kiba. I did. Asuka. In the end, the blonde fell to the ground fainting. The tremendous use of power, plus the exhaustion and mental torture that he had recently suffered, had worn him down, and he finally fainted. Kiba was held by Michael, and although no one noticed at the time, the ghost or spirit of God that Impausa had summoned was smiling as she looked at Kiba with pride. Elsewhere, Underworld. In the Underworld you can see the monster Yog-Sothoth trying to devour the Underworld along with its offspring. Inside the monster's body, interdimensional portals were seen, from which offspring emerged which fell into the underworld, trying to devour everything in their path. Zeus in the sky made them explode and disintegrated them, causing lightning to fall on them. Hestia used her flames to eliminate those on the ground. Artemis launched arrows charged with golden energy making them explode. Demeter created roots to protect people and civilian demons who tried to escape the battle. Zenobia along with Arena battled with Yog-Sothoth. They cut off tentacles and tried to hurt him, but they couldn't get close. Every time they were close to his body, offspring or his own tentacles defended him. What Impausa said was right. He the monster predicted its attacks. Using its tentacles it counterattacked or did something else to prevent them from touching its body. At one point, they saw how their tentacles began to mutate and bones emerged from them. These were sharp as daggers and tried to cut the girls in half. Zenobia. We'll have to raise the level Dark Duradel. By saying the name of her sword, her armor formed on her body increasing her power. Arena tried to keep up with her friend, but she didn't have that much power. Arena fought with everything she had, but at one point she was hit with a blow from one of the tentacles. When Arena felt the blow, she just spit saliva and ran away. Flying until crossing several buildings. Zenobia, seeing that, got angry and began to throw a flame of fire at the monster, burning her tentacles. Irina on the other hand slowly got up, she looked injured, her arm was bleeding, and a trickle of blood fell from her head. She was beginning to catch her breath, but she was frustrated with herself for not being strong enough. Since Issei saved her from Yagaki in heaven, it was like that. Also when she saw Zenovia's progress with her fight against Vasco, she felt like she was being left behind. She even asked Issei for help and training, but she still didn't advance that much. Like the rest. She frowned as she felt upset. She wanted to be stronger. She wanted to be on the level of her beloved darling and her friend. Irina. I want to be stronger. I want more power. I need more power to be with them, otherwise I won't feel good about myself. I don't want to be a burden. All the thoughts and feelings that the girl felt began to make her sword begin to shine. When she saw that, she was surprised. She felt a familiar warmth, a sensation that she recognized. At that moment, a golden light began to shine, and she knew it. At that moment, Issei had modified his sword. He smiled while a warmth entered his heart. Little by little Irina's sword changed, while a white and gold armor covered the girl's body. It felt like power. It began to emanate within his body. He remembered all the training he had had, and little by little he rose into the air until he showed his new form. 12 white wings appeared on Irina's back, a halo was on her head while she was wearing a white and gold dress, lighter armor was seen, and her sword had turned gold with red touches, giving it a beautiful touch. I've been intimidating. As if it were a great lightning bolt, Irina moved, leaving a trail of golden color. At a moment when Zenobia was hit, Irina caught her in the air, showing a smile. Irina. Divine spear. Quickly a large spear appeared. It was huge and golden in color. Little by little it rotated and filled with a reddish color. Yog-Sothoth already foresaw this, so it created a gigantic portal. Irina, regardless of that. He threw the spear, but when the monster's portal tried to swallow the attack, the spear passed through it as if nothing had happened. Yog-Sothoth was surprised to see that. That was something he did not see in his vision of the future. He could see thousands of possibilities at the same time, but he could not see or know the moment in which the brunette managed to overcome her powers. The spear quickly pierced the monster's body. Throughout the underworld, a loud screech was heard from the monster. It had screamed in pain, while a purple liquid came out of its body, identifying it as its blood. Irina. Let's finish it together, Zenobia. Zenobia. Yes. Quickly both of them shot towards the monster. Both of them carried a lot of power in their swords. The god, upon seeing this, tried to stop them. He tried to use tentacles and their offspring to stop them, but they quickly used his flames to incinerate the offspring. They loaded their swords with a lot of power and then launched themselves against the monster. Irina. Heavenly Court. Zenobia. Destruction cut. Irina. Zenobia. Joint attack, devastating slash of the end. In a single movement, both of them passed through Yog-Sothoth's body. The monster screeched with all his might as he felt how his body was destroyed from the inside, and in the end, Yog-Sothoth's entire body exploded, being consumed by a sea of black and white flames. The people in the underworld celebrated this. The offspring that were on the ground had already been eliminated, and in the end, Irina and Zenobia just smiled while raising their thumbs in victory. Both girls in the end just went down, while Irina seemed more tired than normal. Irina. Being very tired, she said while she was breathing heavily. Zenobia. You'll get used to it, for now. We did it, well done, Irina. The brunette offered her hand to her friend. With a smile she accepted the kind gesture from her friend, thus ending that battle. Part 156 Evolution. After they defeated 3 of the primal gods of chaos, hyoudou is now seen in Iceland fighting against Tulsa. His companions helped people go to a safer place, while lava and green flames flooded the place. Both plants and living beings were quickly consumed by those green flames. When these were engulfed by those flames, they seemed to suffer unimaginable pain. These were first poisoned and then burned to ashes, as Impausa had said. Those present such as Suzaku, Kaneko and other members of the DXD team quickly flew with the refugees, while Sareog and hyoudou kept the god made of green flames at bay. The god Poseidon made a lot of water collide with the toxic flames of the monster. He also made the lava and rocks ignited in fire go out. According to Impausa, the god Tulsa moves through the earth's courtesy and moves emerging like an eruption of greenish flames, but when he does that he is forced to remain motionless until it is time to leave again. So while Poseidon cooled the earth's crust so that he wouldn't escape, hyoudou and Sareog kept him at bay. Kaneko. The humans have already been evacuated. hyoudou. Good Poseidon Dono. Poseidon. Hi. Quickly the god began to create large waves. Water came out from everywhere, both water from multiple pipes around him and from lakes that were far away and other sources of water. These were used to create an artificial lake or sea. Tulsa. What do you think dirty humans are doing? hyoudou. Haha, just preventing you from escaping. Saying that, the god realized that he could no longer move from where he was. He could only use the heat source that the volcano supplied him as a source of power, but he could not escape. Deeper everything was cooling. This I felt how little by little water cooled both the fire and the lava. The god, upon noticing this, only got angry and now began to attack the DXD group. His fire wasn't hot, or at least he didn't care much about that. After all, maybe his fire wouldn't burn like it should, but he was totally toxic. Humans would die from excruciating pain before dying, but this one seemed to have trouble facing the DXD team. Sereog. Take this. As Sereog shouted, he launched a great blow loaded with demonic energy towards Tulsha, who only felt how a large amount of energy eliminated part of the flames from him. Poseidon. Hahaha, this is getting interesting. The god of the sea with his trident made whirlwinds of water come out of it and head towards Tulsha. Yu using his sword and black flames made the green flames extinguish. Yu. This is all a supposed god of chaos can do. When the monster heard that, he only got angry and with his hands made of greenish flames, he took several pieces of debris and then threw them towards the boys. They avoided the burning rubble, but while they continued fighting, Suzaku and the others seemed to create several barriers to protect the humans who were far from the fight. Civil-2. What is that thing? Cavil-1. We are all going to die. Suzaku. Please calm down, everything will be fine. Civil-3. How can you say that that thing will kill us? Kaneko. That won't happen, because we, the DXD team, will save the world. When people heard the name of their team they were surprised. It was that supposed group of teenagers who would be in charge of saving the world or something like that, according to what they understood. Suzaku. We are ready. You don't know Sereog dono. You. Okay, it's time to put the flood plan into action. As he said that, little by little the water that extinguished the flames receded. Tulsha, upon seeing this, tried to gain ground, but little by little, he saw how the water rose. First 10, then 20, until reaching 100 meters high, a great tsunami of 100 meters formed in front of Tulsha. The god, upon seeing those large amounts of water, only saw the god Poseidon, who was on top of that great tsunami with a smile. Poseidon. This is the power of the great sea god, behold my divine tsunami. Sereog. Why divine? Poseidon. Because I said so. The god only laughed loudly as the large amount of water headed towards Tulsha. The god tried to evaporate the water by increasing its temperature, but it was useless. The large amount of water fell on top of the monster, making it screech in pain. The entire volcano was engulfed by large amounts of water. The lava cooled, the fire that consumed the homes of the people in the city was extinguished, and by the time the great wave had become a gigantic lake that covered the entire place, Poseidon was laughing as he stood above where the volcano and Tulsha previously stood. Poseidon. Ha 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 ha, victory. The boys only laughed when they saw the god declare victory. On the other hand, the humans, upon seeing how the monster had been eliminated, shouted with euphoria and celebrated. Suzaku and the others sighed, calming down, also smiling when they saw how the battle was over. Poseidon. God of chaos, my eggs, ha ha ha, you couldn't even handle a little water. The god Poseidon seemed happy, but quickly a great tremor was felt in the place. Those present staggered, and the buildings and houses fell due to the tremendous earthquake. Little by little the water that covered the volcano seemed to boil, and quickly a great flame of green fire came out of the volcano again. The green pillar of fire evaporated the water, and quickly the pillar of fire changed into a terrifying figure that they recognized. Tulsha. Ha 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 ha, you dirty and naive gods, you can't kill me with something as simple as water. I use the core of this volcano as a heat source, and no matter how much water they throw at me, I will be able to relight my flames, as long as the core is intact. After saying that, the monster launched a flame of fire towards the boys. They dodged his attacks, but it seemed that they had gone back to the beginning. Sereog. Shit, what do we do now? You. If what you say is true, we must destroy him and the core of the volcano, it is the only way. Poseidon. I don't think I can do that. The core of the volcano is meters underground, and the only direct way to reach its core is. At that moment Tulsha roared as he launched magma from the volcano. Poseidon. You already have the idea, right? You. No one can withstand the heat of the volcano like that, no one except me, he said seriously. Sereog. What do you have in mind? You. Crazy like my brother, I will jump towards the volcano. Poseidon. You're crazy, you will die. You. Not if he first destroyed the core of the volcano with that monster. But if I died, remember that I died in the most macho way possible, he said smiling. The chestnut only began to fly until he was at a certain height. He signaled to his team to distract Tulsha, and they listened. Sereog. Rex Regulus Imperial Leather Purple. Sereog quickly showed all his power, while the golden color of his armor changed to a purple color. He was now throwing punches that gave off enormous power of destruction. Tulsha's flames were extinguished when Sereog launched a punch loaded with purple demonic energy. Poseidon launched great attacks and whirlwinds of water trying to make him weaken, and while they did that, he was in the sky looking at the bottom of the volcano, which was occupied by Tulsha as a source of power. Here I go, San Pedro. The black-haired man quickly jumped straight into the volcano. Black flames covered Yu's body, and when he tried to enter the volcano, a Tulsha stood in his way. This threw a large green flame towards Yu. The brunette, upon seeing that, launched a large flame of black fire, but it seemed that the god had already foreseen that. Tulsha. Silly human, did you really think he wouldn't give me how much of his plan? You. M.Yes. Thulsha. Well no, I will kill them here, and now I will finish off all of you and give your heads to my lord as an offering. After saying that, the monster tried to engulf the chestnut tree with its flames. It remained alive while its flames covered it, but little by little they lost intensity. What was previously a black arrow which represented you was now a miserable black light in a sea of green flames. The black-haired man little by little lost against the god. The brown-haired man felt like his skin was damaged by the toxicity of green flames. Yu's classmates seemed worried, but at one point they heard a certain girl's voice. Stella. Don't lose, you are stronger than that, so don't lose. Sareog. You can, you don't know, do not lose. Suzaku. Don't lose. Yu, upon hearing the words of his companions, began to gain strength while the black armor formed on the brunette's body. Everyone. Don't lose. Yu. Gruearg. Quickly an explosion of black flames covered the sky. Tulsha, feeling that destructive power, shuddered, and quickly, he saw how something entered the volcano. Seeing that, the god thought, he quickly submerged into the depths of the volcano, and he quickly saw a kind of knight in black armor. Quickly the knight went deeper and deeper into the volcano. The heat and the lava seemed to do nothing to him, and he quickly reached the core of the volcano, the hottest and most powerful point. Thulsha. You. Stop. You. Gruearg. Again the chestnut roared, and then a lot of black flames flew around him. Thulsha, upon seeing those flames, quickly launched his own, preventing it from destroying the core. Green flames collided with black flames, but it seemed that the black flames were stronger. Thulsha. This is impossible, who are you like? At that moment the gentleman showed his middle finger while he spoke. You. I'm the guardian of the future king of hell, you dirty bastard. After saying that, the knight just waved his arm with his sword filled with black flames. You. Dark soul. A slash was quickly launched towards the core. Tulsha could only see how it was cut in half, but it did not stop there. Little by little the flames consumed everything around it. The core ended up shattered, while the lava seemed even be consumed by black flames. Thulsha. And no, this can't be new. Quickly, the people in the distance saw how the entire volcano was consumed by a pillar of black fire. Sareog and the others, upon feeling that great power, covered themselves, and by the time the pillar of fire disappeared, everyone saw how the entire volcano disappeared, leaving only a crater in the earth. The boys quickly went in search of his friend, and when they reached the center of the crater, they only saw an unconscious Yu standing while he had a smile. Poseidon. He is. Sareog. His willpower prevented him from falling and he fainted standing up. He is an incredible guy, he said as he looked at Yu with pride. Sareog quickly moved and took Yu. The brunette was completely unconscious, and with some burns, it seems that he did not come out completely unscathed, but for now, the battle was already over, giving the DXD group the winner. Elsewhere, Siberia. In the Siberian forest you can see Sona's entourage fighting different offspring. Valerie's group was next to her, and also Ashino next to Revi. They fought against Nigurath, who kept creating offspring to defeat them. Nigurath. Be. Once again the body that the god used began to translate what the monster wanted to say. Nigurath. It's useless, you along with the entire world will be food for my offspring. Quickly the small and ugly monsters began to attack the boys. Sona with Tsubaki made them explode by launching large bursts of power towards them. Benia with Kiryu and Cadis used their sacred gear and weapons to cut them in half. Valerie with Albion. They hid and eliminated the many kindred that were around them with their poison. Biku together with Arthur cut and eliminated the monsters. Hiroka used a lot of chakra, beginning to eliminate them equally. At one point many tentacles came out of the ground trying to catch the boys, but quickly a blast of ice froze everything around them. The person responsible for this was Lavinia, who froze everything around her. On the other hand, more kindred tried to attack the boys, but they were incinerated by black flames. In the sky, Saji could be seen, showing his armor in all its splendor. Revi. Come on you dirty monsters, that's all he said, showing a crazy smile. Ashino. Don't get too carried away Revi. Revi. Shut up, you seem to enjoy it too. Both exorcists seemed to divide as they finished off their enemies. Little by little the kindred were quickly eliminated, while Nigurath, seeing this, began to retreat. Nigurath. TSCK. Dirty humans, I don't know, I'll leave it so easy. Quickly the earth began to move, little by little tentacles came out of the ground, and they tried to catch the boys. Nigurath. I said my seed was in this forest, I meant that literally. Quickly some species of roots began to emerge from the ground. These were pale pink in color, it looked like flesh or skin, but little by little, the roots seemed to gather together until they reached the corpses of the soldiers who were previously fighting the monster. These seemed to possess the bodies of the dead soldiers. Little by little the corpses rose and looked like zombies. Sona. Do you control the corpses of the dead soldiers? Ashino. I see, somewhere in this forest there is a seed that he planted that works as a source of power, that's where the roots come from. Revi. I thought he just ran into the woods and that's it. Ashino. We have to find where he planted his power source. Sona. Well, me and Tsubaki will look for him, the others will stay and fight Nigurath. Lavinia. Don't worry, this will be easy. The girl quickly began to freeze the zombies, but they still didn't seem to stop so easily. The boys seemed to cut them in half, but they seemed to regenerate, tentacles came out of their body and reunited their body to return to the battle. Ashino. We'll have to burn them, there's no other way. Revi. Yes. The girl quickly took out a lighter, she began to light it while she pointed it towards the zombies, and when it lit up, a large flame of fire in the shape of a dragon was seen, and it consumed the trees and zombies that were around it. When the great flare stopped, it was seen that on Revi's lighter, there was a kind of symbol of a dragon, implying that it was a magical lighter that launched dragon flames. While they were fighting, giant tentacles came out of the ground, these seemed to be controlled by Nigurath, and although they tried to catch or hit the boys, the tentacles were unable to land any hits. While that was happening, Sona and Tsubaki were flying in the sky looking for the seed that Nigurath planted in the forest. The closer they got, the more tentacles came out to try to stop them. Tsubaki. Kaichu, it seems like a lot of tentacles are coming out now, I think. Sona. Yes, we are close. The girls quickly increased their pace, the further they advanced, the vegetation in the place decreased, and in a moment, they arrived at a large cave. When they entered, they only saw a kind of giant heart, it was a pale color, but it seemed to move. I even have tentacles. Sona. We found it, it's time. The girl quickly created several magic circles around her, while all of them were charged by great magical power. Tsubaki. Fire. When the black-haired woman gave the signal, thousands of magical attacks were directed towards the seed. When they collided, a large explosion was seen in the distance, and when the smoke that created the explosion dispersed, many amounts of guts and blood were seen around the girls. Tsubaki. Ew, how disgusting, she said, looking at the fact that she had drool on her clothes. Sona. After this we will take a good shower. Maybe with Issei. Nigurath. Jai. Those present quickly covered their ears while avoiding hearing Nigurath screech. Nigurath. Idiots, how dare you destroy my seed. Revi. What a shame, Boss-chan won't be able to have a child with you anymore, I thought we did him a favor, she said, smiling. Without wasting time, more tentacles came out of the ground, they looked and showed mouths next to sharp bones. In a moment the boys retreated while they saw how Nigurath seemed to lose control. Ashino. We have to put an end to him now. Saji. I'll take care of it, there is something I want to try. Saji quickly rushed towards the monster, while it spoke with Vitra. Saji. Ready. Vitra. Always. Nigurath. Die. Tentacles quickly went straight towards Saji, but before touching them they were burned while a great power came out of Saji. Vitra promotion evolution. In the blink of an eye, Saji's armor began to change, he seemed to change to a lighter armor, and quickly a black sword of a large size appeared. Everyone present at that moment saw how Saji's armor had changed. And now it seemed cooler. Saji. I won't let Sereog-san and the others surpass me, I will improve too, and this armor proves it. Quickly the black-haired man, holding his sword with both hands, made a single slash so that a sea of flames was directed towards Nigurath. The monster was surprised, but he protected himself with his tentacles. The tentacles, although thick and strong, were burned by the flames, ending up in dust. Saji. This is my diabolic Vitra armor. Nigurath. Dirty.be. The monster quickly looked to one side of him, the body he used to translate what he was saying had fallen to the ground wrapped in black flames. Quickly Saji's flames seemed to consume the soldier's corpse, but the flames seemed to spread, they tried to burn Nigurath's body, but Nigurath himself quickly cut his tentacle to see how the flames consumed the part that the flames touched. Seeing that, the monster knew that those flames would kill him if they touched him, but he couldn't avoid being killed by the blonde. Saji quickly took a simple step to appear in front of Nigurath. The monster tried to attack Saji, but the blonde only said a few words and then launched his attack. Saji. Cursed flames of destruction. A slash quickly cut the monster in half, flames consumed the skin and flesh of the beast, and in the end it was incinerated. Nigurath. Be. In the end, the monster was completely eliminated, while Saji smiled. Saji. It seems that I'm not lagging behind. After saying that, Saji's armor vanished as the blonde fell to his knees. The energy consumption of that armor was enormous, and even though it was the first time he used it, he was surprised by its power. Saji. I'll have to train more. On another side, in the distance, in the abyss of space, Haster can be seen creating a crystal ball, in which you can see the death of Azathoth's court, while on one side was Rizavin. Predictable, they took out more power-ups and defeated the villain, but well. What did you think of the god of chaos? Azathoth. I see that the creatures of the earth have improved, they have reached levels that the gods themselves can envy, but they do not compare to me. Nairuko. Jijiji, that's how Azathoth-sama speaks. Azathoth. Well, Groth is already reaching the earth, I will also go as fast as he can, and then I will wipe out that pathetic world with my hands. Rizavin. I can't wait to see that, he said, smiling evilly. Art 157 Conviction. In a certain orange-haired man's yard, Sukyun and Rito can be seen wearing astronaut suits. Lala. I don't know what the astronaut suits are for if we already told them that they will go on Zaston's ship. Rito. We know, but it's not just that. If our ship is attacked, then we will be exposed floating in space. This is so we don't freeze. Sukyun. And because we look so ugly like that. Rito. Very cool. While they were talking quickly, Issei appeared next to the small group of him with whom he had previously defeated one of the primal gods. Rito. You finally arrive. Issei. Hey, you guys didn't have to face a god of chaos. Ooh, by the way, this is Nevan, he said, showing his new demonic guitar. Sukyun. Brutal. Rito. Well, what will the plan be? Do we just fly to our death? Issei. Almost. I will open the way for you, and when your ship leaves the Earth's atmosphere you will deploy the Arknet. Kurumu. I still can't believe that the whole plan they made is based on a silly movie. Sukyun. More respects, Men in Black is a gem. Issei. Well, let's go. Quickly the three boys got ready. Sukyun and Rito got on the ship while Issei stayed separated. Issei would be the one who would eliminate the monsters and thus prevent them from touching the ship. Surely when he undoes a part of the barrier, that will be where the boys will pass with the ship. Thousands of those things will fall and try to attack them. So it was Issei's responsibility to protect the two boys and the ship to be able to get them off the planet. While this was happening, the ship had already taken off. Issei, seeing that I don't know, stayed behind and it began to fly. The three young people rose. While they were doing that, angels appeared on Issei's sides. Angels made of light escorted the albino and the ship. An entire fleet of angels appeared. I knew it would be very little compared to what awaited them, but this would be enough to face those monsters. They quickly continued to rise, and when they were close to the barrier that Issei placed, he opened a small hole through which the three would pass. By doing so, thousands of creatures that were previously waiting and trying to cross Issei's barrier passed. They moved like crazy. And they fell as they headed towards them. Issei quickly launched himself against the monsters with his angels. This one cut down the monsters and also incinerated them. It was around Rito and Sukyun's ship protecting them while they crossed the skies. More of those monsters tried to attack and destroy the ship, but lightning bolts quickly came out of the ship where both young people were. Sukyun. Hahaha, we won't be your food, you disgusting monsters. Rito. Damn, there are many, he said, looking through radar, many red dots. Issei. There's not much left. The creatures did not stop coming. At one point an abnormally large creature compared to the other monsters crossed the hole that Issei had opened. It was very large, and its tentacles seemed to be heading towards Rito and Sukyun's ship, but Issei quickly came in one fell swoop. A slash full of black and white fire passed through the flesh of the monster. The beast fell split in half. The ship of both boys passed through the hole that Issei had made in the monster, and when it finished passing, flames consumed the body of the monster. Monster. Rito. Issei, there are still too many of us who won't be able to get through. Their bodies covered the entire entrance. Issei. Leave it to me. Quickly the fleet of angels that were with Issei stood in front and on the sides of the ship. They began to shine while Issei remained in the lead. The angels began to shine, and little by little they changed shape. They merged and formed a kind of arrow keeping Issei in the lead. Little by little they passed through and hit the bodies of the monsters until they quickly left the Earth's atmosphere as planned. Issei. Now, quickly the ship's hatch opened and Sukyun appeared. He had the Arknet in his hand, and he just threw it into space. The necklace remained floating in space for a few seconds, but it suddenly began to shine. Small particles came out of the necklace, and suddenly, a wave of greenish-blue energy began to expand. It began to cover the entire width and length of the Earth. Until it was completely covered, and thus, the Arknet was successfully deployed. Seeing this, Issei undid his barrier. It was no longer necessary. He saw how the monsters that previously tried to reach the Earth disintegrated when trying to cross the Earth's atmosphere. The Arknet was a barrier that was activated when it detected the genes and matter of those monsters, and when it was activated, it was responsible for eliminating those things, preventing them from reaching the Earth. Rito. We did it. Sukyun. Yes. Quickly the three boys smiled. Issei entered the ship and joined the celebration. They seemed like they were already saved, but suddenly an alarm was activated. The ship's computer quickly warned that a large meteorite-like thing was heading towards them. They quickly went to the ship's controls, and through the ship's window, they saw what looked like some kind of monster the size of the moon, which had many eyes and tentacles around it. Rito. What the hell is that? Sukyun. It's heading towards us, we have to get out of here now. Rito quickly took the controls of the ship and it moved. The ship was almost crushed with the young people inside it, but they quickly saw how the great thing of flesh and eyes stopped when it was in front of the Earth. Right. Don't worry, you won't be able to enter with the Arknet activated. At that moment they saw how that thing seemed to try to cross the barrier with its tentacles, but they ended up being disintegrated by the Arknet. Rito. See? I told you. The orange-haired man showed a smile. There was no way that thing could cross the barrier. They quickly began to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and in the end they had reached solid ground. Upon arrival several magic circles appeared showing the rest of the DXD group. Sariog. Sorry for the delay, we had some problems with our enemy in Iceland. Valerie. We didn't have any very serious problems in Siberia. Gabriel. The sky is saved again. Zenobia. The underworld too. Rias. And we saved Paris along with the Earth, well done. Icaros. I see, they deployed the Arknet as planned. Issei. Yes, but now we have a giant eye in the sky looking at us, he said, looking at the monster in the distance. Right. Don't worry, you won't be able to enter. If you try, your molecules will be disintegrated and you will die in seconds. Mpausa. He doesn't need to enter. Issei. Why Aya? Issei quickly jumped a little when he was surprised by Mpausa, who appeared again behind him. Issei. Do you want to stop appearing behind me like this? Mpausa. Sorry, it's a custom. Rito. What do you mean that it doesn't need to enter our atmosphere? Mpausa. That is the primordial god Groth. He is the destroyer of many worlds. He is one of the inhabitants of the court of Azathoth. He only leaves his position next to his king when he has to bring destruction to a planet. He creates an imperceptible melody for some that has devastating effects on astral bodies, such as the Earth or some planets, is the so-called music of the spheres. Surziches. Music of the spheres. Mpausa. He is capable of causing countless natural disasters that culminate in the liberation of the other ancient ones, along with their king Azathoth. Azazel. Then we have to stop him. Those present quickly tried to take action, but at one point, they heard a melody that seemed to be made of flutes or whistles. They did not know exactly what it was, but they became upset when they heard Mpausa speak again. Mpausa. It's already started, this is the melody of the end of the world. Rito. I thought they were trumpets or something. Quickly, a strong earthquake began to shake the place. The earth little by little opened. Multiple natural disasters around the world appeared. Issei quickly tried to take action and put an end to the monster, but in the distance a white light was seen. A kind of pillar of light rose into the sky and headed towards Groth until it hit him. When the monster received the blow, it stopped producing that strange melody, and in the distance Issei saw a woman with pale skin, white hair, and who had a flower in her right eye for some reason. She had strange wings, they looked like angels, but at the same time they were not. Despite being in space, the cold did not seem to affect her, and the lack of oxygen did not seem to affect her either. Sukyun. Friend of yours, Issei. Issei. Just because a strange girl shows up doesn't mean he knows her. Quickly the albino also mobilized, he began to fly until he reached the monster. Zero. You are the descendant of the god of the Bible and the demon king. Issei. Huh. What's happening? Why did he hear voices in my head? Yui. Lin. The albino was surprised to hear the voice of a girl in his head. He was in space, he was only holding his breath since there was no way to supply him with oxygen, but at least he could last a good amount of time without air. Yui. It's not us, master, I think she is that strange girl. Lin. She apparently talks to you telepathically. Zero. That's right, I'll ask again, are you the ruler of heaven and hell? Issei. Yes, I think, who's asking? Zero. My name is Zero, knight of the god Kthanat to stop the advance of Azathoth and his army. Issei. The god who? Zero. It seems like you don't know. Well, first things first, we will eliminate Groth before he destroys the planet. Issei. Yes. Issei quickly took Yui and Lin. He quickly headed towards Groth. The monster trying to attack Issei moved its tentacles, but these were simply cut off by the albino's sword. The monster with its many eyes also saw the girl called Zero. It moved its multiple protuberances trying to catch the girl, but it was moving at great speed, leaving a white trail. At one point, Issei got close enough and stabbed one of the monster's eyes. Even though they were in space, Issei could hear a high-pitched scream. A mouth with multiple teeth quickly appeared on Groth's round body. Issei tried to be devoured, but before the monster even tasted the albino, black flames entered his stomach, beginning to destroy his body. Again another screech was heard. Zero was surprised to see how the albino incinerated the monster's body with his flames, and in the end, the albino finished off the monster in one go. The albino suddenly appeared next to Groth. The monster tried to catch him and devour him, but the albino simply said a few words before the monster was destroyed. Issei. 1,000 divine cuts. Suddenly the tentacles before reaching Issei stopped. Little by little, pieces of the monster's flesh seemed to be cut and chopped until they were like small squares, and in the end, the great monster that looked like a planet in a few seconds ended up made flesh. Chopped floating in space. Small squares of flesh floated in space along with a purple liquid that was the monster's blood. Small eyes appeared in those squares made of flesh. Small tentacles also came out trying to reconnect his body, but quickly black and white flames began to incinerate the monster's body until it was completely destroyed. Issei. I guess he was very weak compared to the others, it was very easy. 0. I don't believe that, I think you are very strong, Groth is capable of destroying entire worlds, and almost no weapon hurts him much, since he has a great regenerative factor, but on the other hand you are much stronger. Issei. Ooh, come on, you'll make me blush. The albino quickly returned to the ground before he could no longer hold his breath, behind him was Zero who followed the albino. They only arrived again with their friends who smiled when they saw the albino. Azazel. Well done Issei, now we finish off everyone, right? Impausa. That's right. Surziches. Great by the way, who is she? I asked pointing at Zero. 0. My name is Zero, sent by the god Cthanid, I have come to help you and put an end to the god Azathoth who threatens this world. Rias. The god Cthanid. Azazel. I have heard little about him, they say that he is a white octopus god who legends say that he is the brother of Cthulhu, the Fuel who imprisoned his brother in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. 0. That's right, he is an architect god, he, together with the god of the Bible, helped the primal gods like Groth to be expelled from this reality and sealed in eternal nothingness, but unfortunately, someone freed them from his confinement. Azazel. Rizavin. 0. That's right, he used a part of the Necronomicon that was lost and used it to summon Azathoth along with his lackeys. Issei. Well, it was enough with receiving attacks from him, it's time to go attack him he said smiling. 0. I think the same, if we wait for him to attack us he will destroy the earth, we have to go after him. Issei hyoudou, you have my support on this journey. Ashino. Well, needless to say, we support you, Issei. Revi. Yeah, let's get that bastard. The entire DXD team quickly agreed to go for the god, they were ready for the fight, and even if some were tired like you or Kiba, they still would not back down. The boys quickly smiled, but they quickly felt a tremor, they thought it was another attack, but in the sky a huge figure was seen, a dark and evil figure was seen in space, as if it were a black cloud it rose in the highest of the cosmos and stretched out his arms to try to catch the earth. Those creatures little by little gathered together and tried to capture the earth, but the Arknet that protected the earth remained protecting the planet. Azazel. What the hell is happening now, what the hell are those huge things? 0. This. And no it can't. Impausa. We failed. This is our end he said while resigning. The huge figures little by little with their huge hands crossed the Arknet, it seemed that their hands were too thick and huge for them to be completely disintegrated. Little by little an enormous darkness flooded the entire planet, in the distance you could see how those dark figures went deeper and deeper and in the end everything was left in darkness. A huge darkness was the only thing that could be seen in the place, nothing was seen but the infinite void, but suddenly, a huge light illuminated the entire place, a blinding and enormous light was seen, and quickly, the darkness was overshadowed by the cosmos again, the stars once again illuminated space, and the earth was nowhere to be seen. The land had completely disappeared. Hard 158 escape and search. In the middle of space, you can see multiple stars, in the place you could only see galaxies, planets and stars. Suddenly a beautiful white glow was seen in the place, the glow illuminated the entire cosmos, and when it faded, the earth and the moon were seen appearing in the middle of that place. The earth seemed to be spinning in place again, while an Issei could be seen in the planet sky. The albino was in his angel form, while Issei's companions along with the humans who had previously awaited his death saw how everything was in its place, that massive space clouds that tried to consume the earth were no longer there, now only the beautiful space around him, thousands of stars adorned the night sky of planet Earth, while Issei quickly returned to normal. The albino quickly fell to the ground tired while having a smile. Rias. What the hell happened? Ashino. Issei. He teleported the earth he said in shock. The entire DXD team at that moment saw Issei who was breathing heavily, the albino seemed tired, but he was smiling like never before. Issei. Ha 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 swallow that shit gods. The Keno. Ice kun. The girls quickly hugged the albino, they wanted to be with their loved one right now, after that fear of thinking that they would die will pass through their bodies, when they see how the earth was almost consumed, the girls just wanted to hug Issei, they wanted to feel safe. And really the albino managed to save the people in the earth. Azazel. You teleported the entire planet. Sukyun. Brutal, right? Epic. Issei. Haha, it was the only thing I could think of to be able to escape and save the earth. Right, now we are in the middle of nowhere, it's like a desert in space, it will take them a while to find us, so we can only prepare to go after Rizavin and Millennium. Surziches. I understand, it was impressive, you saved the entire planet. Issei. It was nothing. Impausa. Impressive, but this won't stop Azathoth or Rizavin. Issei. We know, but we're just buying time. Impausa. And what do you have in mind? Issei. For now we will go to our secret base, we will be safe there. Seraphol. Secret base. Surziches. What secret base? Hearing that question, Issei just smiled while Rito and Sukyun did the same. Issei. Well. Time skip elsewhere. You can see a pale and rocky surface, it had some craters, but above all, you could see that it was not the Earth, this was the moon, and on it was a super-equipped space base. In the place, it was seen how a machine that looked like teleportation was activated, and quickly the DXD team appeared in the middle of the base. Those present were surprised to see the place, but our three protagonists did not flinch at all, since they were already accustomed to the place. Right. Welcome to our lunar base. Azazel. Don't buck with me. Surziches. They really made a base on the moon. Issei. Did you think I was joking when I said we would make a base on the moon? Surziches. Yes. Issei. Well no, this base is above and below the surface of the moon, to its right are the plants, animals and also the viewpoint. Asia. Viewpoint. The albino quickly guided them to a huge transparent dome, in which you could clearly see the Earth and also space. It was something impressive to see, you could say it was a view out of this world. Icaros. It's beautiful. Astri. It's awesome. Nymph. Not bad. Hella. I've never seen anything like it. Tiamat. My love is always full of surprises, said happily. Right. The place was built with the help of Lala and her sisters, also by the others, with the help of Issei's powers. The place was created in less than 3 hours, and the place is being maintained by automated robots and by the AI that controls the place. Suddenly a robot well known to everyone appeared. This was a real R2-D2, which seemed to welcome those present. R2-D2. Bibibeb. Issei. Hello, R2. Azazel. No shit, is it an R2-D2? Sukyun. Yes, it was my idea, he is the one who runs the place. Issei. We take R2-D2 to the control room. The robot moved its body up and down as if in agreement and it quickly began to move, guiding the boys. As the boys walked around the place, they saw several robots, these looked like maintenance robots, and these floated while doing their respective jobs. Lala. I created the robots, they were easier to create than other things that Rito asked me for, but it was really nice, I felt like a happy mother watching her children move. Several of the robots seemed to stop and greet those present in a friendly manner, the boys with smiles on their faces returned, he greeted them, and in the end, the boys had arrived at a kind of gigantic place where there was a mega computer, if they had one. To describe the place, it would be like the image of the Justice League watchtower, and the computer was like Batman's big computer. Revi. What an incredible place, he said looking around. Ashino. You always surprise us, boy. Issei. Computer, satellite scans. When he said that, the computer activated itself and began to scan the space. Little by little it was analyzing its surroundings, and in the end it responded. Computer. Complete analysis, no enemy is found near the Earth's and lunar atmosphere. Issei. That's good, now we have the advantage, they don't know where we are, and they don't know what weapons we have. Riaz. I know what exactly you're thinking. Issei. If they attack us we will take revenge immediately, hence our name. Azazel. The team name is DXD, remember? Issei. What does it matter, the point is that it's our turn to go destroy the old woman and that shitty chaos god. 0. I agree with Issei-sama, if we let the god Azathoth attack us again this time we will not be sure of knowing if the Earth will be able to endure again. Serafal. But how can we find Rizavin? It's possibly light years away from this place, he said, while thinking it was impossible. Issei. That's why we have her, he said pointing to Impausa. Impausa. Do you think I can guide them? Issei. Can't you? Impausa. Of course I can, but even if I can there is no way to get to where they are in space, millions of light years from this planet and this universe itself, they are in absolute nothingness, and if we use the Necronomicon to go we'll surely realize our position, the god Azathoth is smarter than they think. Sukyun. That's already covered. Rito. It's time to go to the hangar, she said showing a smile. Time skip. On the rocky and pale surface of the moon, you can see how a large hatch opened. Quickly a huge ship came out, it began to float and rise, and quickly in place, you could see a ship well known to everyone take off and start sailing in space. Issei. Log of Captain Issei hyoudou, we are beginning our journey, possibly many will die, possibly Rito. Rito. Hey. Issei. The captain of this wonderful ship right now, is sitting and in charge of everything, Azazel and Surziches, although they hide it, I know that they are dying of envy when they see my wonderful interstellar battleship. Azazel. Surziches. Shut up. Gabriel. I know what Ani-sama meant by saying that Issei-sen's adventures are crazy. Unfortunately, the representatives of the underworld could not go with them, Michael and Azazel could not go with them either, after all, someone would have to defend the Earth while they were gone, so they stayed monitoring the situation from the lunar space base. On the other hand, instead of sending the mass, they sent the young people, they knew that the group of teenagers could with the god of chaos, after all, they had already survived many more dangerous things than they themselves they could count. Issei. Lieutenant in Command Rito report. Right. The ship operates at optimal conditions, Captain. Issei. Commander-in-Chief Sukyun inventory. Sukyun. Weapons and shields are at full capacity and operational. Issei. Okay, then we're leaving. All. Hi. The ship's engines quickly turned on, and the boys quickly began to move, beginning to sail through space. Issei. Well, guide Impausa, we are waiting for you. The black-haired woman quickly took the Necronomicon in her hands and began to say a few words. Through the control room, a large portal could be seen opening. It was dark, you couldn't see anything, but according to the girl, that was normal. Impausa. This portal will take us a few million light years to Azathoth. We will not be able to go directly to them, but it will leave us a few planets near it. Issei. Perfect, let's go. The albino gave the order for the ship to quickly enter the portal. Right. When we enter we will lose communication, so don't worry about us, we will communicate again when we fully cross the portal. Azazel. We understand, good luck. Issei. Thank you. Ooh, Azazel takes his feet off the desk. Azazel, who had his feet on the central computer panel, was surprised. The crow didn't know how he knew that, but at that moment he noticed that next to him he had a camera and Issei was just laughing on the other side of the call. After that, the boys crossed the portal. While they were moving they saw everything passing very quickly, they only saw multiple lights that passed at high speed. No, they were the ones that passed at high speed. They moved at the speed of the light, thanks to the ship's powerful engine, while the portal shortened its journey a little. On the other hand, everything seemed to be calm. The boys and girls saw the ship, some were surprised, because it was very well made, it had everything necessary to survive. There were even several other maintenance robots next to R2-D2, which was in the ship next to Issei. Issei. By the way, how long exactly will it take us to reach our goal? Impausa. More than 1 billion light years. Right. Summarize it in 20 minutes maximum. Issei. Well, who's hungry? R2-D2. Bebeb. The albino was about to go for a snack, the place seemed calm, and Gasper and Kaneko were playing with R2-D2, but suddenly, something collided with the windshield of the ship. The thing that collided with the windshield spread out and spread all over the place. The windshield, which disgusted the kids. Iku? That's disgusting. Issei. Cleaners. Rito quickly activated the cleaners, but as he cleaned the dirt the boys quickly noticed how small figures that looked like rocks were heading towards them. R2-D2. Bieb. Issei. Shields quickly. Sukyun quickly activated the shields. When doing so those present saw how rocks or space incest collided with the shield. It was something disgusting. When these collided they left a large stain on the place, but Issei quickly saw Impausa and Eucliwood who seemed nervous at the same time. Despite their expressionless faces. Impausa. Damn. Eucliwood. They found us. Louise. They found us. How did they find us? Impausa. Look closely at those things. When the boys heard that, they took a good look at what was crashing against the shields. It wasn't incest or stones, but Azathoth servants. Amorphous creatures were the ones that collided with the ship, some exploded when they hit the ship, and others endured the impact and clung to the ship trying to break through its shield. Issei. Weapons. Sukyun. Weapons activated. Quickly cannons and lasers were activated. All of these began to shoot at the monsters automatically. Some of those monsters exploded when hit by the lasers, others simply dodged the laser beams that the ship fired and tried to get inside the ship, but the shields did not allow it. Issei. It looks like we have some insects trying to get into the ship. Ikaros. I'll take care of it. Quickly the angeloid, using her magic, charged a kind of panel. At that moment the entire ship was charged by lightning. The monsters that were attached to the ship trying to enter received a strong discharge that left them half scorched, and that made them fall. They will release. Issei. Riaz take control of the fire breaks on the east side of the ship. Riaz. Cut fires. Issei. R2-D2 help her. Quickly a small claw-shaped hand came out of the robot, it gave a military salute, and it quickly guided Riaz to a seat. The monsters that were not hit and eliminated by the lasers moved like fish in water and tried to reach the ship. R2 at that moment tried to explain what he had to do, but Riaz did not understand. The robot, upon seeing that, only moved like Psy and quickly this beautiful one button. When doing that, some turrets began to move and shoot. Riaz, seeing this, understood and began to press loot, causing the turrets to start shooting at the monsters. Although he didn't admit it, he was starting to like him and was starting to have fun. Riaz. I see why Ice likes video games so much, this is fun, she said excitedly. Issei. Izara, Valerie, I need you to protect our rear. Izara. Protect. Valerie. How exactly? The albino ordered R2 to help the girls. They quickly began to run following the robot, and they reached a kind of dome that showed the outside. Through the dome, multiple monsters could be seen coming towards them. They seemed to move like fish in water. They followed the ship trying to reach it. The girls did not know what to do, but at that moment 2 pairs of weapons were brought by R2. These seemed to be toy, but when they fired the gun they fired a turret out of the ship that was in the back of the ship. The girls, when they saw that, they knew that it was like a shooting game, like the arcades, so they quickly began to shoot, while the score of both was displayed on a screen. Issei. Asia Kaneko go to the west side of the ship and help Rias. Both. Hi, Sukyun. This is bad, shield power is decreasing. Issei. Kuroka and Lefei go to the shields on the upper floor and supply him with power. The girls quickly paid attention, they were guided by R2, and when they arrived they saw a huge room, in the middle of it was a kind of huge blue sphere that the girls assumed was the source of the shield's power. When R2 arrived he pressed a button, and 2 pairs of huge magazines appeared from the ground. Lefei. How the hell are we going to do this, he said in shock. Suddenly Nymph appeared at the place and had arrived at the place. Nymph. Newbies. The angeloid quickly charged her body with energy and launched her towards the giant charger. Little by little the charger began to glow and it directed the energy towards the power source of the shields. Lefei and Kuroka saw that and did the same, the power source began to shine brightly and at that moment the shields returned to their maximum capacity. Things seemed to be going well, but suddenly, Euclid and Impausa felt a great chill. Impausa. Be careful. The ship quickly began to shake, everything around it began to move for some reason, in front of the boys there was an orange light, but suddenly the light became stronger and showed a huge eye which saw them. Rito. What the hell? Euclid. He found us, we have to escape. Quickly the boys saw how giant tentacles began to come out, they moved and tried to catch the boys. The turrets fired at the tentacles, they were pierced by the lasers, but the tentacles quickly regenerated, they moved, and in a moment they began to hit the ship. The shields were cracked by the strong blows of the tentacles, and the boys knew that if they continued like this, the ship would end up destroyed. Momo. The ship won't last long if it gets hit like that. Nana. We have to do something. Issei. Manual control activated. Quickly a rudder appeared from the ground, it had the shape of a rudder similar to that of a pirate ship, and Issei took control. Impausa. Wait, what are you going to do? Issei. We'll have to detour, 1 or 2 more planets away is nothing. The albino quickly turned the helm all the way to the right, while little by little the boys crossed the portal from his side. The shields and the ship were being cut by the strong pressure as they felt how they abruptly crossed a dimensional space crack. Nymph, Lefei and Kuroka had to use all their power to keep the shields active, if they did not the ship would explode immediately. Passed through the crack and in the end, the ship passed completely. Strong turbulence shook the entire ship, but in the end, the boys survived. Suddenly an almost broken and smoking ship came out of hyperspeed and appeared next to a planet that seemed uninhabited. The ship quickly landed, some robots came out to fix the ship while the boys got off the ship. Issei used his powers to repair some parts of the ship and also extinguish some places on the ship that caught fire. Issei. Oof, we did it. Rito. Yes, but just barely, we could have died. If the shields hadn't held, I'm sure the ship would have been split in half and exploded with us inside. Ashino. So we were luckier than we imagined. Revi. I'll never step foot on a ship or plane again, she said a little dizzy. Azazel. Guys. Can you hear us? Issei. Loud and clear. Azazel. We lost them for 20 minutes, what happened? Issei. A lot of monsters attacked us, and it seems that their boss found us and almost killed us, luckily we managed it and landed on a planet near where we were. Azazel. I see, it seems like they have a difficult time, luckily for us nothing is happening here, it seems like they haven't found the planet yet. Issei. Good news then, I'll call you later, okay? We have to fix our ship, over and out. In the end Issei cut off the communication, the albino seemed tired, but at that moment he and his companion saw the planet in the distance. There were buildings in the place, buildings that looked like those on their planet, the boys were surprised by that, but above all that, they were shocked to see how everything was destroyed and in ruin. Part 159 Wasteland. Our beloved protagonists were now in an unknown place, after ending up on an unknown planet, right now they were walking in the direction of what seemed like civilization. As the boys walked, they saw enormous constructions along their walk, one of them being huge hoops in various places where they had landed. According to Lala and her sisters, those huge hoops were surely an ancient type of transportation method on this planet. The boys understood, but it seemed that those constructions were very old. Impausa, who was with them, said that that world had been in complete desolation for billions of years, the civilization of that planet had long ago become extinct, and the culprit of that was the god Azathoth. Apparently that planet was one of the thousands that the great god of chaos led to its destruction. If they had been there many years ago, they would have seen all the flames, corpses everywhere and monsters walking around the place looking for fresh prey which devour. In a moment they had reached what seemed like a city, the buildings were destroyed, cars were on the ground destroyed, streets destroyed and without a single sign of existing life. Issei. The entire planet is really desolate. Impausa. I said it, this was one of the first thousands of planets that Azathoth destroyed. Kiba. To be able to exterminate and extinguish all life on an entire planet must be truly fearsome. Impausa. More than that, he is the most powerful god of all. Before he was suppressed by the gods who controlled and protected the planet Earth, but all of them together had to face Azathoth. If he had been with his offspring they would surely have died. After defeating him, he was sealed and spent billions of years in an eternal confinement where his hunger and thirst for blood had been present for a long time. The only thing that calmed him were his flute players, whose melody made the god's rage disappear. Calm down, if it weren't for that, he himself would have devoured his own offspring to satisfy his thirst for blood and revenge. 0. Do you already understand that we cannot take the god Azathoth lightly? Issei. Ooh, look, a stuffed animal, he said, pointing to a kind of green stuffed bear with legs of different animals. 0. Are you listening to me? Issei. Not much really. 0. Is he always like this? The girl looked at Issei's classmates and they nodded while Rito and Tsukyun joined her. Bala. The repair of the ship is already 60% complete. I guess while we wait we can see this planet. Rias. An intergalactic tour. Hiroka. Yeah, let's go shopping Naya. 0. Hey, this is not the time for that, we have to. Suddenly the boys heard a loud sound echo throughout the place. The boys became alert when they heard it. They thought it was some kind of monster, although it was really strange since, according to the words of Impausa, Euclid and 0, the planet was uninhabited. The boys followed the sound, and when they arrived, they heard the humming of a song. It seemed like the voice of a woman, and when they arrived, they only saw what looked like a purple slime woman who was stacking scrap metal in a car. Supermarket. I hope this is enough to satisfy Azathoth-sama's hunger. Issei. Hello. The girls suddenly turned around. When she did that they saw the entire DXD group pointing weapons and magic circles at her. The most relevant at that moment were the angeloids who had many magic circles prepared to blow up the place along with that girl. Ikaros. Hostile creature detected, ready to shoot. Who are you? Issei. Guys, put down your weapons. Rias. But. At that moment the boy winked at them and whispered that he had an idea. The boys, upon hearing that, could only pay attention while Issei finished off the slime girl. Issei. Hello, how are you? Hey, what's your name? Ooh, my name is Shoggoth, I am the servant of the god Azathoth-sama. Iri. Maid. So you know the god Azathoth. Shoggoth. That's right, in fact I am his most faithful servant. Excuse me for having caught me in such a situation. It's just that I was now filling this cart with delicacies for Lord Azathoth. Issei. Ooh, that's a great coincidence, because we, too, are fans of the god Azathoth and his work, and now we are going to bring him a sacrifice to let us be his servants. Shoggoth. Ooh, but how wonderful, and tell me, who of all of them is the sacrifice? Issei. She is the girl with the flower in her eye, she said, pointing at 0. Hey, but. The girl's mouth was quickly covered by Issei's hand, while the albino motioned for her to play along. The girl along with the others finally played along while they nodded. 0. Why yes. I would be Azathoth-sama's sacrifice. I am honored to have this wonderful pleasure, she said. She is getting nervous. Shoggoth. I see, well, in that case it's wonderful, she said happily. Issei. Well, and since we will be colleagues, I would like to ask your help to go to Mr. Azathoth. Shoggoth. Ooh, of course, follow me, we will go to Azathoth-sama. After saying that, the girl began to lead the others. She seemed very silly and innocent when talking about her master. She seemed as if she really idolized him and didn't know that he destroys worlds simply for pleasure or fun. Euclid. Shoggoth-chan, you who are the servant of the god Azathoth, do you know what he is like? Shoggoth. Of course, he's amazing, she said, showing a smile. Akeno. And you know what he does, right? Shoggoth. Of course, that's why I think it's incredible, destroying and crushing worlds, wiping out every living species on the planet, devouring his flesh and tasting his blood is simply wonderful. The girl had said all that with a kind and cute smile, but her tone of voice seemed full of malice and evil. At that moment the boys knew that Maid Slime was just as evil as her master, apparently. 0, who was behind the girl, tried to use her sword to cut her, but Issei stopped her. After all, she was supposed to take them to the god Azathoth. Rito. By the way, what exactly are you doing on this planet? It is assumed that the people who inhabited it are completely extinct. Shoggoth. Well, from time to time I come to some planets that were destroyed by Azathoth-sama and collected delicacies to satisfy her hunger. This scrap will serve as a good snack for me, sir. Rias. I see. By the way, what exactly is Azathoth-sama like? Shoggoth. Don't you know what it's like? I ask a little strangely. Issei. We are big fans of him, but we have never seen him, that's why we asked you. We want to know what things you like in that. Shoggoth. I see, well, he is incredibly powerful, his body and tentacles are beautiful, and his thirst for blood and chaos wherever he goes is his most charismatic side of him. Rias. I see. The boys got nervous. After all, according to what the girl said, his master was pure evil, he had no mercy, he was bloody, he brought chaos everywhere, and he was a totally monstrous being. Shoggoth. "Well, we're here," he said, arriving at what looked like an ancient portal. This one was rustic and had strange runes. It looked like a kind of portal that led to hell itself, and the boys felt nervous when they saw it. Shoggoth quickly began to say an indecipherable chant, and quickly the portal activated. The hole opened and Shoggoth just smiled to enter the portal. Impausa. Surely the god is in his palace in the middle of space, so those who need oxygen to live will not be able to come with us. Rito. Don't worry, we have these survival devices in space. At that moment Rito took a kind of brooch, it quickly activated and a mesh that seemed intangible spread across the orange-haired man's body. He quickly gave a few of those brooches to the boys, only the angeloids, Impausa and Zero, were the only ones who did not use them, since they did not need to breathe. Issei. Azazel, I suppose you heard our conversation, right? Azazel. Every word, are you sure about this? Issei. Yes, if something happens we will return and flee on the ship. Lala. We have our own teleportation system on our ship, if something happens we will activate it remotely, and it will teleport us back. Azazel. Understood, be careful. After saying that, the boys sighed. Honestly, the young people were afraid, they were nervous, and they felt that if they crossed that portal, there would be no way back, but in the end, Issei was the first to cross the portal. Then it was Rito and Tsukyun and then the rest. When they passed through the portal, Shoggoth was waiting for them, and she showed the young people the home of the god Azathoth. Shoggoth. Admire, that is Azathoth Sama's castle. When the boys saw the place, they noticed how a huge castle was floating in the middle of space. It seemed to be huge, and around it only stars and what looked like a moon could be seen. Shoggoth. Follow me, I will take you to Azathoth Sama. The boys at that moment began to walk down a small hallway made of stone. The road was long, it also seemed that the road would collapse at any moment. In a second Asia saw with fear the enormous dark void that was hidden under the castle of the place. She was trembling with fear, but Issei quickly took her hand, giving her courage while they continued walking. The albino couldn't deny it, he was nervous, normally he would mock the god, but at that moment he could only remain silent while he continued walking towards the castle, maintaining the role of him at that moment. The boys had finally reached the main door of the place. Upon arriving, a large door opened, a large gate that protected the castle moved and allowed our companions to pass. Issei warned the boys to stay close to Rito and Lala in case they needed to teleport quickly. The boys entered through the hallway. They saw that the hallways were huge. Issei, Kiba, Yu, Gasper, Sareog and Saji remembered that time they went to the kingdom of the giants in Asgard and also when they defeated Utgarda. While the boys were walking, they heard strange sounds. At that moment, a deformed monster with 4 legs appeared in the middle of the hallway. When it saw the boys, it went towards them to devour them, but it quickly stopped when it saw Shoggoth. Shoggoth. Ooh, excuse me, this is Azathoth Sama's pet. Sona. Pet. I ask with some fear and nerves upon seeing that monster. Shoggoth. That's right, he is very cute and kind, although when he sees strangers he tries to devour them. The monster barked, letting out a lot of slime from his mouth. Kiba had been splashed by that slime, and he wiped it off in disgust. Issei. Cute. Shoggoth. Right. He is very kind once he takes a liking to you. The deformed dog looked angrily at the boys, but at that moment he saw Shoggoth who was talking to him. Shoggoth. Little one, go play somewhere else, we will go with Azathoth Sama. If you don't pay attention. I will kill you, you dirty flea. Saying that, the girl stopped showing her friendly face and showed a truly terrifying smile, while the tentacles on her feet moved dangerously. The dog monster quickly lowered its head and quickly ran elsewhere. After that scene, the kind and gentle expression appeared on her face again, but the impact it had on the young people behind her was clear. Those present knew that if with just that I scared that monster, then the girls must be even worse than that monster that already seemed terrifying. The boys continued walking, but before they arrived Shoggoth turned and saw the young people. Shoggoth. Well, most of you will have to stay here. I don't think Azathoth Sama would really like many people entering his room without permission. Issei. Okay, me and the sacrifice will go alone. Zero. Hey, don't call me that. Riaz. Ice, are you sure? Issei. Don't worry, Yui and Lin are with me, and if something happens they already know what to do. Rito. Got it, good luck. After saying that, the boys wished the albino luck, and he, along with Zero, entered the main room of the god of chaos. The doors behind both young men closed, and the moment they both looked forward, they saw with their own eyes a guy made of tentacles sitting on a throne while he looked bored. They saw the god Azathoth. Hard 160 Chaos vs Destruction. In the middle of space, in a castle, Issei and Zero can be seen looking at the god of chaos Azathoth who was looking at his servant. Shoggoth. Very good night my master Azathoth, I come with a future servant who comes to give you a sacrifice, so that you can let him join his ranks. The god upon hearing that saw Issei and Zero. The god saw a great power emanating from Issei's body, a power that he recognized in part, but what caught his attention was Zero, which emanated an aura that he knew better. Tentacles quickly grabbed the girl, she tried to defend herself from it, but she was quickly grabbed by the god's tentacles. Azathoth. Impressive, a servant of an architect god, I remember your master girl, the Chthanid god was a nuisance in the past. The girl, upon hearing that and seeing that she had been discovered, tried to free herself, but our Issei quickly began to speak. Issei. That's right, I brought her as a sacrifice for you. Quickly, the god looked away and saw Issei, he still saw that aura that he knew, but there was also another aura that he could not remember. Issei's body had several auras, the ones that stood out were an almost silvery white aura. And another was a black aura with red touches, it could be said that the auras were in the young man's body in perfect harmony. Azathoth. You.who are you? Issei. Pepe, a pleasure to know the chaotic magnificence of him Azathoth-sama he said bowing. Azathoth. Pepe. What a strange name, it doesn't matter, you brought me the servant girl of the god Chthanid, it is a very good sacrifice. I will give you the honor of being one of my lackeys for this. Issei. Thank you very much sir. The albino smiled when he heard that, now he just needed to stab him in the back, literally, the albino was prepared to get behind the god and then take out Yui and Lin to cut the god in half. On the other hand, Zero tried to free himself from her, she seemed nervous, small drops of sweat fell from her head, but when she looked at Issei, she only saw how he discreetly raised his thumb. Azathoth. Well about you. Zero. God Azathoth, it is a horrendous pleasure to see her face. The god was about to do something to the girl, on the other hand, Issei discreetly slipped away and was ready to get behind the god ready to consummate his plan, but before he could stab the god, a portal on the side of the large room opened and Haster emerged from it along with Rizvan, Nairuko and Trixa. Rizvan. What's up Azathoth, I already brought the beers as. The silver-haired man quickly stopped talking when he saw Issei behind the god about to stab the god's back with his swords. Azathoth on the other hand, had his hand extended ready to finish off Zero, and Shoggoth, Azathoth's servant, only saw the scene with some sadness. Intrigue. Rizvan. But what? Nairuko. Ice-kun hello why are you here and why does it look like you are going to stab Azathoth-sama in the back? Quickly a third large eye appeared on the back of Azathoth's head so he could look at Issei. Issei. Shit plan B. Zero. And what is plan B? Issei. Run. Issei quickly cut the tentacles that had trapped Zero. Both young people were about to run to the exit, but quickly the large door that led to the exit exploded, showing how the pet and deformed dog that had previously been scared away by Shoggoth had fallen charred, while Rito and Tsukyun had some blasters. Rito. This is how it's done in my neighborhood, asshole. Tsukyun. Ooh, Issei, how was it? Issei. How do you think? He said looking at Rizvan and the others seeing them. Tsukyun. Bad, right. Issei. Yes. Quickly some tentacles tried to catch the boys, but Issei quickly used his flames to incinerate part of those tentacles, making them retreat. Azathoth. You.God of the Bible, I already recognize you he said pointing at Issei. Rizvan. How the hell did they get here? Issei. With a little help, thank you Shoggoth. The albino had a mocking smile, but when he saw her servant, they only saw her with a gloomy look which he directed towards them. Shoggoth. You tried to harm my master, you must die. Nairuko. Hello Shoggoth-chan. Shoggoth. Hello Nairuko-chan he said changing her attitude when greeting the girl and returning to her violent attitude towards the boys. Rizvan. Haha, now you are on mine ground brats and you are facing the god of chaos himself, what will you do? I asked while he smiled. Issei. Okay, well, goodbye master. Saying that, the boys quickly activated their teleportation system, they were about to disappear, but Haster quickly intervened, he quickly created a portal under the boys, countless tentacles came out of it trying to catch them, but to escape, Rito quickly had to modify where they were going. Before the tentacles caught them they disappeared and appeared at the entrance to Azathoth's castle. Rito. Damn, Issei. To the portal now. The boys quickly ran out, in the distance they saw how everything seemed to change, quickly, the castle was destroyed by multiple giant tentacles, quickly the moon turned red, showing a gloomy scene straight out of a horror movie. The boys quickly entered the portal, but Issei stayed outside it. Riaz. Ice. Issei. I'll take care of him, I need you to go around the ship, understand? Akeno. But. Issei. Just do it if no one distracts him, I'm sure he will finish off the ship and us inside, just listen to me and trust me. Rito. Understood, don't die. Issei. If I do I know I will come back from death again he said smiling. After saying that, he saw how the boys disappeared by teleporting again and he looked in the direction where the castle was. The tentacles quickly destroyed everything and in space, a Rizvan could be seen floating next to Haster and his other allies. Issei. Come down watch get off shit I'm going to break your face old man. Rizvan. No thanks. Also, why did I want to try to waste my strength on you if the god of chaos himself wants to devour you for himself, he said, watching how little by little the entrance to the castle was destroyed. Through a cloud of smoke you could see how little by little the enormous figure of Azathoth emerged. He seemed upset at being deceived and he was targeting Issei. Rizvan. Well, luck, you'll need it, he said before disappearing. Issei. Screw you. The albino just frowned as he saw the god of chaos approaching him. He did not know how strong he was, but assuming he was stronger than him, then he was willing to die and revive 1,000 times if necessary to defeat him. Azathoth. If you weren't my enemy I would make you my right-hand man and replace that idiot Rizvan. Issei. You flatter me, but destroying worlds and causing genocide is not my thing, he said as he put himself on guard. Azathoth. It's a pity, but now, you will feel the worst of all deaths before you die. Once again the god raised his hand. As he did that, as if he was telling the order to his entire army, a lot of monsters began to head towards Issei. Thousands, no, millions of those creatures were coming towards Issei. The albino, seeing that, knew that he couldn't let his guard down. He quickly took out his wings and began to fly. While he did so he saw how more of those things were approaching him. Issei could only talk to launching large flames of black and white fire trying to kill the monsters. In a moment, a tentacle of purple grabbed his leg, and at that moment, Issei saw Shoggoth, who seemed upset as she looked at him. Shoggoth. You will pay for deceiving my dirty human master. Quickly some mouths came out of Shoggoth's tentacles. They tried to catch and devour Issei, but a shinobu quickly appeared behind Issei and cut off the albino's tentacles. Shinobu. Kaka, do not disrespect my lord, 4th grade mate. Seeing how his tentacles had been cut off, Shoggoth became upset and Issei only held onto Shinobu while he flew and escaped from the countless monsters that were trying to devour him. Shinobu. Some crazy plan or something. Issei. No, stabbing him in the back seemed good to me, but we failed. I think we have to move on to plan D. Shinobu. Plan D. Issei. D. Destroy, he said, starting to throw a flare. The monsters that ended up in dust were scattered throughout space, but in a moment Issei saw something. He saw how Azathoth began to concentrate a large red energy in his hand. He quickly launched a large red beam towards Issei. The albino was surprised by the speed and strength of the lightning. He did not have time to completely dodge it and was quickly cut in half. Half of Issei's body had been disintegrated, leaving his brain and organs exposed. Fortunately Yui, Lin and Shinobu were intact. The albino had moved them away from the range of the lightning. The girl, seeing the half-dead albino, tried to help him. Shinobu quickly bit Lin's neck. He is drinking the blood of someone other than Issei, broke his pact with the albino. By doing that, Shinobu quickly returned to her adult form, showing her complete appearance as a legendary vampire. On the other hand, by breaking the pact, Issei was no longer a possessed vampire, he was a complete vampire, and quickly, his body began to regenerate until it was as good as new. Issei. Shit, that took me by surprise. Yui. Master, don't let your guard down. Lin. Now you are facing a true god of chaos, you cannot underestimate him. Issei. I know, thanks Shinobu. Shinobu. It's nothing, I'll take care of the girl in purple, you finish off that 4th-rate god. Saying that, the vampire took out her wings and headed towards Shoggoth. On the other hand, Issei now became serious, and he was 100% in his current state. His reflexes and abilities suddenly increased. Issei's eyes became slanted, showing that he let his latent dragon blood run through his veins. He did not stop there, and also activated Zafkiel. The albino knew that if he did not go all out and go down the guard, he would lose. On the other hand, Shinobu stood in front of Shoggoth. He was about to attack her, but Nairuko quickly appeared. He had stopped her partner, and she looked seriously at Shinobu while she cracked her knuckles. Nairuko. You and I have unfinished business. Shinobu. That's right, you dirty monster. Quickly, the vampire only saw Nairuko with a smile, while he pulled out many tentacles from his arms and legs. On the other hand, Shinobu smiled when he saw that while from her chest, his Kokorotari appeared. Shinobu. Let's dance. Quickly the tentacles that came out of Nairuko's body tried to end Shinobu's life, but without her being able to do anything, a tremendous shock wave destroyed her tentacles and her body. Right now she had a hole in her chest. The silver-haired girl was in shock as he saw how part of his body had flown away. Shinobu. Don't try to play with me, idiot. Before I just wasn't at my maximum power, but now. You'll see why I'm a legendary vampire, he said, showing a big smile. Nairuko, seeing how he could not face him with that power, quickly left part of his human form and began to attack with everything. Huge tentacles full of mouths with sharp teeth came out of all parts of Nairuko's body. They tried to reach and hurt Shinobu, but quickly a flame of fire began to incinerate his tentacles. At that moment he saw how a ball of fire was thrown towards her, while that large ball of fire had made a retreat. Nairuko. Vampires who are not weak to fire. Shinobu. I'm an idiot legendary vampire, playing with fire is nothing. Quickly the large fireball was launched towards Nairuko. Shoggoth was surprised by the strength of the vampiress's attacks. On the other hand, she saw in the distance how his king launched lightning bolts and lasers towards Issei. The albino dodged the lasers with skill. Some tentacles that came out of Azathoth's back also launched smaller but equally lethal lasers. The albino at one point dodged the lasers, but a small part of his hair was incinerated by that laser. The albino did not need to say that if those lasers touched him he would surely be cut in half again. On the other hand, Azathoth's monsters and lackeys flew towards him. They did not stop, even though they were also cut in half by their king. They seemed only beasts without any type of intelligence which loyally served their king. The albino on the other hand tried to counterattack. At one point he stopped time, this attempt attacking Azathoth, but he quickly saw how the god was still moving. It was incredible. The god of chaos surpassed his powers to manipulate time. Azathoth, I'm above time and space brat, don't try to use your tricks on me. Saying that quickly with his hands he created several dimensional cracks. When he did that, he pointed his tentacles towards those portals. When he put his tentacles into the cracks, new cracks opened near Issei. He only saw how the god's tentacles opened. They headed towards him. He cut the tentacles with his swords, but he was held by new tentacles. Behind him, a lackey of Azathoth had managed to catch him. He tried to free himself, but he quickly felt something pass through his stomach. At that moment, he saw how Azathoth had created a new portal. A very sharp tentacle came out of it. It completely pierced Issei's stomach. The albino spit out a little blood and tried to free himself, but the monsters that followed him quickly had him. Reached, they attacked Issei with their body, and some managed to devour some parts of his body. The albino tried to stop time to escape or use his flames to burn them all, but when he tried, Azathoth would counterattack again by launching lasers that easily cut through his body, or using the dimensional cracks he created to make tentacles pass through his body. At one point, the albino was pierced again in the heart by a tentacle from the god of chaos. Issei felt like that attack hurt him a lot of blood was coming out of his body, and his vampire regeneration. At one point Issei could no longer stop time, and he could only let the monsters continue moving. The god only saw how the albino was devoured like a piece of bread in a pond full of fish, but suddenly when he thought he was done, an explosion of black flames disintegrated his lackeys without leaving any trace. Suddenly from that great flame and explosion of black fire, Issei appeared, who was in his demon form. Issei. Well, it bothered me already. The now black-haired man, without any fear, stood face to face with the god of chaos, with a serious and somewhat angry look. Azathoth. Interesting. Issei. I'm glad you like it, because now you'll end up just like your little friends. The large number of monsters headed towards Issei, but the albino only raised his hands creating a huge black hole. Issei. Dark moon. The albino quickly threw the black sphere, it expanded and began to swallow everything around it. The lackeys of the god of chaos were sucked into that black hole. Azathoth's castle itself was also consumed by that black hole. Shoggoth, upon seeing this, tried to escape. Using his tentacles, he went to a range far enough away from the suction power of the god. Black hole, on the other hand, Nairuko only clicked her tongue while being teleported surely by Rizavan when she saw that she was in trouble, and Shinobu only gave a strong flap of her wings, moving far enough away while she stood next to Issei. In the end, everything around him was completely destroyed. Shoggoth, seeing how the castle along with the servants of the god Azathoth had been eliminated so easily, was surprised and saw Issei, who now looked at his king in a mocking manner. Issei. What's up, god of chaos? Didn't you see it coming? Azathoth. Inferior creature. The god became angry. This attempt made his tentacles stab Issei's body again, but chains quickly stopped the god's tentacles. Chains that came out of his own shadow had come out and stopped him. Quickly, a stake the size of him pierced his chest, causing him to spit out some purple blood. The god was surprised. He did not see it coming. His own shadow was betraying him. Lin, who had taken her human form, walked away with Shinobu. Both of them were in some rubble, somewhat away from where Issei and Azathoth were. Both of them watched what was happening just like Shoggoth, and both saw how little by little Azathoth recompassed himself. The god, since he could not trust even his own shadow, quickly pointed one of his rays at his shadow. When he managed to hit it, the boys saw how his shadow had disappeared. His own shadow disappeared. There was been eliminated by Azathoth himself. Issei. Wow, it's interesting that you can eliminate your own shadow. Azathoth. You are a. The god had gotten angry. He had really gotten angry. He saw Issei as a target to be completely destroyed. He couldn't leave him. It was as if he saw a real threat in him. Azathoth. I will destroy your sanity as much as I kill you. I will make you tear off your face and suffer indestructible agony. Issei. Ooh, look, I'm trembling with fear, he said, mocking the god. The black-haired man's mockery only made the god even more angry. Little by little an evil and greenish aura was created around the god. On the other hand, Issei did the same. A red aura swirled around his body. Little by little, both auras clashed, while Issei looked seriously and somewhat mockingly at the god Azathoth. The god on the other hand looked seriously and angrily at the black-haired man who was beginning to cause him problems. Little by little the auras collided and even created cracks in reality. The spectators saw this in shock, and they knew that it would really be a real fight of the titans. Hard 161 God of Destruction. In the middle of space you can see two large auras of power colliding. One was green and the other was red. Both auras caused a great shock in the environment. And these two auras were of two great powers. On one side, Issei smiled mockingly, and on the other, the god Azathoth looked at what would be the now black-haired man. Issei stood in front of the god of chaos. He did not seem to have any type of fear, rather, he looked at it in a mocking manner. Issei. What's wrong, Azathoth? Are you afraid of me and you can't move? I asked mockingly. The god, who was previously irritated, became angrier upon hearing the albino's words. The god quickly raised his hand and attempted to create a lightning bolt to disintegrate Issei, but the albino simply slashed the air with Yui. The slash simply with his sharp gust of air that had created cut the god's hand, surprising him. The god's hand quickly regenerated. The god, without wasting time, began to attack Issei. The albino simply launched large flames of fire. The black flames incinerated the tentacles of the god. Now one could say that they were even. Azathoth, without retreating, created several tentacles that carried lasers. The rays were still very close to Issei, so that he could dodge them, but the albino only took out his revolver, and using one of his bullets he manipulated time. The albino, using his afkiel, could see in the future. Perhaps he couldn't use his bullets to stop Azathoth, but he could use them on himself. The now black-haired man effortlessly began to dodge the rays. The god was surprised. After all, Issei began to dodge the attacks simply by moving a little. The black-haired man, although he did not say it, was trying very hard. He saw multiple lines of time, so he could dodge the rays. Rays of the god. Azathoth, seeing that his rays were dodged by the albino, decided to attack him directly. The god quickly raised his fist and tried to hit Issei, but the black-haired man quickly launched a slash of black fire towards him, counter-attacking. The god of chaos only felt how his body was incinerated. Black flames consumed his body made of tentacles. The god remained standing thanks to his regeneration, but he seemed to be furious. The simple fact that whoever put him through so much trouble made him angry. Made me angry. Again the god launched more lightning bolts towards Issei. The albino this time dodged the lightning bolts, starting to fly through space. The albino emanated a large amount of lightning from his body, and then the large amount of lightning was concentrated in his revolver. The albino quickly fired a burst of supercharged bullets with lightning at Azathoth, but the god simply covered himself with his giant tentacles which came out of his own body. The tentacles exploded when hit by the bullets released by the albino's revolver, but he didn't care at all. His tentacles regenerated and his body began to grow. Before, the god was about 10 meters tall, but now he was about 20 meters tall. He began to devour the rubble around him and began to grow, taking up more ground. While the battle was going on, Shinobu and Lin watched a battle with Shoggoth, who watched as his god fought against the young man with now black hair. Shoggoth. Azathoth, Sama, cheer up, you can. Azathoth. Shoggoth, shut up. The god quickly fell to her servant, Shoggoth. When she was silenced she felt a certain feeling. She noticed in the words of her lord, the annoyance and frustration, the frustration of not being able to finish off her enemy. Previously, the god Azathoth was believed to be the strongest in the universe itself, but someone quickly appeared who could be considered the equal of the god Azathoth, a god who was on the same level as him, the god of destruction and creation, Issei hyoudou. Again the god tried to disintegrate Issei, but the albino quickly smiled and began to shoot black flames from his mouth. His dragon trait still remained in the albino's body, and he took full advantage of them. Quickly a large flame of fire that came out of Issei's mouth was launched towards the god. He saw his opportunity and launched a large beam towards Issei. The beam hit the black-haired man squarely. He saw how part of Issei's body had been injured, but the black-haired man's body quickly regenerated quickly and without leaving any scratches. The black-haired man smiled mockingly. After all, the regeneration that Shinobu gave him was really useful. The albino, without stopping, launched himself against the god. Tentacles were heading towards Issei. They tried to impale the young man's body, but he quickly dodged the attacks of the god of chaos. He moved at an impressive speed, thus avoiding the god's attacks. He also cut off his tentacles and left them floating in the air. Space until these turned into ashes. These were also disintegrated by the black-haired man's black flames. Azathoth looked at the black-haired man with anger, but another feeling also appeared within his being, a feeling that he had forgotten a long time ago. At one point Shoggoth heard something that left her in shock. She heard the laughter of her lord who seemed to be having fun. Azathoth. You'll see. Die. Quickly, billions of tentacles carried many lasers towards Issei. The black-haired man only saw how many rays were heading towards him. He only smiled when he saw what was coming, but he simply counterattacked. On the sides of Issei, small colored spheres black were created. These were spheres full of demonic power, and from these came supercharged rays which collided with the rays of the god of chaos. The red rays of the god of chaos collided with the black rays of Issei. Those present saw how billions of large explosions began to make the starry sky crack. Space itself was beginning to crack from the clash of immense powers. Issei was unharmed on one side, and Azathoth frowned when he saw that. Azathoth, die. Quickly tentacles and spheres of power flew in Issei's direction. The albino quickly smiled and created black holes around him. The holes absorbed the god's attacks. They ended up disintegrating inside those black holes, and Issei somehow stopped and aimed his hand towards Azathoth. Issei. Dark shot. Quickly a large burst of black power with red touches engulfed the body of the god of chaos. Seeing that, Shoggoth got excited for some reason. He began to see Issei as his master's equal. After all, he was the only one who had caused him so much trouble in billions of years of his existence. On the other hand, Azathoth's castle had already completely disappeared. It had ended up in rubble. There was nothing left, but in a moment a huge mass of flesh and eyes began to grow. Issei's attack when it disappeared showed an Azathoth with his body split in half. That attack had caused him a lot of damage. The god stopped feeling discomfort, and he just started laughing madly. Little by little the sanity and intelligence that the god had garnered over thousands and millions of centuries was being lost again, and he was returning to his origins, where he was simply a monster without sanity and without any sense. Tentacles quickly began to emerge from the large mass of flesh that was identified as Azathoth. These tentacles grabbed the nearest rocks and objects. Little by little these were devoured, and the humanoid form of the god was lost to reveal a deformed creature. It could not be described as anything more than a complete and disgusting monster. Thousands of tentacles came out of its body, and it was really disgusting just to see it. Its body had thousands of mouths everywhere. Its eyes had grown enormously. Its body took up all the space around him, and a planet was not even half as big as him. An enormous roar shook the entire universe, and Shoggoth alone clasped his hands and watched with enormous satisfaction as his beloved god Azathoth had taken his true form. Shoggoth. Ooh, this is beautiful. Azathoth Sama in his original form. It is simply beautiful, he said, looking at the beloved god of his. Lin. Your definition of beautiful is very strange. Again another roar was heard in space. Issei and her friends were no more than the size of a flea for the god, but even so, a huge flame of fire hit the god's body with force. Issei, who was flying in space, began to burn the god's body. Azathoth was not fazed one bit by the albino's attacks. He had already left his senses and had returned to his most primitive form, which he was using to devour everything in his path and finish off Issei. Quickly a huge mouth with which it could devour a planet opened in front of Issei, from which an almost silvery red glow was seen. The black-haired man saw how a huge lightning bolt was heading towards Issei. The albino quickly created a huge black hole in front of him, and it began to engulf Azathoth's ray. Azathoth's ray disappeared, but in a moment, Issei saw how his black hole was destroyed. Little by little the black hole cracked as if it were a mirror. Issei tried to give it more power, but it was useless. The god's power was greater than his. Quickly Issei's black hole was destroyed, and Issei was consumed by the power of the god. This attempt to protect himself with his flames, but it was useless. The albino quickly covered Yui with his body, and in the end, only Issei was seen, who was half dead in space, floating. Some of his guts came out of his destroyed body, only a small part of his face remained, and some organs that were half jarred like his heart, but Issei's body quickly regenerated until it was like new. Issei. Shit, that almost killed me. Yui. Master, this is bad. If this continues we will die. Issei. I know, that thing has no weakness, I asked while he felt a little frustrated. The albino quickly dodged some tentacles that were trying to catch him. Shinobu and Lin also quickly moved. After all, the god no longer identified friends from enemies. He was a beast simply hungry. Shoggoth at one point saw one of her god's tentacles coming towards her. He just smiled and opened his arms accepting her fate. Shoggoth. Yes, devour me Azathoth Sama, I am all yours. The girl seemed to be about to be devoured, but quickly in a flash of light, Issei took the girl into his arms, preventing her from being devoured. Shoggoth. Hey, let go of me, she was going to be devoured by Azathoth Sama, do you know what an honor that is? Issei. I'll let it devour you if you tell me what that thing's weakness is. Shoggoth. Are you stupid? Azathoth Sama has no weaknesses. She is an omnipotent and perfect being. She can destroy the universe if she sets her mind to it. Only someone at her level could stop it. Issei. I see, thank you. The albino quickly left Shoggoth in the middle of space without taking him into account. The albino, on the other hand, quickly attacked the god of chaos with his power. He seemed to be trying to attract him. Issei. "Hey idiot, come on, what's happening, come for this," he said, showing his butt. Again the god roared. The black-haired man only smiled as he began to attract the god. The black-haired man had a plan, a crazy plan. "Issei. Guys, hear me," he said, trying to communicate with his other colleagues. "Rito. Issei, it's good that you're still alive, where are you? Issei. In the middle of space while a monster the size of the universe chases me. Rito, where is the sun closest to my position? Rito. Why the question? Issei. Did you see Green Lantern?" The orange-haired man on the other end of the call quickly knew what he was referring to, and he quickly told them some coordinates. The black-haired man just smiled, and he took Shinobu and Lin in his arms. "Issei. Hold on." Quickly the black-haired man flapped his wings, and at that moment the albino began to fly at the speed of light. His speed was impressive, using his vampire speed to fly faster. He surpassed the speed of light in a matter of seconds, and he quickly appeared in the middle of what seemed like a huge sun. There were no planets around, that was perfect. Quickly the spaceship where the others were appeared, and the voice of Issei's companions was heard through the albino's communicator. "Riaz. Ice. Akeno. Ice-kun, are you okay? Issei. Yes, I am, I'll leave you some more crew members." Quickly a hatch on the ship opened, and Lin and Shinobu entered. "Zero. Where is Azathoth?" Issei. "Well. Quickly a great roar was heard. Behind the boys, a huge creature with huge tentacles was heading towards them. Azathoth was so big that it could move from various places thousands of light years away easily, so it had appeared behind the boys, while it tried to reach them using its tentacles. "Zero. That's Ashino. Shit. Issei. Long now, they can't be here." The black-haired man quickly began to tell his friends to leave, but without warning a huge tentacle caught the boy's spaceship. Little by little the tentacle began to destroy the hull of the ship, but it was quickly cut in half by Issei. "Rito. Shit, the hull of the ship is broken, so we won't be able to enter the speed of light. Bala. What do we do now? Right. Quick to the escape ship now." The boys quickly paid attention, and they began to run to the hangar. "Right. R2, prepare the ship now." The robot quickly paid attention and began to move. When the boys arrived at the hangar, they only saw a ship known to the boys. Elsewhere, Issei can be seen distracting Azathoth. After all, he couldn't accomplish his objective if they were there. Quickly thousands of spheres of power began to fly in the direction of Azathoth. When they collided, they began to create enormous explosions. For someone, those explosions had ended their life, but the body of the monster was enormous and large. It occupied who knows how much space. But Issei's attacks only left small holes that quickly regenerated. Once again one of the tentacles caught the boy's spaceship. Issei tried to stop it from being destroyed, but suddenly Issei had to dodge several tentacles. The albino, as he approached, saw how the ship let out smoke, and in a moment, it was gone. Squeezed very tightly by one of the monster's tentacles, causing the ship to explode. Issei saw this in shock, but quickly, a ship that he recognized emerged from the cloud of smoke that the ship's explosion caused. That ship was, right. The Millennium Falcon, baby, yes. Issei smiled as he watched the spaceship known to many fly away from the place. "Rito. We leave it to you now, Issei." "Issei. Yes." The black-haired man quickly cut off communication. Issei's companions saw in the distance how Issei was fighting, but in a moment a mass of purple slime collided with the windshield of the ship. "Right. Cleansers." With Issei. The black-haired man, without wasting time, began his plan. Little by little he approached the sun. Azathoth quickly moved to try to devour him. Seeing this, the black-haired man smiled and he began to move. Quickly in a burst of speed, Issei began to move and head towards Azathoth's back. The albino dodged the tentacles and he moved, avoiding the monster's attacks. Little by little he moved until he reached and stood behind Azathoth. The god quickly moved his face. His face that was looking at the sun disappeared, and it reappeared in the direction where Issei was, but it was too late. The albino simply carried a huge amount of power in his hand. A giant hand made of shadows appeared, and it struck Azathoth's face. Although Azathoth himself would not notice it, the gravitational force of the sun was attracting some of his tentacles. Issei smiled when he saw that, and he hit the monster's face hard again to make the sun consume him. When he hit him, he recoiled from the powerful blow. Issei at that moment saw how his tentacles were consumed by the heat of that sun, but it seemed that Azathoth was still bigger than the sun itself, so it would take a while for him to disintegrate it by complete. Issei quickly began to launch large rays of dark energy towards Azathoth. Little by little he saw how the monster roared in pain as he felt his body being disintegrated, but he quickly saw how the sun seemed to go out. The sun stopped shining. Issei was shocked when he saw that, and he saw how Azathoth's enormous mouth completely devoured that sun. The sun was destroyed and consumed by the monster. Even Issei heard a rumble inside Azathoth's stomach when it destroyed the core of the sun and exploded in his stomach. There was nothing that Issei had in mind to stop the monster. In the end he only saw how the monster roared again to start launching several lasers towards him. No, rather, it launched lasers in all directions indiscriminately. The ship with Issei's companions was almost damaged, but fortunately no lasers touched the ship. Issei created a black hole again, trying to completely disintegrate Azathoth's body so that there was no way for him to survive. But quickly a tentacle that went through a portal went through the black-haired man's stomach, another and another and another and another and another and another tentacle went through Issei's body. The black-haired man spat out a large amount of blood when he felt his body being stabbed multiple times. It was painful, but in a moment tentacles began to hold his body. Issei tried to incinerate the tentacles with his flames, but it seemed that the tentacles were more resistant. At one moment, Issei felt heat, and then, he felt how his skin was burned. At that moment he saw how Azathoth's tentacles were set on fire until they looked like magma. It seemed that Azathoth had made the heat and power of the sun that he devoured his own. The albino screamed and grunted in pain from the strong burning. He tried to use his scales to protect himself from the heat, but not even his scales could stop the burning and heat that came out of the monster's tentacles. Issei was little by little dragged towards the monster's jaws. The boys tried to do something to stop that. Impausa tried to look for a spell in his Necronomicon to be able to stop the god, but it was useless. There was nothing, only summoning rituals and some other things that needed some sacrifice. There was nothing to stop Azathoth. When Issei was about to be devoured, suddenly the monster stopped, and the monster's voice was heard again. It seemed to have regained its sanity. Azathoth, you feel honored. You are the only one who has made me reach this point. As a reward, I will let you fall into madness before devouring you. As he said that, a huge eye appeared, coming out of Azathoth's mouth, and at that moment Issei began to scream. The boys heard Issei's screams, but suddenly he started laughing. Issei. Why hiya. Pppfff. Ha 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 ha. Azathoth. What? Issei. Ha 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 ha, you can't break the sanity. Of someone who has no sanity, damn idiot. Ha 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 ha. Issei just started to laugh while mocking the god. After all, it was the only thing he could do at that moment. Issei thought that if he died, then he would die his way, in this case, mocking the enemy of he. The black-haired man only laughed, but he was quickly pierced by a tentacle, shutting him up. The black-haired man spit out blood at that moment while he watched as he was devoured. He quickly threw Yui away from that place. He didn't want her to be devoured like him. The girl's sword tried to help her master, but she was quickly sent flying, being hit by one of her tentacles. Ria's eyes. Yuilin. I love. Issei was quickly devoured, the monster's jaw closed, and everyone watched as Issei disappeared. Everyone. Issei. The boys screamed and saw in shock how Issei had been devoured. On the other hand, Issei floated in the middle of Azathoth's enormous stomach. He only saw how thousands of mouths were heading towards him to devour him. The mouths quickly began to digest the meat of Issei. Again and again they devoured Issei's body. He tried to defend himself, but there was no way. It was as if the monster's stomach was an entire universe which was devouring him. The albino had already lost count of how many times he had died and how many times his vampiric regeneration had healed him. Again and 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 again without stopping. The albino, although he didn't want it, had gotten tired. His regeneration was beginning to become slower. It was difficult to stay conscious, and in the end, he just fainted. The constant pain had caused his mind to have a small stroke. The young man quickly returned to his normal form as he felt himself dying. Issei. Is this how I'm going to end up? Being devoured by a chaos god monster? The albino thought and thought. It was the only thing he could do while he fell into a dark void. Little by little he was dying, but in a moment, he felt a huge anger go through his body for some reason. At that moment, a flame appeared in front of the albino. It was a black flame. Through it the voices of his friends could be heard, and little by little that flame spoke. Will you let him kill your friends? Issei. No. I won't allow it. Will you let it destroy the universe? Issei. No. Will you let Rizavin win? Issei. No. So, get up, surge, unleash your anger. Issei quickly clenched his fists in fury. A huge indescribable energy filled with hatred, rage, and other sensations began to accumulate, and little by little, Issei's body was filled with black flames. Issei. I will destroy everything but the rest. The boys seemed desperate. They were trying to find a way to rescue Issei if he was still alive, but suddenly, an explosion of black energy destroyed Azathoth's stomach. Those present saw how a huge hole that had cut the god in half appeared, while the one who had caused that was a certain person who had black armor covering his body. Issei. Before creation comes destruction. Issei quickly stretched out his hand, and Yui moved and flew towards Issei's hand. The boy with his armor simply made a slash into the air. That slash simply cut Azathoth in half as he was trying to regenerate. The monster roared as he felt like his entire body had been split in half, his regeneration taking effect and reattaching his body. Azathoth tried to catch Issei again with his tentacles, but black flames covered the boy's armor. The tentacles when trying to touch the boy ended up turning into ashes. Azathoth couldn't touch Issei. The boy's companion smiled, but Lin quickly warned of the danger. Lin. We have to escape from here before he kills us. Sukyun. What? Lin. Master will release all of his power, and if we stay here his power will destroy us. When the boys heard that, they were upset, but they quickly felt a strong current of power. At that moment, they saw how uncontrolled flames began to emanate from the boy's armor. Upon seeing that, they listened to Lin and quickly sped away. On the other hand, Azathoth lost control again, leaving his intelligence aside and returning to his crazy state, which was trying to attack Issei. Rays came out of the monster's mouth, but these ended in the same way as his tentacles. When the rays touched Issei's body, they attacked and grabbed small particles of energy. Nothing seemed to touch and stop Issei right now. Issei. Dirty amorphous deity, for the enormous sin of trying to kill me, not only you, but the universe you have conquered, will be destroyed by my hand. Saying that, a small sphere full of power appeared in Issei's hand. Azathoth tried to consume it, devour it once and for all, but Issei only launched the attack on him. Issei. Dead end. After saying that, everything quickly turned into a huge black void. The boys' spaceship that was already at a safe distance, they quickly saw a supernova, no, a big bang, an explosion that could be considered the size of an entire universe, was seen in the distance. The destroyed and uninhabited planets that Azathoth and his lackeys had destroyed had disappeared along with Azathoth himself. Nothing had been left, space itself lost its color for a moment, remaining blank, and in the end, little by little, it was possible to see how the stars reappeared in the cosmos, and also how in the middle of the place, Issei was seen with his armor. And music. He seemed to be breathing heavily, he had used a lot of his power. After all, Issei had destroyed part of the entire universe, of course, only the part that had no life, and was governed by Azathoth and his lackeys. There was no trace of Azathoth, the god had surely died, his presence and figure was nowhere to be found. Issei assumed that he had ended up completely disintegrated when he let all his power out. The Issei's armor had vanished, and in the end the albino was only left floating in space. Yui. Master, are you okay? The albino did not respond. The device that Rito gave him to be able to breathe and speak while in space had been destroyed. Issei saw how little by little his hands and body were freezing due to the cold of space, but warm arms quickly held him. Issei at that moment he saw Lin, who seemed to be holding him, quickly took Issei inside the ship where Rito, Sukyun and the others were. Lin and Yui left Issei on the ground where he was hugged by Tiamat, Hela, Rainer, Riaz, Akeno, Alice, Yuki, and the others. After that explosion everyone had become worried and Rito quickly went to his position so that he would not die in space. Riaz. Ice. Riaz tried to make the albino react. Little by little Issei opened his eyes again and he saw his other companions. Issei. See guys. I killed him, right? The boys upon hearing that question smiled and Ashino answered Issei's question. Ashino. It seems so, there is nothing left, no planets, no stars, it is a black space where we found you. Issei. I see. He, swallow that Rizavan. The albino just smiled. In a moment he was held by Shinobu. The albino quickly bit the vampire's neck and bit the albino's neck, sealing the blonde's powers again. Shinobu. I'm glad you're okay, you are a very irresponsible owner, what would happen if you died and I was left alone? Issei. I'm sure you'll find someone else. After saying that, the albino just laughed, the atmosphere had calmed down, and Zero looked at Issei with a big smile. Zero. We did it, we really did it. Issei. Did we? You didn't do anything. Zero. Well, you did it. Issei. It doesn't matter, let's go back home, I'm sleepy. Rito. Sure, final stop, the Earth. Time skip. After a few minutes, the boys had landed on Earth. A magic circle quickly opened, from which came Azazel and the other representatives of the underworld, Grigori, and the sky. Some gods had also appeared. Everyone waited for the arrival of the boys. And when they saw Issei who was being helped by Yui and Lin to walk because of how tired he was, they smiled. Azazel. Guys. You. Issei. Yes, we did it, he said smiling. Surziches. Really? Issei. Well, I disintegrated it along with part of the universe, so yes, we did it. After saying that, those present smiled. Azazel fell to the ground in relief. The god smiled and saw Issei with a big smile. Things were over, now they just had to return to their respective solar system. They would surely do so when Issei regained his strength, but in a moment, a slime-colored look fell from the hull of the ship. Serafal. What is that? She said looking at the slime that fell from the ship. Quickly the slimy thing took human form and showed itself as Shoggoth. Seeing the girl, those present who knew her quickly put themselves on their guard. But he is alone, he stood in front of Issei and knelt down. Shoggoth. You are. Splendid, charming, magnificent, he said looking at Issei with a blush and star-shaped eyes. Issei. Shoggoth. You destroyed Azathoth along with part of the universe in just the blink of an eye, it's incredible. The girl moved and they saw Issei as the fan of her, while the others saw the scene of the monster girl slime looking and complimenting Issei. Shoggoth. My name is Shoggoth, and from now on I swear to be your servant and to always be at your side Issei-sama. Issei. What? Ashino. Hahaha, I think everything is back to normal. Azazel and Ashino at that moment began to laugh, while the girls, seeing how Issei had gotten another girl, became upset. On another side, in the middle of nowhere, you can see part of Azathoth trying to regenerate. The god had wounds that not even he himself could completely regenerate. He was just floating through space, but for a moment he saw Rizvan appear in front of him. Rizvan. Haha, look at you, the supposed god of chaos, the most feared and strongest, ended up in this state. Azathoth. Why you? Rizvan. You don't need to flatter me, letting the boy and his friends fight and leave you dead was part of my plan. Now I have the opportunity to become stronger. Azathoth. Nyarlathotep. What are you doing standing still? Kill that bastard. Nairuko quickly stood in front of Azathoth, but when he thought he would be helped, he was just trampled by the girl, while she had an evil smile. Nairuko. I'm sorry Azathoth-sama, but I prefer this side. Besides, do you really think that we really served you because we respected you? Nope, we only did it because you are stronger than us. Before you had very little brain, you were like a child who you calmed down with a lullaby. We used your power to our advantage. When they sealed you, you started getting more brains, but still. You're just as stupid, you moron. Again Azathoth's face was stepped on by Nairuko. Nairuko. Now that you are no longer of use to us, we will kill you, but not before we get your power. Saying that, Hastur stood in front of the god. He began to conjure some chant that could not be understood, and Azathoth's energy was quickly drained. Rizvan. Goodbye Azathoth-sama, may you have sweet dreams. The last thing Azathoth saw were the evil smiles of Rizvan and his allies. In the end, Azathoth's dying body withered like a plant and he died. His essence was quickly put into a small green jar. Rizvan smiled and I look at the bottle with mockery. Rizvan. The essence of a chaos god, this is invaluable. We must give a gift to Issei and his friends. Thanks to the fact that they left him dying we were able to achieve this. Preeksa. We're done, right? Rizvan. If, with this, nothing could stop us now, we no longer have any obstacles, the real war begins, he said, smiling evilly. In the end, Millennium disappeared from the place without a trace, and finishing off the chaos god Azathoth, things would remain calm, but one thing was certain, and that was that this fight was not over yet. Hard 162 A crazy maid. In the middle of the mansion of a certain albino, you can see an Issei sleeping peacefully. The albino seemed to be in a dream where he was riding a dinosaur, while he faced his friends who were riding other dinosaurs. A children's dream would say a lot, but let's be honest. Who wouldn't want to ride a dinosaur and fight your friends with them? Issei continued dreaming of a smile, but at that moment his face was caressed by a delicate hand. He slowly woke up from the touch, and the first thing he saw when he woke up was the loving gaze of Shoggoth who saw him. Shoggoth. Good morning teacher, it seems like you had a nice dream, I hope you dreamed of me, she said flirtatiously. Issei. In fact I was dreaming that Montana was a dinosaur, but well. Good morning also Shoggoth. The albino got up after that. For a few days Shoggoth has come to stay, the reason. Well. It was very complicated to understand. Flashback. Shoggoth. From now on, I swear to be his servant and to always be by his side Issei-sama. Issei. What? The place was tense for some like the girls who made up Issei's harem, saw Shoggoth with some annoyance and did not want to let her get close to Issei. On the other hand, as Azazel Ashino laughed, things had already calmed down. Since the fight with Azathoth. Riaz. Don't buck with me. Azara. Another girl is trying to be with Ani-chan, she said, looking with annoyance at Shoggoth, who she looked at Issei with heart-shaped eyes. Issei. Wait. Why do you want to be my maid? Kill your former master. Shoggoth. That's right, and I was a little upset about it, but when I saw him, his body radiated destruction and chaos. He destroyed all the planets that Azathoth had conquered and his lackeys in seconds, that cold look, that intimidating black armor. And those black flames that could kill me in seconds. Just imagining it makes me excited, she said blushing. Issei. Ooh, damn, the crazy girl liked it. Shoggoth. You not only proved to be stronger than Azathoth, but you showed the entire universe who is their true god of chaos. So Issei-sama, let me be your servant, I offer you my body and soul in exchange. At that moment the girls looked at Issei in a bad way as if they were saying, don't you dare accept. Issei understood the message, and he quickly denied the girl's request. Issei. You tempt me. But. Nope, I already have two maids, she said, pointing to Yui and Lin who were smiling superior to Shoggoth. Shoggoth. Ooh, so if they happen to disappear you would accept me? She said while moving her tentacles. The boys quickly put themselves on guard. Yui and Lin had grasped Shoggoth's threat clearly, and they were ready to kill Shoggoth. Shinobu. Kaka, it seems that you are in serious trouble my lord. Issei. What do you recommend? Shinobu. Let that monster girl join your harem or she will cause a cataclysm just to be with you she said, looking at how she looked terrifyingly at Yui and Lin who looked back. The albino knew that his little maid was right, so he just sighed. Issei. Oh okay, you can be my servant Shoggoth. Shoggoth. Really yeah. Riaz. Hey Ice. The albino quickly stopped Riaz before he scolded him, he quickly asked Shoggoth a question, and at that moment, everyone knew how madly in love the girl was with Issei. Issei. Before you become my servant, how far are you willing to go to be by my side? Shoggoth. I am willing to cause the greatest chaos of all just to be at your side my lord, I would devour the gods myself, and then vomit up their bodies for you to devour later. Upon hearing that, some imagined the situation and they could only hold back the urge to vomit. On the other hand, Issei and the others understood how in love and crazy Shoggoth was with Issei. Issei. Don't do that, and that's fine, okay? Shoggoth. Okay then it will be a pleasure to be at your side, master he said, bowing politely in front of Issei. Issei. Yes well. I'll pass out for a couple of hours, good night. After that Issei simply fell to the ground, the girls were worried when they saw that, but their concern faded when they saw how Issei was snoring, he seemed to have fallen asleep, possibly from extreme exhaustion from pushing his body and powers to the limit. Seeing that, the girls could only smile kindly, and they let their beloved albino sleep peacefully. Then flashback. Now an Issei can be seen taking a shower. Outside the shower, a Shoggoth with a smile was waiting for him while he held a towel. Shoggoth. Do you want me to wash your back, master? Issei. No thanks, by the way, you just have to leave the towel, you don't need to wait for me. Shoggoth. Sure. Issei. Yes, I also want to have privacy. Shoggoth. Well, enjoy your shower master. After that Shoggoth left the bathroom, Issei seeing that just sighed as he continued showering, but a certain little vampire relieved herself in the toilet while Issei took a shower. Shinobu. Sigh some people don't respect privacy he said she while reading the newspaper. Issei. You too long. After a few minutes in which Issei dressed again, he went down to the living room, along with Shinobu, who was holding her master's head seeking to feed. As usual, Issei was in the living room of his house, while Shinobu sucked his blood. After feeding one of his maids, his stomach growled, the albino was hungry, he was waiting for the breakfast that Asia or one of his other girlfriends was preparing, but at that moment a Shoggoth with a tray full of strange things appeared. Shoggoth. Here is your breakfast, master, I prepared some sandwiches for you with tea, he will surely like them. The albino, upon seeing his food, could only see it with some disgust. He tried not to judge before trying it, but when he touched that purple and strange mass which was on the plate that looked like an omelette, it moved and a colored eye yellow came out of what was supposed to be his food. Issei. Shoggoth, what exactly is this? Shoggoth. They are parts of my body obviously, my body can take any shape it wants, I can even create organs, so don't hold back. Issei. Why you know what? Better not, I'll wait for the girl's breakfast. Shoggoth. Master shouldn't be picky, he should eat everything, come on, eat. Issei. Shoggoth, the food shouldn't look like that. Quickly Asia had arrived and she is wearing an apron she started to talk. Asia. Shoggoth-chan, come with me, I'll show you how to prepare Issei-san's favorite food. Shoggoth. Really? Good thank you very much Asia-chan you're the best. Issei. Thank you Asia. Asia. No problem, well, let's go. Shoggoth. Hi. The blonde quickly took the slime away, Issei could only sigh when he saw that, he didn't know how he would end up if he ate that strange food, so he just laid down while he waited for the food. Time skip. After a couple of minutes in which Issei had waited and talked with some of his friends and girls, he went to the kitchen just to see that everything was in order. Upon entering the room he saw Shoggoth cooking, washing the dishes and smiling kindly at her master who saw her. Shoggoth. The food will be ready master. Issei. Yes of course, thank you. Although Issei was a little afraid of what Shoggoth was cooking, he saw how Asia raised her thumb and had a smile that calmed his fear a little, and he just went and laid his head on Tiamat's lap. Tiamat. Ice kun. The dragon like him always fantasized and hummed his name while caressing his head. As usual, the girls became very attached to him every time he almost died in a fight. In this case, since he almost died at the hands of Azathoth, they spent their time clinging to Issei, to the point of having sex with him. Hours just to feel her love and her body, which he didn't dislike, but he wanted to have his space, after all, he still wanted to go in and continue being the same crazy, irresponsible boy as always. After a couple of minutes in which Riaz and the others talked to Issei and pampered him, and Asia with a smile appeared accompanied by a Shoggoth, she was bringing everyone's breakfast, and Shoggoth seemed to bring an omelette this time she appeared normal for Issei. Shoggoth. I enjoyed it, master, he said happily. When Issei saw the food, it seemed normal on the outside. He saw it from all possible angles, and he tried to see if there was something wrong, but there seemed to be nothing wrong. Issei in the end could only take his cutlery and start eating, but while eating, he noticed some strange movements in Shoggoth. She seemed to blush for some reason, but every time Issei saw her, she returned to her normal and helpful attitude. Some who saw what was happening, like Kiba or Yu, didn't really understand why he did that, but curiosity won out in the end, and they asked about Issei's bad luck. Brainer. Shoggoth-chan, is something wrong? Mocha. Why do you move so strangely? Shoggoth. Ooh, it's just lovely to feel my master's lips. Akeno. But, they're not touching. Shoggoth. Of course we do, like I said, I can split my body parts and even create organs. In this case, I recreated the omelette that Asia-chan taught me and used my body to make it, which means what is master eating right now? It's part of your body. Upon hearing Issei spit out the food and began to tear his tongue with a fork, trying to remove the flavor. Shoggoth. Master, don't do that, it tickles me. Issei at that moment saw that the fork also seemed to be part of Shoggoth's body. Since a yellow eye appeared on the fork, he also noticed that the plate where he was eating was also part of his body. Issei. Shoggoth, what things did you replace with your body? Shoggoth. Not many things, just his bed, the chair where he was this morning, the towel I gave him when he bathed, and the food he eats now, he said, showing a kind and loving smile. When Issei heard that, he was horrified, as were the others. If what he said was true, he felt Issei's body perfectly when his body was dried with the towel he had replaced. He also felt Issei's mouth and lips, and he also felt Issei's sleeping body. Hella. Can you really replace things with your body parts? And that doesn't hurt you? Shoggoth. Not at all, although it may not seem like it, my entire body is like an erogenous zone. I feel nothing but pleasure when being touched by a master, so it is not a problem. Those present, upon hearing this, only saw how Shoggoth lovingly hugged Issei, who seemed pale, knowing that he had eaten a part of Shoggoth's body. Shoggoth. Ooh, I also replaced the chair he's sitting on now. At that moment Issei quickly got up and saw how tentacles came out of the chair where he was, and they returned to Shoggoth's body. Shoggoth. Fufu, are you shy, master? Don't worry, you'll get used to this. Issei. No, listen Shoggoth, you can't replace the furniture in the house just because, do you understand? So put the furniture back in its place now. Shoggoth. Master, I'm sorry, but I can't agree to that request. After all, you don't need anything else other than me. No matter where you are, no matter what, wherever, I will be there to serve you, my beloved master said, smiling. Issei. Girl's help. Rias. You were the one who let her in, you deal with it now. Issei. So you're okay with me touching your body, which is a huge erogenous zone. Saying that, the girls thought about it in more detail, possibly, and taking into account Shoggoth's personality, she would have no problem having relations with Issei. If they had relations, it would be the same as another pal harem and another one for the harem. It meant more competition and more women hogging his Issei. The girls quickly confronted Shoggoth while they looked serious. Aphrodite. I'm sorry Shoggoth-chan, but Ice-kun is right. What would happen if a guest sat on some piece of furniture that you replaced? Shoggoth. Well, I think they're right. After that, the furniture was returned to its place. Issei thanked the girls, and Shoggoth promised not to replace the furniture in the house again. Of course, just the furniture. It seemed that Issei would have to know how to identify which was the real food and which were the body parts of Shoggoth that he turned into food. The boys continued their day, and from a magic circle, an Azazel along with the mass appeared. Seraphol. Hello friends, how are they? Shoggoth. Hey, you must come through the door, how dare they enter the teacher's home like that? Issei. Calm down Shoggoth, they are friends, nothing happens. Shoggoth. Good. Shoggoth puffed out his cheeks as if he were pouting. Issei just sighed, and Azazel along with the others, seeing the stress on Issei's face, noticed that Issei looked like he was having a hard time. Azazel. Trouble in paradise. Issei. You can't even imagine it, tell me you have good news or something like that. Azazel. More or less, well, thanks to Impausa-san and Eucliwood, deciphering and reading our Necronomicon is relatively easy. Also apparently according to them, since Azathoth and his lackeys are dead thanks to you, the universe is no longer in danger to a large extent. But still Rizavin is still on the loose, and he still has Nyarlathotep just as we think. Shoggoth. Ooh, didn't they kill Hastur? Azazel. Hastur. Shoggoth. He is very elusive, it is normal that they have not killed him yet, he has a second Necronomicon that he himself created with magic, it is really normal that they have not killed him yet, as long as he has that in his possession, he can travel throughout the entire universe without being detected or found, he can also summon Azathoth's lackeys who are still alive. Surziches. You're saying they'll be able to use those things against us again? Shoggoth. It's most likely, but don't worry, my master will make them disappear easily, right master? He said hugging Issei with affection. Issei. Yes, a piece of cake, the only thing that worries me is Trixa, but since it's not at 100%, it won't be a problem. Azazel. We hope so, for now things will surely remain calm, so let's take advantage of this moment of peace to reflect and celebrate that Issei defeated the god Azathoth. Issei. Hey, by the way, where is that girl named Zero? Michael. We don't know, she said she was going home after you passed out. Issei. I see, I would like to see her, she was strange, but I liked her. Azazel. Well, I don't really know if it's too early to drink, so I'll ignore everything and start by myself, he said, while taking out a bottle of alcohol. Shoggoth. Do you want to drink too, master? Issei. Just water for now. The albino took a glass and drank something strange, he didn't dislike it, in fact it was sweet, but seeing Shoggoth's excited expression he asked, hoping it wasn't anything bad. Issei. You didn't replace the glass, did you? Shoggoth. No, of course not. But I did replace the water with something else. At that moment Issei saw how a small transparent liquid fell from Shoggoth's crotch. Issei upon seeing that just looked at his glass and then at Shoggoth's crotch which was dripping. Shoggoth. I exchanged it for my love juice. Issei. No. The albino quickly spat out and attempted to vomit up what he had digested. Yui. Damn, that never occurred to me. Lin. It seems that we will have to have more imagination than her, she said, looking at Shoggoth in a challenging way. On the other hand, the boys just laughed. The girls in love with Issei looked with jealousy at Shoggoth, who seemed to have a lot of imagination, but in the end, everyone had fun and had a small party to celebrate her victory. Time skip night. It was night. Currently Issei was sleeping peacefully in his bed surrounded by his beloved girls, but at a certain moment, a viscous lime slid across the floor. It seemed to get closer to Issei. Little by little the shape of Shoggoth became clear, and this I saw Issei's lips. She began to kiss the albino, letting a purple liquid come out of her mouth and pass through Issei's mouth. The albino, who thought it was one of his girls corresponding to the half-asleep kiss, and after that almost pink purple liquid entered Issei's mouth, he smiled. Shoggoth. Gigi, I will be looking forward to the moment when we merge, master. Art 163 Ultimatum. In the mansion of a certain albino you can see our Issei fornicating like an animal with several of his girls. A few days ago he felt excited when he woke up. The albino, without thinking about it, began to form a hex marathon without stopping until he was satisfied. After a few hours the albino had finished having rabbit hex with most of his harem. The albino left his sleeping girlfriends in his bed and covered them with a sheet. The albino on the other hand left his room and he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After the shower, the albino dressed, putting on new clothes, and as he walked through the hallways of his house, he watched a little Shoggoth clean the house. The little girl greeted Issei. The albino returned the greeting and asked why she was a girl. Apparently he had split up her body and is creating cute little versions of her to clean the mansion. The albino just nodded when he heard that and went down the stairs. When he reached the kitchen he saw Shoggoth preparing lunch, and in the living room were his male friends playing cards. Hina. Issei. Issei. Guys. You. He. Hard day. Issei. I don't know what's wrong with me, when I wake up I always feel excited for some reason. Asper. It could be your dragon hormones. Red. Nah, I don't think so, our hormones only go out of control when you go through Drago freedom, it must be something else. Issei. Sigh, well, I hope it goes away. After a few minutes, Shoggoth gave his breakfast to Issei. He no longer cared if that food was part of Shoggoth's body, as long as the food tasted good it was fine for him. After a while the albino and his friends played a little. They were enjoying Saturday. Makina, who had returned from work, asked for a massage. Issei gladly gave it to her, and then the others came from her. Issei, more than giving a massage, he danced on the girls' backs. They liked it because according to them it felt good. After that, and everyone relaxed, it was Issei who received a massage. It was already night and because of the Issei massage sleeping callous. When the girls saw that they just smiled and they lay down next to Issei while they waited for tomorrow. But in the middle of the night, a Shoggoth re-entered Issei's room. With a perverted smile he kissed Issei's lips. A purple liquid came out of her mouth and she made Issei swallow it. Shoggoth. I can't wait for you, master. Jijiji. After saying that the girl left the room and she went to her room. Time skip next day. Issei calmly headed towards his school. While the albino walked he felt a small discomfort in his body. He ignored it, thinking that it was nothing, and he continued on his way to school. Upon arriving at his school he noticed how some people began to murmur things. Apparently a few months ago the arrival of transfer students was announced who came from different parts of the world. They didn't even know who they were, they only knew that they were from the supernatural world. Issei smiled when he heard that. He knew the Kunu would join Kuo Academy next year. He also wondered if Stella and Tasuka would enter. But in the end, they decided to think about it and not say anything about it. The albino suspected that they would go to school. They just wanted to keep it a secret and give them a surprise. The albino understood that and stopped asking. While he was walking he was talking to his friends, but at one point Shinobu asked something. Shinobu. Ha, why do you like school so much? It's ridiculous. Issei. I think the same, but unfortunately in order to be someone in the future you have to go to school and university. How about you go to school too? Apart from your teacher and lord, I would also be your senpai, she said mockingly. Shinobu. Ha, don't get your hopes up. After that little talk, they went to their respective classes, and the girls were talking a lot about whether you graduated. Apparently you had the intention of going to a good university. Issei honestly wasn't interested in those things, he just wanted to have fun. At one point he thought about being a house husband and living like that, but in the end he shook his head when he imagined that he would be at the disposal of all the girls who would surely abuse him. Of their services. Yui and Lin recommended that he become a doctor. He thought it was a good idea. After all, he did not have to study, he would simply have to use his powers and thus heal the wounds and bodies of his future patients. It was easy for Issei, the albino liked that idea and he smiled, but he would leave those thoughts for later. Issei quickly entered his classroom before the bell that announced the start of his classes rang. The albino along with his other friends were attentive to their classes, all except Issei. He simply kept looking at the window while he thought about his life, about his very crazy and dangerous lifestyle, about how many times he had died, about how many times he has faced multiple dangers, about his battle against Azathoth, about that strange person who appeared inside his mind, and about Millennium. Things were still not resolved, Rizovin was still hiding, they would surely have problems if he decided to go out and make a mess. Although if that happened, the factions were prepared, and after that, the DXD team would be sent. After all, they have saved the world countless times. The albino finally sighed, and he just took out a notebook to take notes and write scribbles. On another side, in the home of our beloved albino, you can see a Shoggoth finishing tidying up the house. She and her clones had finished cleaning the house. She was now going to Issei's room to scrub her body on Issei's bed, and also to lick the albino's pillow and taste the essence of his master. But in a moment he saw a small box. The box seemed to be full of food, and he identified it. It was his beloved master's lunch. Tiamat, Hela, Rainer, Makina and some other girls seemed to just do nothing. She didn't want to bother them, and besides, she had an idea, so she took her teacher's lunch and left the house. Rainer. Hey, did you hear the front door open? Tiamat. It must have been your imagination. Ooh look, there's when he says, I'm Batman. I'm Skip with Issei. At our Issei school, we hate to see people leaving their classrooms heading with their friends to lunch. Kiba, you and Gasper waited for Issei to eat together, but when the albino looked for his lunch, he discovered that it was not there. Kiba. What's nothing, Issei? Issei. My lunch, I left it at home. Sigh. This is bullshit, I guess I'll buy something at the cafeteria. Gasper. Issei senpai, if you want, I'll give you some of mine. Issei. Thank you Gasper, at least someone if he is a computerate, he said watching as Kiba and Yu ate their lunches in front of the hungry Issei. The two boys just smiled and continued eating. Issei just sighed and he went to the school cafeteria to buy something so as not to die of hunger. But at that moment he heard how a commotion began to be heard a few meters in front of the boys. The people seemed to be murmuring and talking about some things, and suddenly, from among a crowd of students, a Shoggoth appeared who had a beautiful smile. Issei. Shoggoth. Shoggoth. Ooh, master, I found you, I came to bring you your lunch that you left at home, he said, showing a kind smile. The boys at that moment envied Issei, a beautiful slime girl in a maid dress, had brought him his lunch. Surely the albino would be hated by men, but they did not know who exactly that girl with tentacles was. Issei. Thank you Shoggoth, but I think you should go home now. Shoggoth. First I was hoping you would show me the Human Studies Center, I think it looks really interesting. Issei. I don't think that's a good idea. You? Yes, no offense but, Kiba. You attract a lot of attention. Issei. It's better that you go home. Shoggoth. But I want to stay, she said pouting. Issei. Unless you can shrink so you don't attract so much attention, you won't be able to stay. Shoggoth. Shrink. I think I can do that. Shoggoth's body quickly melted until it was like a puddle, then it began to change and became a mini Shoggoth, which was the size of an action figure. He smiled as he met his master's conditions and quickly climbed onto Issei's shoulder. Shoggoth. Satisfied master? Issei. Well, yeah. I guess, just don't put anything in my ears. Shoggoth. Understood. The girl obeyed. While they were walking to the occult club room, a fly that crossed Issei's middle was held by Shoggoth with one of her tentacles and then was devoured as if it were a toad. Shoggoth had devoured the fly, according to her, for getting in my master's way, she said. Issei smiled a little. After all, she couldn't be bothered with a little Shoggoth. She was very cute, like some kind of living figure, something very cute to look at, so he just accepted the girl's words. After a while, upon arriving at the club room, they all explained to the girls, when you see the little Shoggoth, they just started playing with her as if she were a pet, and in the end, they finished school in a couple of more hours, in which the boys went to their respective classes and had fun during breaks. Time skip. After a couple of hours the boys were on their way home. After their fun day of classes they were heading back home. Issei, although he didn't say it, had begun to get excited for some reason. He felt strange, as if a strange energy was concentrated in her body, and he would begin to feel excited. He ignored that feeling while walking home. Before going home Issei suggested going for ice cream. The boys accepted, and they went to a small store in the center of the city. They ate ice cream, and for the first time, Shoggoth was tasting the ice cream. Shoggoth. This food called ice cream is a delicious cold dessert. It seems that humans are very intelligent in some things, even though they are very behind in their evolution. Little Shoggoth had to admit that she liked ice cream. Well, who doesn't? But the point was that he liked her. The boys smiled when they saw that, and after finishing eating their ice cream they went home. When they arrived they saw how the girls who were at home were watching television very attentively, and when they watched the television, they noticed that it was Rizvan who was appeared. Rizvan. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rizvan Livan Lucifer. I am a demon, and also a descendant of the original Lucifer. Maybe some of you know me as the ingenious villain who fights against the famous DxD team, but hey, that's something else today. I announced the end of the world. The games are over. The villain being defeated by the hero is over. No more stupid efforts by the factions of the supernatural world to try to stop me. That shit is over. This time, I'm serious, and to show you that I'm serious. Suddenly the image changed and showed Grigori. The facilities were full of corpses, the researchers had died, and quickly, a huge monster came out of the place. It was Trahixa. The part that they had sealed had been released and began to destroy everything in its path. Passing, those present were surprised. That was where Azazel was supposed to be. Rizvan. Issei hyoudou. I know you're watching me. So, I dare you. Defeat me if you can. After those words the transmission was short, and in the end the boys were left with a very bad taste in their mouths. The magic circle quickly opened, and out came an armless Azazel who was holding the Necronomicon. He seemed to have escaped with the book so that Rizvan wouldn't have it in his possession, and upon seeing that, they knew that Rizvan was serious. Hard 164 trumpets of the end. On a stretcher, you can see Azazel waking up. He opened his eyes little by little, until when he suddenly regained his senses he suddenly stood up while he looked around him. The first thing he saw was Issei, who was fighting with Shoggoth. Issei. Shoggoth, you can't kill a stranger just because he appears or enters my house. We already talked about this. Shoggoth. But this is his house, and that dirty crow entered without permission. That is an offense to his person. Issei. Yes, but he is my friend, and you can't kill him. Shoggoth. Mau, okay, he said while he could only pout and reluctantly agree. Azazel. At least I'm glad to know I'm alive. Surziches. You woke up. I'm glad. We took the trouble to heal you. Issei also healed your arm, he said. Looking at Azazel's prosthesis was repaired, and now he had a robot arm. Issei. Great, right. I built the arm myself. Look what he does. Issei quickly touched a button and from this bag what looked like a blaster. He also pressed another button, and his arm began to move as if he were masturbating Azazel. Issei. For your moments of loneliness and that. Azazel. I would insult you any other time, but I'm actually very relieved to be alive. Seraphol. Azazel, what happened to you? Riaz. Yes, you appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the house. Tiamat. And Shoggoth almost devoured you for not knocking before entering, he said, looking at the girl who looked like she wanted to kill Azazel. Azazel. It was Rizvan. He attacked my laboratory and surely took the sealed part of the Trahixa. All the researchers died. They were used as a kind of sacrifice and then mutated into horrible monsters that began to devour their allies. Luckily I was able to save our Necronomicon. Impausa. It seems that Rizvan began to use the powers of the Necronomicon. This is bad. With a few simple words he will be able to summon the lackeys of the deceased Azathoth who are still alive, and not only that, he could also create his own cursed army. Ukli. It's bad, very bad. Yui. And what can we do? Lin. We don't know where Rizvan is. Azazel. No, if we know, in the fragment where we sealed the Trahixa that was surely stolen by Rizvan there was a tracker. We can go after him, of course, possibly he already noticed the tracker, and now he is just setting a trap for us, but it's the only thing we can do right now. Ikaros. The success rate would be only 1%. Issei. That's enough, good, get ready. All. Hi. Time skip. In the middle of what seemed like a completely desolate forest, Issei can be seen appearing along with the Gremory and Citri entourage. The rest of the team by orders of Michael and Surziches had stayed protecting some places from the factions so that Rizvan would not attack them. Some of the soldiers of the factions also followed them, but they would stay only in the surroundings. On the other hand, they were walking through a forest with withered trees. It seemed like a scene from a horror movie where at any moment a mansion in the middle of the forest, and indeed. The boys were greatly surprised when they looked at a mansion that in the distance seemed to be haunted. The withered trees made it look even more dark and gloomy than it already was, and Issei only sighed at how cliché it was. Issei. A haunted mansion. Oh really? You. It already looks like a horror movie. Jasper? No, those things scare me, she said while hiding behind Issei. Issei. Come on. The albino along with the others began to approach the mansion. At one point, Kiba saw with some nerves how a body that was resting on a tombstone was swallowed by some monster that was hiding behind the trees, which had stretched out a tentacle to devour the corpse. Kiba swallowed hard when he saw that, but Kiba just ignored him and continued walking. Already in front of the door, the boys were discussing what to do, but as if the mansion itself welcomed them, the door opened, the hinges of the door creaked loudly, and Issei only looked at his friends to tell them to be prepared. The boys had magic circles and weapons prepared and ready to attack. Upon entering they only saw a red carpet adorning the floor, but suddenly, the door behind the boys closed. Jasper and the others upon seeing that only became more afraid. And nerves, but at one point, Saji complained about something. Saji? Og, what the hell is this? The blonde had lifted his foot showing that he had stepped in a puddle of what looked like slime or something strange green. The blonde complained as he shook his shoe, but suddenly, the boy saw how the same liquid began to fall from the ceiling. The boy, looking at the ceiling, saw with fear how a monster with spider legs and a humanoid body was drooling, while he watched the boys eat food. Saji. Shit. Issei. Everyone run. The boys ran at high speed while the monster chased them. The monster, due to its large size, hit and destroyed everything in its path. Using its many sharp legs that looked like swords, it tried to cut the boys, but they simply dodged the cuts that were coming. The monster wanted to do them. At one point, they had entered a room, the monster followed them, but as if it were a cartoon, a different door opened, and from this came Issei and the others. They closed the door, but quickly the monster came out of another room. There were exactly 8 rooms, one in front of the other. Every time Issei and the others entered a room they came out of another. From time to time the monster did too. From time to time they came out with spears and swords to face the monster, and the monster was only following the boys' trail. Until at one point he lost them. The monster had entered a room full of mannequins. The monster was walking and looking for the boys, without knowing that Issei along with the others had replaced some of the mannequins. At one point, the monster seemed smelling Kiba, who was posing as if he were a dancer. The blonde did everything possible not to move, and the monster, not identifying his scent, only scratched its head with one of its many paws and left the room. As he did so, Kiba could only quickly wipe off some of the drool that had fallen on his face, and then start running again. Issei. Scooby-Doo, where are you? Sona. Who are you calling? Issei. It's just a reference that came to me at the time. End music. At one point, the boys, losing sight of the monster, only went back to the entrance of the place. They saw the stairs that led to the second floor of the mansion, but suddenly, they saw Rizovin coming down the stairs with a towel in his hand. Waist and with another drying her head. Rizovin. You can't take a shower without someone breaking into your house. Rizovin. You know that private property has just been raided, right? Where is Fido? Saji. Fido. Rizovin. Yes, he is a huge monster. He has multiple spider legs. I didn't feed him today. He must be hungry. Have you seen him? They say that he had a metal stick with which he had hit that monster apparently called Fido. He hid it behind his back, while also hiding the blood stain he had. Issei. No. You. He's probably asleep. Rizovin. Well, let me guess, you're here to get revenge for what I did to Azazel-chan, right? Issei. In fact, we only come to kick your ass, but we can also put that on the list, he said, looking at Saji with glasses writing something down on a long list. Saji. Avenge Azazel, done. Riaz. We also come to recover the sealed part of the Trixa. Rizovin. I'm sorry, but the part you sealed has already reunited with Trixa-chan. She really missed being whole, but well, let me show you a little magic trick, she said with a smile. Quickly a magic circle appeared and Hastur emerged from it along with the Necronomicon. Rizovin just took it and began to speak in an incomprehensible language. Quickly, the place began to shake while Rizovin spoke, and from the ground, zombie-like monsters came out. They began to crawl and break through the wood that covered the floor. The boys, seeing that, began to attack them. Issei with his revolver made their heads explode, but suddenly, they felt a new presence. Behind Issei and the boys, the monster previously called Fido by Rizovin appeared. It was bleeding from its head. And he was angry at Issei who had hit him. Issei. Ooh, Fido, do you want a bone? He said, taking out a bone. The monster only broke the bone that Issei showed in half with one of his paws, and he could only laugh nervously. Rizovin. Fido devoured them. Upon hearing his master's order, the monster quickly roared and tried to attack the boys, but quickly a Cerberus came out of Issei's shadow and hit Fido, thus both of them crossed the entrance to the mansion. Issei. That's my Cerberus, kill him. The 3-headed dog growled as he saw the monster in front of him. Both of them launched themselves at each other, starting to hit and bite each other. On the other hand, Issei and the boys saw zombies coming out of the ground outside the monster mansion. The boys, when they saw that, they began to eliminate them, and they tried to plan what to do. Issei. Hey, if we can't recover either the part of the Trixa or the Necronomicon that Rizovin has, what exactly do we do? You? I don't know, do we escape? Roswis? Azazel-sensei, what do we do? He said while communicating through a magic circle. Azazel? We can't do anything now, they have to escape, anyway, soldiers from the factions are heading towards there to support them, as long as Rizovin stays in that place, the soldiers will be able to stop him. Issei. We can't escape, this is an eye for an eye, you have to take something away from it. Asper? And what do we do? Quickly a Lilith appeared on the scene, she was wearing cute little pajamas, she looked sleepy, and he saw Issei somewhat confused. Issei when he saw the little girl just smiled, and she is carrying him like a sack of potatoes. Issei. An eye for an eye, idiot, let's go. Quickly the albino with a smile, began to escape with Lilith in his arms, along with the others who followed him. Rizovin. Sullivan returned to the girl. Rizovin tried to stop Issei and the others from kidnapping his little bodyguard. Haster quickly created a tentacled monster, but it was cut in half by Yu and Kiba. Rizovin started to launch many attacks, but they just ran, and Issei had a smile on his face. In the end, Team DXD disappeared into a magic circle, while Rizovin cursed them for kidnapping Lilith. Time skip elsewhere. Quickly a magic circle opened, and out of it came Issei and the others. Issei. Hahaha, mission complete, she said, picking up Lilith who still seemed half asleep. Surziches. But what? Azazel. Issei, did you kidnap Lilith? Issei. That's right, I'm great, right? Azazel. Idiot, this is not Latin America, they don't do that here, what the hell do you think adults and children who read this part of the story will think? Issei. Am I cool? Azazel. Sigh, damn. Lilith. And Rizovin. Issei. Don't worry Lilith, Daddy Rizovin is an irresponsible idiot who tries to destroy the world, so I'll take care of you from now on. Lilith. But. Rizovin, protect. Issei. Easy, easy, have a sweet. Lilith quickly forgot Rizovin and began to eat the candy that Issei gave her. The albino only laughed like an evil genius, while the others only saw him with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. On another side, Rizovin can be seen sitting still semi-naked in a chair while he looked at a photo of Lilith eating sweets with some sadness. Rizovin. That idiot Issei went too far, how dare you take Lilith-chan without my consent. Nairuko. Come on Rizovin-kun, it's not that big of a deal, and it's not like I'm going to do anything bad to him either. Rizovin. You don't understand Nairuko, Lilith is important to me, every time I told her to hit someone she did it without hesitation. Prixa. That's just why you're like this. Rizovin. Shut up, he said, crying comically. Haster. Rizovin-sama, the preparations are ready, he wants to advance the operation. Rizovin. Sigh, it's the best, I was going to use Lilith-chan as a guinea pig, but since. Rizovin and the others quickly went down to the basement of the house. When they went down, they saw a large pit, which seemed to be full of blood, both from demons and humans. Haster at that moment began to throw various things, parts of tentacles, and corpses. Of monsters, little by little the blood changed color and turned purple. Haster. This is the ritual to become the next deity of chaos, Master Rizovin, now the only thing missing is the essence of the ancient Azathoth. Haster had quickly taken out the green flask that they had filled with the essence of the dying Azathoth. The green liquid began to mix with the potion. The position quickly changed color to a greenish color. The souls of the sacrificed could be seen moving and swimming in the well. They seemed to wail and scream in pain, and quickly a green smoke came out of the potion, showing that it was ready. Haster. Since they took our guinea pig, we no longer know what will happen if you put someone inside. There is a small chance that you will die in the process, are you sure? Rizovin. Staying as I am now will be of no use, why settle for just being Rizovin live in Lucifer and not being Rizovin the new god of chaos? The gray-haired man smiled in an evil and crazy way, and he quickly took off the towel that covered his body. He briefly saw the well where he would dive, and with a smile he jumped towards the well. Little by little the green waters began to engulf Rizovin until the gray-haired man's body could no longer be seen. A few minutes passed in which nothing happened until at one point Rizovin came out of the green water. He began to scream and tear his skin. His Millennium companions did not show any sign of worrying about him, and after a few minutes, Rizovin stopped screaming and simply sank. Haster sighed when he saw that, and he only thought that the power had decomposed Rizovin's body after making him suffer the worst pain of his life. The others also thought that, but they suddenly saw smoke coming out of the green well. Steam came out of the well, the cursed water as if it were evaporating began to release smoke, a strong earthquake shook the place, and after that, a small explosion along with a light dried everyone out. They did not blink for a second, but Nairuko and Haster felt an evil presence. It was the same presence as their former king, and when the Reaper light disappeared, they saw how the well next to the green liquid had disappeared, and in the middle there was a Rizovin standing. He seemed fine, Rizovin saw his body, and he just clenched his fist, showing that he had more power than before. Apophis. Congratulations Lucifer-sama, now you are the new god of chaos, he said looking at his master. Rizovin did not answer, he just began to laugh like crazy. Little by little, the demon's laughter became thicker and more evil, until he stopped laughing in a moment. Rizovin. Well, it's time for the universe to be mine. Art 165 Prelude. In the faction facilities you miss seeing Office looking at Lilith, which she saw with an innocent and somewhat excited face. Lilith. Wani-chan. Little Lilith hugged her sister while Office looked serious. Office. Why did they bring her? Issei. Because she is like your little sister, I couldn't let Rizovin use her as a human shield, plus it seemed like a good idea to me at the time, she said, looking at both dragons. Red. How cute it seems that Office loves you, she said looking at how Lilith hugged Office. Office. Shut up. Lilith. Wani-chan. I wanted to meet you. Office. Oh really? Lilith just nodded and looked at Office with star-shaped eyes making her look cute. Office. Well. I guess she's fine. Issei. Azazel, how's everything going? She said looking at the crow that was monitoring some screens. Azazel. The warriors are already near the haunted house that Rizovin uses as a lair. Quickly the group of teenagers and the rest began to see with Azazel monitoring what was happening through some cameras. These apparently belonged to one of the warriors they had sent. This one, along with an entire platoon of armed demons, were flying in the direction of Rizovin's mansion. They saw several monsters around them. Using spells they made them explode. But when they approached the house, it suddenly exploded. On the camera it was clearly seen how the haunted mansion had flown into the air, and a Issei had quickly emerged from the depths of the mansion, destroying the floor next to what little remained of the haunted mansion. On the back of the Issei, a Rizovin could be seen along with the other members of Millennium. They used the Issei, which now had its 7 heads again, as transportation. Azazel, upon seeing this, frowned and only watched as they escaped. Quickly in flight, Rizovin created a magical teleportation circle to disappear without a trace. Azazel. Shit, that son of a bitch escaped. Issei. Calm down Kuchis, do you want to go senpai? Azazel. Now is not the time for an Issei reference, that idiot Rizovin escaped again, said annoyed. Issei. Maybe, but at least we have his lowly bodyguard, he said, pointing to Lilith that she was playing with Office. Azazel. Well, I guess you're right. Riaz. Also, we discovered that Rizovin started using the Necronomicon as if it were a normal spell book. With a few words he was able to make zombies come out of the ground. Saji. And a horrible monster also came out, he said while having chills remembering that monster that Rizovin called Fido. Azazel. I see, I guess since Azathoth is dead, the only thing he has now is the Necronomicon, along with the few primeval gods that he managed to use as allies. Ukli. If something happens, Wani-chan will come and warn us of the danger. Azazel. You're right, well, I guess this is all we have, we will find Rizovin again. Besides, I don't think he will continue to sit idly by while we hunt him down either. Ashino. We better stay alert, this isn't over yet. Time skip next day. In the house mansion of our beloved albino, you can see Issei waking up. While the albino woke up, some Lilith and Office seemed to move him from one side to the other to make him open his eyes. Office. You finally wake up, you are a heavy sleeper. Issei. Lilith. Office. What's happening? Lilith. Issei. Go to school, let's go. Office. You have to go to class, get up. Issei. It's strange that Shoggoth didn't wake me up. Lilith. She's kind of busy right now, you better come. Lilith quickly carried Issei like a sack of potatoes while they took him to the mansion room. In that place Issei saw how a Shoggoth was holding a Zero with its multiple tentacles who had apparently entered the mansion. Shoggoth. You insolent, entering my master's home without invitation is a sin, I hope you are ready to die. Zero. Let me go, I already told you that we are companions. Shoggoth. Companions. My teacher doesn't need that, he only needs me, his beloved servant, she said, looking at Zero's terrifying form. Issei. Hey, don't you think it's too early for this? Quickly, Shoggoth, upon seeing Issei, released Zero, and she quickly moved until she was in front of the albino. Shoggoth. Master, sorry for not waking you up, she is an intruder, she entered her home without permission, she said, looking at Zero angrily. Shinobu. Not to criticize you my lord, but you should set limits for Shoggoth-chan. Issei. Yes, I think that too, well, Zero, what are you doing here? Zero. I have come to inform you of something important. Bekeno. Something important. Dibba. If it's about how crazy Shoggoth is, don't worry. You. As long as she is with Issei she will stay under control, she said, looking at how Shoggoth rested her head on Issei's shoulder. Zero. It's not about that, it's about a new danger. Tiamat. A new danger. Arena. Now what is it? Zenobia. An interdimensional monster. Yuri. Possibly an evil god or something. Sarah. Maybe underground people. Bacane. Or maybe monster from the supernatural world. Issei. Guys, you are saying very stupid things. Obviously the new danger is dolphins, he said getting serious. Asia. Dolphins. Rias. But they are cute. Issei. Dolphins are monsters despite their appearance. Didn't you see The Simpsons? They are monster. 0. Unfortunately it's nothing like that, it's about the rise of a new god of chaos, he said it would be. Aphrodite. Another. 0. That's right, Cthanid warned us of the danger from him, it's better that we be prepared. Issei. Well, you look for the new god of chaos, I will have breakfast, I will go to the prison called school, so you have fun. 0. Whatever you say, does anyone want to accompany me? Hella. Well, there's nothing to do, so we'll go with you. Rainer. Tiamat. Well, okay. Rainer. Wait. 0. I thank you for your support, it will be a pleasure to be his partner on this dangerous and deadly journey. Rainer. But I. Hella. Well, let's go. Rainer. Wait. Quickly the 4 girls had disappeared in a magic circle. Shoggoth calmed down a little more when he saw 0 she was gone, and Issei had simply changed into her school uniform to leave. In another side. Quickly a magic circle opened, from which 0, Rainer, Hella and Tiamat emerged. They looked around, they seemed to be in what was a palace. Hella and Tiamat, looking at the ceiling, noticed that it seemed to be made of glass. A glass dome showed many fish, they swam from side to side. Seeing this, Rainer seemed amazed, and these apparently were now at the bottom of the ocean. 0. Come, I will introduce you to the god Cthanid. The albino began to guide her other 3 companions. They saw a large entrance. 0 opening the entrance made his other 3 companions see the sea. 0 simply crossed the entrance and was walking on the other side, as if nothing had happened, despite looking that Is was at the bottom of the sea. Hella followed her, then Tiamat and finally Rainer. When she entered, I don't know, she felt wet, it seemed more like a magical corridor would prevent the water from touching her. Some fish passed in front of her, the 4 girls quickly reached their goal. And at that moment, you saw a white humanoid monster, its head looked like that of an octopus, showing that it had tentacles on its chin. 0. Cthanid Sama, I'm back. Cthanid. I see you've brought allies. 0. Yes, they will help me in the search for the new god of chaos who has been reborn. Cthanid. 0. Listen to me, I don't want you to take this lightly, this is extremely dangerous, even your life will be put at risk again. 0. Yes, I know, and I am ready to face the danger, my allies are too. Rainer. Well. Cthanid. That makes me happy and makes me worry about you, but as my most loyal warrior, I will trust you. Listen, the new god of chaos will not take long to reveal himself, such a great power in a person cannot be hidden for long, surely tried to take over the world just as his predecessor tried, your duty is to stop him and eliminate him if possible. 0. Yes, Cthanid Sama. Rainer. Hey. 0. Okay, we retreat. Again the magic circle opened and it began to shine, beginning to teleport the girls. Rainer. Could you listen to me? Quickly the magic circle made the girls disappear, leaving the god alone again. Cthanid. Dark times are approaching. You're right. Quickly the god became upset, suddenly he saw how the doors of his underwater castle were destroyed, and through this, he saw Rizavin who was wearing sunglasses. Cthanid. You.are. Rizavin. Hastur was really right, the architect god Cthanid hides right behind the ruins where his brother is sealed. Wow, I don't know if that's adorable or just making sure your little brother doesn't escape. Quickly Cthanid's giant fingers became huge tentacles that tried to attack Rizavin, but Rizavin with a simple red energy beam disintegrated Cthanid's tentacles. Rizavin. Hahaha, I'm already adapting to my new powers, he said smiling. Cthanid. You are not normal anymore. Rizavin. First of all, I was never normal, but thanks for the compliment, thanks to the essence of the dead Azathoth, I managed to obtain unimaginable power. Hahaha, I'm not a show-off but I really want to show off these new powers. Cthanid. What are you doing here? Rizavin. Ooh, sorry, I got off topic. Well, I'm still not even half as strong as the ancient Azathoth. I guess the more powerful entities I consume, the stronger I will become, so I thought, who should I devour? And it came to mind those gods who sealed the gods of chaos in the first place, he said smiling evilly. Cthanid. And do you think it will be easy for you? Rizavin. Ooh, no, of course not, but gods like you, the architect gods are gods that come from many different dimensions. When I reach Elysia where the other architect gods live, I will devour them everyone and I will become even stronger, I will even be able to travel through dimensions. Do you know how cool that is? Cthanid quickly launched some white rays from his eyes, the rays left Rizavin immobilized, and after that, Cthanid threw a big punch towards Rizavin, it hit squarely and crushed the grey-haired man's body. Rizavin was thrown by the strong blow. Inside the great castle. Cthanid at that moment left his throne, and he stood up to face Rizavin face to face. When he looked in the direction where Rizavin had been thrown, he saw how Rizavin stood up. Rizavin. Hey. I'm kind of hungover, so you'll pay me for making my head hurt. Rizvan quickly took off his dark glasses that were half broken by Kthanid's blow, showing his eyes. Kthanid saw with horror how Rizvan's eyes were now dark in color, his sclera was black, and his eyes were green, giving a sinister look. Rizvan. You will be my first meal. Rizvan quickly smiled, but not in a normal way, as if he were an evil caricature. His smile grew exceedingly, while he showed his teeth that were sharp as razors. Again Kthanid launched another beam from his eyes, but Rizvan, smiling, did the same. Both rays collided with each other, but it seemed that Rizvan's beam was stronger. Quickly the grey-haired man smiled even more, and his power surpassed that of Kthanid. The lightning pierced Kthanid's head easily, but the architect god quickly regenerated. Rizvan. Ha, maybe I'm not as strong as the original Azathoth right now, but I'm sure I'm stronger than you. After all, you and your little friend sealed the chaos gods together, so without them, you are nothing. And another side. In the streets of Kuo you can see Issei and the others walking normally towards their school. Students also moved and walked calmly. Issei without any problem headed towards his classroom, but upon entering, he saw a crowd of people surrounded a person right where Issei sat. He moved the crowd away a little, and at that moment, he saw Nairuko sitting in his seat. Nairuko. Hello, Ice-kun, hee. Part 166 release. At our protagonist's school you can see Issei looking in shock at Nairuko who was sitting in her seat. Nairuko. Hello Ice-kun, hee. Asia and her sisters who were behind Issei looked at Nairuko with some fear and surprise upon knowing that she was at her school. Issei quickly snapped his fingers, his black trench coat and clothes that he always wore appeared replacing his uniform, and he pointed his revolver at Nairuko's head without caring that his entire class awed. Issei. Tell me a reason not to kill you now. Nairuko. Gigi, you are as cute and serious as always. That aura you let out of your body excites me. The smell of chaos and death comes out of your body. Bang. Quickly a bullet came out of the albino's revolver. The people in the school when they heard the shot were a little scared, others like Riaz, and the others knew who was responsible for that sound. Quickly the group of teenagers moved and they entered the room. Their leader's room. When they entered they only saw the horrified students while they saw Nairuko with a hole in her head. Her insides were everywhere, but suddenly, Nairuko's body began to move, even though she had the hole in her head. Nairuko. Ha. You are as ruthless as always, but you didn't let me finish speaking. The students present watched as Nairuko quickly stood up, the hole in her head closed, and she returned to how she was before. Nairuko. Besides, you know that won't kill me, right? Riaz. Ice. Riaz and the others quickly stood at his side ready to fight, but at that moment Nairuko stopped them. Nairuko. Wait, I don't want to fight. Issei. So what are you doing here? Nairuko. Ooh, well, I just came to give you a message, said smiling. Issei. A message? Nairuko. That's right, about everyone will die, he said, showing a gloomy smile. Issei. How many times have we stopped their plans? Don't screw around and give up now. Nairuko. It's a shame. I like this world. It had mangas, video games and hentai. It really was a nice time I spent here. Akeno. You say it as if the world would really be destroyed. Nairuko. And you're not wrong, the world will really be destroyed after all. Rizvan-kun has now become the new god of chaos, said smiling. Issei. The new god of chaos. Nairuko. Oops, I talk too much, Gigi. Well, before I leave, my dear Issei, we have had bad and good times. On more than one occasion I wish you would join us, but since I know that will not be possible. I promise that when we face each other. I will grape you to death, then I will have cute little Isseis, and even if you are not present, I know that they and I will be very happy destroying and conquering worlds. Issei. About my handsome and sensual corpse. Nairuko. Gigi, yes, I keep that in mind. Well, goodbye Ice-kun, I love you. After saying that, a purple smoke swallowed Nairuko, thus disappearing. Issei and the others had a bad taste in their mouths as they saw how Nairuko escaped. Issei clicked his tongue and quickly turned around. Issei. Let's get going, we have to work. All? Yes. Quickly, regardless of the looks of the others, they had gone through a magic circle. The people were shocked to see that. They knew about the supernatural since it was already public, and many things had happened lately. Even they knew that the space monsters existed, but they had never seen magic in the first person. After that, the DxD team had left the place, and they would meet with Azazel and the others to talk about what happened. On another side, in the middle of the bottom and seabed, you can see a Rizvan on top of what looked like the corpse of the god Kthanid. Rizvan was slowly devouring the body of the god who was dead on the ground, split in half, but suddenly, a purple smoke appeared in the middle of the place showing Hastur next to Nairuko and Apophis. Hastur. We are here, Rizvan-sama. Apophis. I see you had fun, sir. Rizvan. You have no idea, I must say, the body of the god Kthanid has more flavor than I thought. It tastes like squid, a bit oversalted, but it tastes good, he said while smiling. Nairuko. Sniff. Rizvan-kun, I said goodbye to Ice-kun, it was very painful, he said crying comically. Rizvan. Don't worry Nairuko-chan, when we conquer the world you will have all the handsome men in the world to yourself. Nairuko. No, it's not the same. Rizvan. Well, it's time for us to move on. Nairuko's sad face quickly disappeared and he showed a face full of disgust and discomfort. Nairuko. Do we really have to wake up that depraved person? Honestly I'd rather have Fido as a helper than him. Rizvan. I know you don't like Nairuko, but don't worry, they'll get along in the end. Nairuko. I doubt it. After saying that, the 4 members of Millennium gathered together. Rizvan quickly stretched out his hand and tentacles came out of his fingers. They grabbed a corpse of Chthanid and a huge mouth came out and devoured the body of the dead Chthanid. Apophis. I see that he is already getting used to Lucifer Sama's new power. Rizvan. It's easier than I thought and it's very interesting too. Do you know the good thing about this? My fingers aren't the only thing that stretches, you know what I mean. He said while looking with a mocking smile at Apophis who simply ignored his boss's dirty joke. After that a sphere quickly surrounded the 4 members of Millennium. The sphere lifted them into the air and they moved. They quickly left the castle under the Sea of Chthanid and they headed to the deepest part of the sea. As they moved, they noticed several fish moving around them. Suddenly, the number of fish decreased until there were none left. In the sea there was rubble of what looked like a civilization and at that moment they saw a huge city. Sunk under the sea. Rizvan upon seeing the place smiled, but quickly, something collided with the sphere that made them move under the water. At that moment they saw what looked like a fish man with a monstrous appearance. It looked like a kind of humanoid piranha, and to summarize, it was horrible to see that monster. More of those monsters appeared. These seemed to have been hidden under some rubble and houses that were in the place. The monster that had collided with the sphere was trying to cross it, but when it saw Rizvan it felt afraid. It only took a smile from the gray-haired man for the monster to quickly swim away. The other monsters also hid, leaving them alone again. Nairuko. What pathetic pets, that idiot has to get better subjects. Pastor. Well, it is him after all. After that they approached what looked like a huge pit. In the pit you could see a huge dome. It was like a shell. With the naked eye they couldn't see anything, but suddenly, inside the cage something moved, a monster. That seemed to be alive was moving inside that cage, and at that moment, they saw a huge eye visible through a small crack in the cage. Who are you? Nairuko. It's us idiot, you still have the same little brain as always Cthulhu she said, looking at the caged monster. Cthulhu. Nyarlathotep. Nairuko. Yes, it's me, damn, you are so pathetic that you let your brother defeat you and seal you in the city you ruled, you have no choice. Cthulhu. Shut up, well, it has nothing to do with it, what are you doing here? Pastor. We come to free you, idiot. Cthulhu. Free me? Ha, don't make me laugh, I'm stronger than you too, if I can't, I doubt you can. Nairuko. Damn idiot, you still have the nerve to belittle us, even though we are going to free you. Besides, me and Hastur are stronger than you idiot, there's a reason we were always with Azathoth at the time. Cthulhu. Lie. Quickly inside the cage Cthulhu moved violently, he tried to get out, he made the earth shake causing small earthquakes, but suddenly Rizvan spoke. Rizvan. Listen Cthulhu-chan, you only have 2 options, either you agree to work for me, or you stay here while I rule the world, it's up to you. Cthulhu. Why should I work for someone inferior to me? Rizvan. Sai Nairuko was right, you have a very big mouth. Suddenly, Rizvan showed his eyes. Cthulhu upon seeing Rizvan's eyes felt afraid. It was like seeing King Azathoth directly in his eyes, but on that occasion, that same feeling recurred throughout his body. Rizvan. Well, being you can have a 3rd option, and that is to be devoured by me and help me become stronger he said, showing a crazy smile. Even though they were under the sea, Cthulhu sweated coldly. He didn't know what it was or why that person who looked like a human scared him so much, but his mystery was quickly revealed by Nairuko. Nairuko. Ooh, look, Cthulhu-chan is scared, haha, how pathetic you are, but well. I don't blame you, after all, now you're seeing Rizvan, the new god of chaos he said pointing at Rizvan. Cthulhu. New god of chaos. What happened to Azathoth Sama? Pastor. He is dead, they killed him, but Rizvan Sama will take his place and do what he did not do, destroy the architect gods. After saying that Cthulhu remained silent, he analyzed the situation. If he was right, Rizvan was most likely stronger than him, and surely his brother Chthanid was already dead. Cthulhu. Chthanid is dead. Rizvan. That's right, I devoured it, it tasted like octopus, very salty but passable. Cthulhu. I see, then he is fine, I promise to serve him from now on Rizvan Sama. Rizvan. Well, that's what I wanted to hear. Pastor quickly raised his arm, the dome that was above Cthulhu quickly illuminated in a golden color, but quickly, a purple smoke came out of the Necronomicon, the smoke surrounded the dome, and quickly the golden color that the dome let out disappeared. Cthulhu at that moment felt the pressure caused by the cage stop, and quickly, he roared to cause the dome that kept him imprisoned to be destroyed the moment he moved. The little monsters that were around when they saw their king come out of his imprisonment began to smile and swim around him. Rizvan saw that with a smile. On the surface, more specifically, in the Pacific Ocean he could see how the sea was moving violently. Above the sea, a storm cloud and lightning could be seen falling. An enormous storm announcing the liberation of Cthulhu was seen. And quickly from the bottom of the sea Cthulhu emerged, showing itself completely. It roared loudly causing the storm to increase in intensity, and Rizvan with a smile as he emerged from the water like the others saw Cthulhu in all his magnificence. Rizvan. Hahaha, who knew that Cthulhu, who was defeated by his brother Cthanid and sealed in the sunken city of Relay, would be so easy to be freed. The monster quickly saw Rizvan and Rizvan saw him. They remained silent, but Cthulhu quickly bowed showing respect. Cthulhu. I thank you for freeing me Rizvan-sama, I will serve you with my life from today. Rizvan. Ooh, but how kind and obedient, and Nairuko said she would reveal herself to us at any moment. Nairuko. The idiot didn't do it when he saw that you were stronger than him, he's just an arrogant idiot. Pastor. Well, with him and his lackeys in our ranks I'm sure we're ready Rizvan-sama. Rizvan. Ooh, yes, well, Cthulhu, you will have a little training with Nairuko, and then, you will do something for me he said, smiling evilly. Cthulhu. What you ordered. Rizvan. Hahaha, it seems that the climax of all this is coming. Gather all the members of Millennium Apophis, the true end of the entire universe. Is just around the corner he said smiling. Art 167 First breakpoint. In a VIP room in our albino's mansion, Azazel and Surziches can be seen watching Issei with their friends. Azazel. Did I understand? Why you shot Nairuko in the head in front of everyone? I ask looking at Issei. Issei. Yes. Surziches. And you couldn't avoid that. Issei. Ooh, forgive me, I couldn't think of anything else to get her out of my bucking school. Ashino. You caused quite a stir, some kids vomited when they saw how you shot Nairuko in the head. Issei. Nah, it doesn't matter. Azazel. Yes, but this is bad, if what he said is true, Rizvan became the new god of chaos somehow, and if he is stronger than the previous one. Well, no it goes without saying. Surziches. Things seem calm now, but at any moment things will stir, and Rizvan will come out trying to destroy us. Riaz. They are right, but what do we do now? Not even our school is a safe place. Azazel. Well, you have to have some appreciation for him, after all. He could have caused a massacre at the school and left the corpses as gifts for you. At least no one was physically hurt. Surziches. For now we will stay alert and send some demons from our faction to protect their school, we don't want something like this to happen again. Issei. Don't worry, I don't think it will happen again. You. How are you so sure? Issei. The villain only appears once in the protagonist's personal places, then he goes all out for him. Azazel. And that says. Issei. Movies and comics Azazel said showing an issue of Spider-Man. Azazel. Sigh well then. Suddenly a magic circle was seen, through it Penemu was heard who seemed serious and upset. Penemu? Azazel, there are problems. Azazel. What's wrong? Penemu? There are monsters attacking people on a beach in the United States, and it seems that Rizvan is on the spot. Azazel. That son of a bitch. Well, let's go to Haya he said cutting off the communication. Issei. Work. Azazel. Unfortunately. It's time to move, come on. All. Yes, time skip. On a beach you can see many people running in terror while screaming. Issei and the others came out of a magic circle. Issei for some reason had only his trench coat on while underneath it he only wore his swimsuit and had sunglasses on. Blacks on. Hibba. Why are you dressed like that? He said looking at Issei's clothes. Issei. You have to be stylish to go everywhere, look what a look I have she said looking at his clothes. I. A great scream similar to that of a horror movie was heard. At that moment Issei and the others looked towards the beach, in which they saw humanoid fish monsters attacking and devouring the corpses of the humans that attacked, and behind them, a huge figure was seen in the distance terrifying everyone. WOMAN1. Save me. One of those fish monsters tried to attack a woman, but quickly, a bullet loaded with lightning pierced and exploded the top of the monster. At that moment all the monsters seemed to stop their respective actions, and they all saw Issei who showed his revolver which he was smoking after firing the first bullet. Issei. Hey come here. The giant monster that was in the middle of the sea in the distance, upon seeing the boys, quickly retreated and sank to the bottom of the sea. The humanoid monsters that were on the beach at that moment began to laugh, and they began to stomp on the ground with strength. The sound of the footsteps synchronized, little by little the sea behind them rose, it seemed like a mountain made of water rising behind them. And quickly, the monsters screamed with excitement when they saw how a human figure came out behind the boys. This was that of a gray-haired man who had a smile on his face. Ahahaha, I see that the DXD team has arrived. Issei. M.who are you? Ashino. Wait. That's it. That's right, dirty mortals. I am the great and incomparable. Cthulhu, he said, showing a huge smile. Upon saying his name, the monsters that accompanied the gray-haired man smiled and began to shout praising the name of their lord. The man identified as Cthulhu continued smiling, but in a moment Kaneko spoke. Kaneko? Cthu. What? Do not know him. Asia? Me neither. Suddenly the god looked at those two girls, at times he looked at them seriously, but suddenly Cthulhu fell to the ground and crawled to the feet of Asia and Kaneko, while he had a perverted smile on his face and drool was coming out of his mouth. Cthulhu. Hehe. A schoolgirl loli. Hehe. Let me kiss your feet, okay? Please hehe. He tried to kiss and lick Asia's feet, but Fafnir quickly appeared and he quickly spit out some fire until his face was burned. Fafnir? No, my brother, get yours. Cthulhu quickly walked away somewhat annoyed while he looked at Fafnir with annoyance. He was about to speak, but a Nairuko with a milkshake appeared. Nairuko? Do you want to stop harassing schoolgirls, you idiot? Besides, they are our enemies. Cthulhu. No need to worry, in my eyes, schoolgirls are the most good and innocent things in the world, whether they are friends or enemies, I will love them with all my heart, he said, while a blush and perverted look appeared on his face. Nairuko. TSCK. You're still a sick pervert, he said while taking the milkshake from her. He is. Nair laughed. He is a new ally, he said looking at the great danger. Nairuko. It's Nairuko, idiots, and for his information, I am not related to this schoolgirl-loving lolican, he said pointing at Cthulhu. Cthulhu. Hey, why can't I go look for schoolgirls like they promised me? Nairuko. You know what the idiotic plan is. Cthulhu. Sigh, what a pain, I want to go harass schoolgirls. Nairuko. Whispering, it's a good thing you didn't last long. Cthulhu. What? Nairuko. Nothing, now move. Quickly the man identified as Cthulhu paid attention, he quickly entered the sea and transformed again, showing his original form. When the boys saw that monster they were on guard, they knew they could against him, especially if they were all together, but they couldn't trust themselves, since they didn't know the extent of his powers. Suddenly, thunderbolts were seen in the distance, along with a heavy rain approaching the boys, but quickly, the monsters that accompanied Cthulhu and Nairuko began to attack the boys. These were quickly eliminated by the boys, they were cut in half or their bodies exploded. According to Ashino, they were called deep lackeys of Cthulhu, who obeyed his orders. Little by little, deeper ones appeared and came out of the sea, they attacked the boys, they rushed towards them as if they were real wild animals, but suddenly, the place shook, a strong tremor was present, it shook everything around them, little by little. Little by little Cthulhu and Nairuko, who was on the giant's shoulder, entered the sea, and little by little they began to submerge until they disappeared. At one point, the sunken also entered the sea, little by little the waters seemed to move violently, and in the distance, a great hurricane and whirlwind was seen. Zero, Hela, Tiamat and Raynor came out of a magic circle, they seemed upset, and Zero quickly spoke. Zero. This is very bad, she said upset. Impausa. You're right, the door to Elysia is opening. Issei. Elysia. What's that? Zero. It is the place where the architect gods live, the enemies of the gods of chaos, and those who imprisoned Azathoth at the time, normally they can travel through dimensions easily, that is why they are known as the strongest. But the fact that someone in the human world tried to open an interdimensional door to that place is extremely dangerous, they could destroy our dimension in the attempt. Impausa. It's better to stop them. Zero. But HOW did Kthanid-sama allow this? I ask a little nervously. Issei. Well, we better move. Issei quickly took out his two swords and cut all the deep ones in half. When there were none left, they began to fly. They were above the eye of the storm, covered by a barrier created by the angeloids, so that no lightning would hit them. From the heights they saw a huge typhoon in the sea, and in the center of it, they saw a huge pyramid. This one was at the deepest, and it seemed that Rizavin was on top of that pyramid. He had an evil smile, but when Azazel and Ashino saw him, they knew that this was not the Rizavin they knew. Azazel's right hand shook, he quickly grabbed his arm with his other hand, preventing him from continuing to shake. Quickly the group of teenagers and adults entered that typhoon without any fear. When they got off and were on land again, they saw Rizavin along with the entire millennium. Rizavin. Ladies and gentlemen with you. THEDXD team. Olberga, who had a music player, quickly pressed a button and through it several applauses were heard. Rizavin. And also The most sensual, intelligent, and malevolent villain. My person Rizavin live in Lucifer, he said posing. Again the applause was heard, but at that moment, it came out louder from among the large amounts of water that covered its surroundings. They began to applaud and roar in support of their new Lord of Chaos. The members of Millennium also applauded, playing along with their leader. And Rizavin, who had a smile at the end, could only look mockingly at the anti-terrorist group called Team DXD. Rizavin. Haha, I would say that I am surprised that you are here, but that would be a lie, since I incited you to come here. After I know everything, I want you to witness how magnificent this will be, he said smiling. Impausa. You try to enter Elysia and search for the architect gods. Rizavin. That's right, you see, the strongest gods of all are hidden in that place, and if I devour them just like I did with that Thanid, I will become the strongest being of all, he said, showing a crazy smile. Zero. What you devoured? Rizavan. Ha, that's right, its taste was somewhat strange, but in the end you are happy to try the calming flavor. Azazel. You killed an architect god. Rizavan. Ha, that's right, you see. All of this, I owe it to you DXD team. Thanks to you I was able to become the new god of chaos, he said smiling. Issei. What are you talking about? Rizavan. Haha, in the Necronomicon, there is a special ritual. A ritual that requires the essence of the chaos god himself. For what? Well, to become him, obviously transplant part of his essence and thus create a god of chaos, similar to the offspring of Azathoth. That's how he created his army of monsters. Obviously, if he used only his blood, it would be of no use. So I used something else. His life, he said, showing an evil smile. Azazel. What? Rizavan. Ha, you didn't kill Azathoth, they just left him with one foot in the grave. I was the one who gave the final blow. Thank you very much, Issei. This is also largely thanks to you. If you had completely disintegrated Azathoth, I wouldn't be where I am now. These powers are incredible. Drawing out Azathoth's entire life and using it to become a new god of chaos made me even more powerful than normal offspring. Proof of that. It is the power to get stronger the more strong guys I devour. Killing Thanid is proof of this. And when I devour the other architect gods. Not even you and your entire stupid team won't be able to stop me, brat. Rizavan began to laugh like crazy, his smile widened excessively, making him look terrifying, but a certain girl shed tears upon hearing that Thanid had died at the hands of Rizavan. Zero. You damn bastard, I'll kill you, she said furiously. Rizavan. Ha, then try it. Zero quickly launched himself at Rizavan at great speed. The gray-haired man didn't even move, he just raised his hand, and tentacles came out of it. That surprised the boys. It seems that what he had said was not a lie. Rizavan's tentacles were cut off with ease by Zero, but suddenly, Rizavan's eyes shone so that a bolt of lightning came out through them and hit Zero squarely. When the lightning hit Zero, he noticed that he could no longer move. He recognized that attack and those powers, it was the power of the god Thanid. Rizavan. Haha, and not only do I get stronger, but I can also adapt my body to absorb his powers. Not even Great Red, Office or Issei can have me now. Rizavan quickly picked up Zero and then slammed her hard onto the ground. The white-haired girl felt great pain at that moment, but Issei quickly moved, trying to attack Rizavan, but he was surprised when Rizavan stopped his fist with his hand. Rizavan. Now. I'm stronger. Rizavan quickly stopped Issei's blow and then returned it with force. Issei flew away while he held his stomach. The albino quickly turned and stabilized himself, landing on his feet. Rizavan. Ha, they see him now. I can face Issei directly. Ha, I'd love to kick their asses, but I have a date with the architect gods. Rizavan quickly snapped his fingers. As he did that, Hastur with the Necronomicon began to cast a spell. Nairuko quickly took his original form. He screeched loudly, and after that he climbed to the top of the pyramid. The light came out of the pyramid and little by little Rizavan laughed. Zero. We have to stop them. Impausa. No. It's too late. Quickly Nairuko seemed to be the catalyst for a portal to open. Little by little the pyramid moved, it divided into two, and in the middle of it, an interdimensional door was seen in front of everyone present. Issei. Wow. Ukli. This is bad. Impausa. Issei hyoudou, no matter what happens or how many people die, you have the duty to finish off Rizavan Lucifer before he destroys the entire universe, okay? Issei. No matter how many die. Impausa. Just pay attention. Rizavan. Ha, works, yes works. Rizavan laughed like an evil genius. When he saw how the interdimensional door opened, he quickly got inside. The other members of Millennium did the same, the deep ones that remained did the same, but most of them were quickly eliminated by flames. It is black. Issei. We have to follow them. Tiba. I don't think that's a good idea. Issei. If we don't he will get stronger, you have to do it, yes or yes. Azazel. You're right, it has to be done. The DXD team quickly stood in front of the portal and they jumped inside. When everyone was already inside the portal, a large explosion was present. The deep ones that still remained in the place were liquidated by that explosion. A huge crater was in the place where Issei and the others were before. The seawater filled the hole and the portal had been completely destroyed. On another side, quickly Issei and the others traveled through what seemed like a kind of wormhole. They saw how a kind of trailer whirlpool of different colors was seen in front of them. Little by little they felt how they were sinking deeper into that place. The boys' consciousness was gradually lost and they ended up unconscious. They did not know how much time had passed, but they had become unconscious in a moment. Issei was the only one who he was barely awake. He saw white light at the end of the road, but suddenly, he also lost consciousness. Time skip. Quickly, in an unknown place, Issei could be seen being shaken by a person. The albino gradually opened his eyes, and he saw Ikaros who was waking him up. Ikaros. Issei. Issei, wake up. Quickly, when Ikaros' words reached the boy's ears, he quickly opened his eyes. He quickly got up and looked around. The angeloids were waking up people. They seemed to have woken up before the others, and now Issei saw face. To face Ikaros. Issei. What? What happened? Ikaros. We fainted, we were the first to wake up, but still, I think the interdimensional trip was so long that our minds couldn't handle it, and we ended up unconscious. Issei. I see. Hyoudou or the others. Ikaros. They are fine, they do not show any symptoms of brain damage, we are safe and sound. Issei. I see. And where are we? Ikaros. I don't know. Issei at that moment looked around. It was a beautiful place similar to a kind of forest. The place, in a few words, it was charming. It seemed like a place straight out of fairy tales, and Issei, when he saw the place, was only a little surprised. Issei. What a strange place. Impausa. Yes, it is to the human eye. Issei. Why do you want to stop appearing like this out of nowhere? When did you wake up? Impausa. Not long ago, but it seems that we reached our destination. Issei. So this place is. Impausa. That's right. This place is Elysia, the place where the architect gods live, he said, looking around him. Hard 168-second breakpoint. At this moment, our protagonists were in the middle of a very beautiful place. This place was the home of the architect gods, Elysia. Impausa, Eucliwood, Zero and Shaga saw that place with surprise. It was the place that Azathoth once tried to reach. The place where they were was a forest. It was full of beautiful views, lakes, trees of multiple colors were seen around them. When looking up at the sky, there was no blue sky, only the charming stars that adorned outer space were visible. Issei. This is Elysia. It looks like a normal place. Zero. Elysia is a place where the architect gods live with some of their chosen ones. This place is extra-dimensional. Akeno. Ara, what do we do now? Zero. We must look for the other architect gods and thus prevent Rizavin from trying to consume her bodies to become stronger. Issei. Mission: stop Rizavin from devouring a bunch of idiots. Understood. Quickly the boys were ready to leave. Those present, as she walked, saw how Zero had a somewhat sad expression. It was normal, after all. She had just discovered that the god she served was now dead. It was a hard blow for her. This she hid her sadness by changing her expression to a serious one. But the closest to her seemed to be Hela, Tiamat and Raynor. These three knew that she was downcast. They continued walking, but at that moment the sound of some bushes moving was heard. Quickly, the boys became alert. Possibly it was some kind of animal or monster that Rizavin had surely summoned to kill them, but suddenly, a kind of cat in Egyptian clothes was seen coming out of the bushes. He seemed injured and quickly fell to the ground due to his serious injuries. Issei instinctively went to help that cat. With his white flames he healed the cat's wounds. The cat that was previously in pain stood up now with its wounds healed and saw the group of teenagers that were in the place. Roswis. How cute. Hineko. For some reason I don't like him, she said, looking at the cat. Hiroka. Me neither. Impausa. I detect great energy coming from that cat for some reason. Issei. Ooh, possibly it's a magical cat. Ooh. A magical cat. Issei. Yes, a cat that talks and stuff. Tell me. You can talk? I asked, looking at the cat. The cat, as if he understood what the albino said, moved his head from side to side, denying the albino's question. Issei. Ooh, what a shame, I thought you were a magical cat. Riaz. Wait for that cat. Ravel. Did you understand, Issei? Issei. Wait, did you understand me? I asked again, looking at the cat. The cat denied again, thus answering the albino's question. Issei. Nah, it seems like he didn't understand me. You. What a shame. Hiba. Well, there's nothing to do. Valerie. But the cat. Issei. Well, it's better to continue. The boys simply started walking while the girls stayed behind and watched the boys with beads of sweat on the back of their necks. Hineko. Boys are idiots. Lavinia. I always said that. Riaz. Sigh. Well, let's follow them. After that, the girls followed the boys. The group of teenagers in a moment saw how the scene changed. This changed from being a green and full of life place to a desolate and burning place. At one point, Zero saw how the Cthanid castle that was in that place was destroyed. It was in flames. Zero fell to his knees and only mourned the death of his god. Zero. Damn Rizavin. That son of a bitch really killed Cthanid Sama. Damn curse. The girl, with tears threatening to come out, hit the ground with anger. The Egyptian cat that was in Issei's arms looked at Zero with sadness. On the other hand, Issei's other friends looked at her in the same way. They also knew the feeling of losing someone, and they shared the feeling. Issei. By the way, I don't know who exactly that Cthanid guy was, but how did you meet him? Hearing that, Zero stood up and looked down at the destroyed castle while he answered the albino's question. Zero. I was human before, just like some of you. My name was Rose, I was poor, and I had brain cancer. At least I realized I was already in a hospital bed. My parents. I have no memory of them, I only remember that the doctors thought I was dead. Some of the parts of my body stopped working because of cancer, like my right eye. When I was about to die, I only saw a light that attracted me. And when I least realized it, I was in front of Kthanid Sama. This, he offered me power, and to cure my cancer in exchange for being his most loyal knight. Obviously I accepted. And since then he has been like my father. And now that he is gone. Sniff sniff. I don't want this, I want my father back. Sniff. I want to see it again. The boys, upon hearing that, could only see Zero with some sadness. Quickly, the cat that Issei had in his arms lowered, and it began to purr while clinging to Zero. The cat seemed to be trying to comfort Zero. Issei, on the other hand, he knelt until he was at Zero's height and looked directly into her eyes. Issei. Listen. I couldn't promise to bring your father back, but I promise you that we will finish off Rizvan and avenge him, okay? Hearing that, Zero quickly lowered his head, quickly wiped away his tears, and then looked at Issei with a determined look. Zero. Yes, we will avenge him. You? Hey, wouldn't it be Revengaremos or something? Hibba. Yes, not something like that, after all we are the Avengers. Issei. Unimportant details, well, it's better to continue before. Suddenly, a gigantic explosion was seen in the distance. For some reason, the starry sky was covered by grey storm clouds, lightning was falling in the distance, and thunder could be heard. They thought that this explosion and the sudden climate change was the work of Rizvan. The boys quickly moved. While they ran in that direction, they saw that the entire place changed, it was full of rubble, and that the place was on fire. Before they continued advancing, Impausa stopped them. Impausa. I sense some presences in the distance, I'm sure they are Rizvan's allies. Issei. They won't be a problem, the good guys follow me. The entire DXD group quickly followed Issei. As they walked they saw how many burning rubble could be seen around them. These seemed to be parts of palaces or castles. Surely they were parts of the castles of the other architect gods. The Egyptian cat that was with Issei saw that place in a serious way. They continued walking until they reached a large place. This seemed to be a battle zone made on purpose, and in the middle of the place, sitting on some rubble, you could see Rizvan smiling. Around them were some corpses. These, according to Zero, were the knights of the architect gods, and if they were like this, surely Rizvan had devoured and absorbed the other powers of the architect gods. Rizvan. They have won battle. They have protected many people, both humans, demons, angels, yakes and other supernatural entities. They have defeated countless enemies. They even defeated the gods of the chaos with its leader. For what? What good has it done for them? How many people have congratulated or praised you? How many people thank them for saving them? Being good and leaving your true desires behind is foolish, and where has all the good they've done taken them? They've only taken them to one place, straight towards me, he said, showing a smile. Issei. Rizvan. Hahaha, well, it took you 3 days to arrive. Me and my boys have become very strong. The architect gods resisted, but they were not even half as strong as me or Trixa-chan. What a shame. I was sure that they would give me more of a fight like that Kthanid or something like that. His little brother told me he was strong, but he was probably wrong. Zero. Don't talk like that about Kthanid-sama, she said, upset. Rizvan. Ooh, and what will you do? Your dear god is no longer there to help you. You will try to confront me. Oh really, in case you didn't notice, I eliminated and devoured all the architect gods. Well, actually, I was missing too. At that moment, a pile of rubble flew out. From that pile of rubble came a man with a white beard and a muscular body. According to Zero, this was the strongest of all the architect gods. This was Nodens, an architect god from Celtic mythology. Nodens. Damn. Monster, he said, looking at Rizvan angrily. This one seemed to have an injured arm. Surely Rizvan had pierced it with one of his rays, or possibly one of his tentacles had pierced it. In the place, through a cloud of black smoke, Nairuko appeared, who had a mocking smile. Nairuko. Ooh, what happened to you, Nodens? Did the beating they gave you hurt you? Nodens. Shut up. When I kill that bastard, you will be the next Nyarlathotep, he said, looking at the silver-haired girl with annoyance. Nairuko. Ooh, what a shame, I don't think you last that long. Quickly from Rizvan's hand a tentacle came out. It headed towards Nodens at full speed. It seemed that the tentacle wanted to pierce the god's chest, but quickly, a bullet loaded with lightning destroyed that tentacle that was trying to hurt the god. At that moment Rizvan, Nairuko and Nodens saw Issei, who had his revolver in hand. Issei. I'm sorry, but I can't allow that. I won't let you kill anyone else. Rizvan. Hahaha. It does not matter anymore. Hypnos, Nsikambi and of course Kthanid, those are the names of the gods which I already devoured. Their powers are strong enough to defeat Nodens, and also you bast. At that moment, the cat that Issei had under her arms, little by little it shone and transformed into a beautiful woman. She looked like a kind of Egyptian princess, and she saw Rizvan in a serious way. Issei. The cat transformed into a woman. You. I can't believe it. Tiba. Incredible. Sererg. This is magic. Riaz. What the hell are you talking about? It was very obvious, since this chapter began, you could see from leagues that something was not right with that cat. Lavinia. They're idiots. Hiroka. Naya, no wonder that cat seems strange to me. Zero. It's the goddess Bast, she said, surprised, looking at the woman. Asper. Bat. What a strange name. Tiba. Are you a Batman fan or something? Shouldn't it be a bat instead of a cat? Zero. No, Bast is an Egyptian goddess associated with cats, sexuality and love. She was idolized in Atlantis, but her fame spread to Egypt before Atlantis sank. She is below Kthanid Sama and Nodin Sama. Ast. That's right, Rizavin, we will finish you, she said she would be. Rizavin. Ha, don't make me laugh, not even you and all your friends asked against me, besides. Quickly the grey-haired man snapped his fingers, and quickly the rest of Millennium appeared, Hades and Persephone, the Night King, Kyoko, Fido, Apophis, Cthulhu, Nairuko, Hastur and Walburga. Each of the Millennium members saw the DxD team seriously, the group of teenagers also saw the villains seriously, and Rizavin had a smile on her face. Rizavin. Good, against, bad, villains, against, heroes, the battle that will decide everything is. Are you ready, Issei hyoudou? I have offered you to join us many times, but I am sure that no matter how many times I offer you a position in my wonderful evil organization, you will refuse, so HOW about we move on to the final battle. Issei. I thought you would never say it. Quickly two huge auras appeared, Bast and Nodens were surprised to see that. These were the auras of Issei and Rizavin, each one took the form of a different creature. Rizavin's took the form of an amorphous creature, and Issei's took the form of an amorphous creature. The shape of some kind of headed angel or demon, they looked serious. And in a single blink, Rizavin and Issei disappeared to bump fists in the middle of the place, starting the battle. Hard 169 an epic battle. In the middle of Elysia the battle had begun, blows and shock waves were seen in the place. The skies trembled, the earth cracked, and the surrounding burning debris that was on the ground flew into the sky. The people who saw this watched in surprise as Issei and Rizavin clashed fists with insane force. The blows from colliding with each other created incredibly powerful shock waves. If you were close to them, you would surely be sent flying at an incredible speed. On the other hand, some members of the DxD team began to fight against the members of Millennium. Some like Yu and Kiba fought against Apophis, others like Riaz and Sona, along with some of their entourage, fought against that horrendous monster called Fido and Hastur, who seemed to be the one who did it. Controlled. Saji with his armor on flew in the sky and fought against Walburga, both threw tremendous flames of black and purple fire. When they collided they created a large explosion of flames. Walburga's large flames were repelled by Saji's black flames. When they collided, they caused an explosion, as if there were a can of gasoline between them. Hades and Persephone fought against Ashino, Rivai, Shizuka, and Lafay. The god of the dead created and summoned corpses and skeletons that fought against the boys. At one point, a Hellas stood in his way, and together with Graham began to eliminate those skeletons. Persephone suddenly saw how Hela fought alongside the others, whispered a few words in her husband's ear. Hades nodded and quickly put on his helmet. The god at that moment disappeared from everyone's sight and again appeared next to Hela. The god struck the goddess of death and Hela. She was sent flying a few steps backwards. Hela fell to the ground, but a Tiamat quickly appeared behind Hades. The god quickly dodged a kick that was going straight to his head. The dragon snorted when she saw that, and Raynor helped her friend to stand up again. Tiamat. Hey idiot, don't mess with my friend. Hearing those words, Hela smiled and stood up again. Persephone. What a beautiful friendship, but unfortunately for you, we cannot lose under any circumstances. The goddess, after saying that, made roots grow, and as if they were alive they went towards Tiamat. The dragon quickly released a great flame of fire from her mouth. The roots lit up on fire, but suddenly the roots turned purple and seemed withered once again. The roots moved like crazy and they tried to hit the girls, but again, flames came out of Tiamat's mouth. This time they did not catch fire like before. The roots simply, despite having a couple of their parts on fire, caught fire. She moved as if nothing had happened. At that moment Tiamat and Hela understood it. Being the queen of the dead, she could control the dead just like Hades, and in this case, she controlled those roots that were surely dead. Little by little, the roots moved and took on a humanoid shape, and in the end, it showed a kind of humanoid monster made of roots which had a gloomy face. It quickly launched itself towards the girls, starting the battle again. On the other hand, Bast had a complicated battle. She and Nodens along with some other members of the DxD team fought against Cthulhu and Nairuko, Azara with her armor, and Valerie also with hers helped them. Every time the tentacles of Cthulhu or Nairuko they approached, Valerie used her divide to make her tentacles smaller, and then Azara launched a dragon shot towards the monster. A sphere full of power when colliding with both monsters caused them to fly away, but she quickly recompassed herself, and they regenerated at an absurd speed. Cthulhu. Hey Nairuko, if I beat them, would you let me play with a schoolgirl? she asked with a perverted smile. Nairuko. You make me sick, but if you beat them, I'll let you play with all the schoolgirls you want. Thulhu, upon hearing that, was motivated like never before. He quickly launched himself towards Bast and Odin's. Both gods were ready to receive the monster with a blow, but suddenly, it changed direction, and with one of its tentacles, it grabbed Azara's foot. Using all his strength, he began to move Azara from side to side, and then threw her into a mountain of rubble not far from there. Valerie tried to use his divide to decrease his strength and speed, but suddenly, a tentacle came out. From the ground, he caught Valerie's hand, and Cthulhu grew his arm. His arm was the size of a 3-story house, and quickly, he hit Valerie very hard. Valerie's armor cracked and he was sent away. To fly to the same place as Azara compassed herself, but suddenly Valerie, who was flying, collided with her, and they both ended up buried in the pile of rubble. Bast saw this with nerves, and Nodens, who was already badly injured, did the same. Cthulhu moved again and he kicked Nodens back, and with a punch he made Bast fall to the ground. Nairuko. That idiot only gets motivated if there are schoolgirls involved, he said, looking at how Cthulhu had a perverted look. Cthulhu. For the schoolgirls, he screamed as he showed more emotion than ever. The monster seemed excited. The deal he had made with Nairuko seemed to have motivated him more than ever, but suddenly 2 pillars of fire appeared in the distance. One was red and the other was white. From the red pillar came Azara with her juggernaut drive. And from the pillar of white energy, Valerie also came out with his juggernaut drive. Both girls seemed to be serious now and were targeting Cthulhu. Breg. Now you will see what true terror is, son of a bitch. Albion. This is the power of the celestial dragons. Breg. Boost. Albion. Divide. Spreading their wings, Azara and Valerie launched themselves against Cthulhu. The monster tried to defend itself, but its movements and attacks were quickly repelled by both girls. Nodens and Bast, seeing how those 2 girls fought side by side against the god of chaos, could only be motivated in the same way. They were not going to allow their pride as architect gods to be hit by their weakness, so they launched themselves against him in the same way. Cthulhu and Nairuko. Each one had their role in the battle, but little by little, the battle became more and more complicated. Explosions in different places were seen, flames of fire, monsters, undead on the part of Hades and Persephone. Hastur summoned one or another monster. Riaz and her entourage were fighting against that horrible monster called Fido. Shoggoth at one point saw Fido. He was staying in the rear since he said that he would be a hindrance in battle. But when he gave his terrifying look, he made the monsters that Hastur summoned to retreat. Even the same monster called Fido, upon seeing Shoggoth's terrifying expression, became scared and moved away from her. They would rather die in the hands of the DXD team than face the terrifying servant with a rubbery body. And in the sky, Issei was seen with his wings spread, while Rizavin also with her wings spread was in front of him. Rizavin. Who would have thought, you and me, fighting one-on-one without shirts? Issei. Hey, but I do have a shirt, she said, looking at how Rizavin was naked from the waist up. Rizavin. Ooh, well. Yo, you already understand me. The point is, who would have thought? Surely the majority who became part of the story are surprised by what I have done to become stronger. Surely they didn't expect me to become the new god of chaos. It's incredible, don't you think? Issei. Get to the point, will you? Rizavin. Just saying, you're not the only one who has the script on his side. After saying that, Rizavin moved. He stretched out his hand so that thousands of mouths with sharp teeth came out. Like the ancient god of chaos, Rizavin had impressive and insane powers, and this one seemed to use them better than his predecessor. Hundreds, no, thousands of mouths with teeth came out, and all of them tried to devour Issei. The albino quickly began to fly. He dodged the attacks and mouths that tried to devour him. The billions of teeth in each mouth rotated as if they were a kind of centrifuge. Every time they swallowed a piece of debris they ended up in pieces. No, less than that, there was nothing left of that debris. Issei dodged those mouths and with his swords they cut some of them. Issei at one point created swords made of light and bombarded those mouths with attacks of extreme lethality. Each of those mouths were cut in half by swords made of light, but at a moment when a screen of smoke prevented Issei's vision, a red beam crossed the albino's right shoulder. He was surprised, the lightning was too fast for him to see. It was like the first time he faced Azathoth, and through the smoke, he saw Rizavin, who had an evil smile. Rizavin. I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve, kid. Again, about 5 red spheres appeared on the sides of Rizavin. They began to launch red rays at an extraordinary and insane speed. Issei had to use his senses and speed to their maximum capacity to dodge these attacks. Issei's pupils, they were torn. He had to use his dragon blood that increased his strength, speed and resistance to dodge those attacks. Rizavin, seeing how Issei dodged those attacks, only smiled mockingly, and more than 20 of those red spheres appeared. Are you too? They began to launch lightning bolts. Issei to dodge these had to use Afgil and use his first bullet left to increase his speed even more. Honestly, Yui and Lin themselves worried about Issei, since the battle was really complicated. If they had to put that battle in terms of difficulty, as if it were in a video game, neither the demonic nor the insane characteristics could define the difficulty of this fight. They would have to create a new category, and that would be divine. Quickly Issei again took out his revolver, and he pointed his revolver at Rizavan. Issei. Bet. Bang. The bullet quickly collided with Rizavan. As he did that, Rizavan moved very slowly, as if he were in slow motion. His rays also moved in the same way, and Issei quickly shot towards him, and he gave him a powerful blow in the head. Face. The blow was such that even Rizavan's neck broke. He was thrown backwards, and Issei saw how Rizavan had his head back. Issei thought that would be enough, but unexpectedly, or perhaps expected for some, Rizavan stood up, adjusting his head, while his bones creaked. Rizavan. Ouch, that was a hard blow, he said, touching his neck. Yui. Master, be careful. Lin. Yes, he is stronger than Azathoth, we can feel it. Rizavan. Ooh, they flatter me, but that won't save them. Again, more of those fears came out. They attacked Issei again. Issei dodged them, but in a quick movement, Rizavan suddenly appeared behind Issei. He hit Issei's back, and he fell to the ground. He didn't. He stopped after hitting the ground. He continued crossing the earth until he fell into an underground cave that apparently had water. Issei quickly composed himself. Rizavan went down to that place, and they both saw each other face to face. Rizavan. I already know what it feels like to be a god. It's incredible. Your strength, speed and every aptitude of your body improve until they have no limits. Issei. I'm glad you like it, but that won't last long, she said, getting on her guard. Rizavan. Hahaha, come here. Issei quickly launched himself against Rizavan. In a moment, Issei's body was pierced by one of Rizavan's rays. The demon smiled, but the albino's body disappeared. This was nothing more than a clone. Rizavan, seeing that, was surprised, and he looked back. Behind him was Issei with his fist on fire, and quickly the albino hit Rizavan's face hard. Rizavan was embedded in the ground by that blow. His nose was bleeding. It was the first time that Rizavan had received such a strong blow until now. Part of his face was disfigured, but he quickly regenerated. He began to launch attacks in fury. All directions indiscriminately, the lightning crossed everything around them. Some huge debris fell, and they tried to crush Issei, but he quickly broke them in half with blows. Issei at one point was overwhelmed by debris, and he became upset. Issei. Now stop destroying things, Gruuag. The albino had gotten angry, and a lot of white energy came out of the albino's body. Quickly Issei, covered by a blanket of white energy, went through all the rubble and rocks that fell on him. As if it were an arrow, Issei shot towards the surface again. Everyone present felt an overwhelming power, and in the sky Issei was seen in his angel form. Rizavan followed him. His speed suddenly increased. The battle began to be defined. Rizavan gave blows full of strength, but Issei returned them with double the power. Both gave blow after blow, after blow, after blow, again and again. The battle continued to increase in intensity, and Impausa, who was on the ground, looked at Issei in disbelief. Impausa. His power grows with every blow, he said, looking at the albino. Riaz. You can ice. Ashino. This is awesome, but it's really bad too. Revi. What do you mean? We're winning, right? Ashino. We are gaining ground, but if you realize the Trahexa is not here, maybe it is his ace up his sleeve, but now, we are not sure. We can only believe in Issei, he said, looking at the albino who was in the sky. Little by little the fight intensified. Each blow that Issei and Rizavan gave made the earth shake. The sky cracked with each blow, and little by little Issei and Rizavan reached space. They saw a kind of enormous world, 2 or 3 times bigger than the earth. That was Elysia, but leaving that aside, Issei and Rizavan clashed fists with force, both dodged and hit with tremendous power, and the moment arrived. Moment when the battle will be decided. They both quickly separated and charged their bodies with tremendous power. The white power was concentrated on Issei, as if it were an armor. Issei's entire body was covered in white flames, and on the other side, Rizavan was laughing like crazy. His human form was lost, and little by little, he became an amorphous mass with mouths and tentacles everywhere. Rizavan's body was also filled with demonic energy, and as if they were stars, when his powers collided, they lit up in the starry sky. Both forces collided with extreme force. For a few moments Issei could swear he saw how the place around him cracked, as if the dimensions were breaking due to the tremendous clash of powers. But again that crack he saw disappeared. A kind of energy white color clashed against a red energy. The spectators who were still on dry land saw those great powers in shock. A flash of white mowed down everyone, and in the end there was no winner between those two great forces. Issei quickly plummeted from the sky. He returned to normal, and Rizavan did the same. Both of them crashed into the ground, creating a crater, but their resistance kept them both alive. End music. The DXD team, seeing Issei fall, quickly ran towards him. They saw how Issei was injured and tired. Little by little the albino got up while breathing heavily, but a roar caught their attention. Huge tentacles came out of the crater where Rizavan was. Rizavan. I've never had so much fun. I see why you like to fight so much, boy, he said as he held his right side as he returned to his normal form. Issei. TSCK. I thought you were already dead. Rizovin. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I won't die so easily, but well. I think it's time to end this. Saying that, Haster snapped his fingers, behind them a dark portal appeared, and through it appeared Trixa. It had its 7 heads again. There were also horrible monsters. These were Azathoth's lackeys. There were tons, billions of them. When they saw that many enemies, the boys thought they were already dead, but suddenly, a magic circle of communication appeared in Issei's ear. Rito. To your left. The albino along with the others at that moment looked in the direction where that voice had told him. When doing that, huge portals opened. From these intergalactic ships came out. Issei recognized them. They were Devolukian ships. Devoluk soldiers were also visible. And not only them, each of Issei's friends, warriors of the factions, Vasco Estrada along with the other exorcists were in the place. Alice's brothers, Robert and Joseph. There were also Odin, Thor, Freya, and a lot of Valkyries, Azazel, Seraphol, Serziches, Michael, Gabriel, Ajuka, Penemu, Barakiel, Rito and Tsukyun, along with their respective harem. Even the Devoluk king was there. It was incredible. Every one of Issei's friends and the others were there, even the entire factions, sorcerers and some soldiers were also there. Rito. Hahaha, you thought we would leave all the fun to you. Quickly Rito came down from the sky. He had an armor similar to Iron Man's, and next to him was Lala who had a similar armor. Lala. We will support them. Issei. Guys. Thank you. Rito. Thank us when we beat the crazy-haired grandma, we're going to kick her ass. Issei and the others upon hearing that smiled. They gathered with their friends, demons, angels, yakeis, and more races were in the place. They supported the boys and were on the sides of the factions. Issei just smiled, and he saw Rizovin, who had a mocking smile while standing on top of one of the Trix's heads. Issei. Revengers. United. Everyone. Gruuag. Quickly everyone gave a battle cry, and they launched into action. The monsters on Rizovin's side also roared and launched themselves against the warriors who were fighting against them. The climax of the final battle had already begun, and in the place a aerial pitched battle was taking place. Part 171st Trumpet. In the middle of Elysia, you can see multiple monsters. They were running in the direction of our protagonists, and behind Issei was the entire DXD team. No, even more than the entire DXD team. Warriors from the factions, demons, angels, vampires, yakeis and exorcists were united ready to fight alongside the group of teenagers. It was truly epic in a nutshell. Every single friend and ally that Issei made throughout his long history was at his side and his friends ready to fight Rizovin and the lackeys of the. They ran straight into the action. It was incredible. Both sides, Millennium and the DXD team, clashed against each other, starting a great pitched battle. On the battlefield you could see multiple scenes. At one end of the battlefield, you could see Yasaka created several will-o'-the-wisps and incinerated those monsters with tentacles. Behind her was Kunu. The little kitsune was not far behind and began to do the same as her mother. In the sky Saji was seen. He was fighting against Wolberga when they flew. They left trails of different colors that identified them. Saji with his black flames tried to burn Wolberga. The evil dragon returned and counterattacked with her flames. From time to time she created dragons made of fire. But Saji using her flames quickly eliminated that huge fiery figure that resembled a dragon. It seemed that Saji was now fighting against her to settle the differences between her that they had for many chapters ago. On another side, Hela was seen with Tiamat and Raynor. These three were fighting against Hades and Persephone. The god of death with his helmet was unpredictable. He disappeared and reappeared ready to hit the three girls against whom he was fighting. Persephone on the other hand, she created those monsters made of roots. Apparently as queen of the dead she could create bodies made of roots and place within these souls. Souls of warriors who were willing to fight for her in Hades, thus creating her own army of undead. Near them, Cthulhu could be seen fighting against Azara and Valerie. They used their juggernaut drive against him. They could not trust each other. After all, he was a titan, a kind of possessed god of chaos as Ashino said. They could not trust each other. Valerie divided the power of Cthulhu and Azara yawned his body and increased his power by launching atrocious and very destructive attacks. After all, these had to completely disintegrate Cthulhu. The monster's regeneration was incredible. It was equal to Nairuko, so Azara and Valerie knew it wouldn't be easy. In the sky, Rito was also seen along with Lala. They were wearing some kind of super technological armor, similar to that of a certain Marvel superhero. Lala. Careful right on your right. The orange-haired man quickly saw a huge monster coming. It came out of the ground and tried to devour Rito, but the orange-haired man quickly blew up this monster with one of his blasters. Yami used her sharp hair and cut the monsters in half. Zastan in one of her ships, along with part of the Devoluk army launched lightning and eliminated the large number of monsters around her. Zastan. For the universe and for the Devoluks. Soldiers. For the Deviluk. Quickly, the now more motivated soldiers went out to battle either in the battleships or on the field where they were fighting, and in a gigantic ship, you can see King Deviluk laughing. Id. Ha come on, show what Deviluk are made of. The Emperor had a smile while controlling part of the weapons of the huge ship where he was. Gid, seeing those things, could not help but frown. For some amount of time, those monsters had already devastated entire worlds millennia ago, which he had lived a long time, he knew it well, when he was a child he always had nightmares about those things, but now, it only bothered him to remember that, and the fact of having those monsters in front of him bothered him a little. On the other hand, you can see Tsukyun fighting those same monsters. He brought out his vampire features in all their splendor, he split those monsters in half with his sharp claws, next to him was Mocha who had her white hair. Tsukyun. And hyoudou are you doing with Issei? I asked looking at her sister. Mocha. Are you seriously going to ask that now? Tsukyun. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, I just wanted to talk to you for a while. Mocha quickly grabbed one of those monsters by one of those tentacles and quickly threw it and slammed it against the ground. This monster exploded due to the force that Mocha used to crash it against the ground. Blue blood ran over the girl's clothes. Girl, but she only saw her brother with a somewhat annoyed look. Mocha. Focus on killing these things, you idiot. Tsukyun. Why yes, sorry. After that, they dedicated themselves to just supporting each other in battle. Some girls from Tsukyun's harem also fought. Cocoa with her different vampire ability also eliminated most of those monsters. Vizir supported her, she launched ice-based projectiles that froze her enemies. After freezing them, the ice only broke, causing them to fall dead in thousands of ice cubes. There was also Kurumu, she cut the monsters as if they were nothing. There was also a woman named Sarara Shirayuki. This was apparently Mizer's mother, she and Lavinia formed a good couple in battle, both of them froze everything at the same time. His step, eliminating every monster in the way. Sarara. Ara, your powers are interesting dear, she said looking at Lavinia. Lavinia. I say the same, after this I would like to share combat experiences and anecdotes, you can come to the bar where I work. Sarara. Ara, that's fine with me. At one point a huge monster jumped towards both of them, but they only stretched out their hands so that a pillar of ice crossed the body of that horrendous monster, killing it. Another girl was Ruby, she was next to LeFay, they both looked like magical girls. Ruby was flying in the sky while she had wings made of sharp swords. She was throwing the swords that made up her wings, piercing the bodies of some of those monsters. LeFay supported her, she cast several spells in a crazy and desperate way when she was surrounded by her, but when she finished casting those spells, she saw how she had made all the monsters around her explode. Ruby. Well done. LeFay. Thanks. Suddenly the scream of a certain girl was heard. This was Louise who was running for her life while behind her a monster was chasing her. Louise. Why help me. On the other hand, at one point Crom Cruich was seen fighting those monsters. Next to him were Office and Lilith who at one point saw Rizavan. Lilith. Ooh, Rizavan, should I protect him One-chan? I ask innocently. Office. No, not anymore, just kill those things. Lilith. Understood. Quickly a great beam of power came out of Office's hand, destroying everything she put in her way and then creating a great explosion. Prom. Good thing we're not on Earth. Again changing the scene, you can see Yu and Kiba, they cut several enemies in half, but suddenly, they saw Apophis in front of them. Apophis. I would like to fight Issei hyoudou, but well. I'll have to settle for you. Fido. Attack. Quickly, the monster that Rizavan had as a pet quickly attacked both of them. They dodged the attacks and bites that the monster wanted to give to both of them. Both swordsmen cut parts of the monster's body, but each time it was cut in half for some reason. It divided quickly. When the monster was cut in half, its body moved strangely and then it split in two and began to regenerate and try to kill both swordsmen. Apophis saw this with a smile, but suddenly a Zenobia next to Irina relieved both boys and took their place. You. Girls. Irina. We take care of this monster, you guys finish off Apophis. Zenobia. We will quickly kill this thing, do not worry. Both swordsmen upon hearing that just nodded and they began to fight against Apophis, leaving that monster called Fido to Zenobia and Irina. With their flames they were able to incinerate one of the Fidos that had divided itself. Seeing this, he feared both girls and they only attacked him. On the other hand, you can see a Kaneko fighting with Kuroka, both gave tremendous blows that sent their enemies flying. When Kaneko took her form Shirin launched a great flame of fire, Kuroka supported her, and they merged their chakaras and began to eliminate the monsters. Kuroka. Like old times, isn't it Shirin? Kaneko. Yes, One-chan. Both girls just looked at each other and smiled to return to the battle. Akeno and Suzaku eliminated the monsters. Suzaku used a crimson fire that showed the shape of a crimson bird, and Akeno used yellow lightning to electrocute the monsters. Suzaku. I never thought I would fight alongside you Akeno. Akeno. Same here Suzaku Onachan, maybe after this we should go have some fun. Suzaku. Yes, I would like to. Both girls smiled and continued killing those monsters. On the other hand, a Haster can be seen looking seriously at Zero. This one she had a serious look while she looked at one of Azathoth's former lackeys. Zero. You will pay for what you and your master did to Kthanid Sama, he said it would be. Haster. Ha, how interesting, but it's really stupid. I am a god of chaos, and you are just an apprentice of that pathetic Kthanid. You can't against me. The albino was upset to hear how the tentacled guy insulted the now deceased Kthanid, but she just sighed. One of the teachings of her god was that she always had to stay calm. Zero did so, she remained cool-minded, and this she only stood on her guard as she pointed her sword at Haster. Zero. I will defeat you in the name of Kthanid Sama, I swear I will kill you, she said. She was serious and determined. Haster. Ha, try it. Haster quickly created some portals from which zombies came out. These were horrible, and they quickly ran until they reached Zero. They tried to devour the girl, but Zero quickly cut each monster in half. After doing that, she launched herself against Haster. Before hitting Haster, a kind of invisible barrier stopped the girl's attack. This was an ability of the Necronomicon to protect its wearer. Zero quickly, knowing this, moved away and tried to find a way to get through that defense. On the other hand, Issei looked seriously at Rizavan. He had an evil smile on his face, but quickly the 7 heads of Trixa were ready to attack Issei. The albino was ready to defend himself, but suddenly a gigantic dimensional crack appeared behind him. From one side of the Trixa, a huge crimson claw came out and hit the Trixa. Great Red quickly emerged from the dimensional crack, looking excited. Red. Hey, hello boy, she said, looking at Issei. Issei. Red, what are you doing here? Red. Who do you think made those dimensional cracks? Where your friends came from? Obviously I came to help. They say that if Trixa and I confront each other, it will cause the end of the world. No, ha 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 ha. Well, it's a good thing we're not on Earth. Hearing that, Issei smiled. He saw how Trixa stood up, and quickly, upon seeing Great Red, he roared loudly. Trixa. Annoying idiot, do not get into this. Red. I'm sorry, but if you threaten my boy and the Earth, I won't sit idly by. You crazy dog, come on, come for me. The dragon just smiled. Just with it he made Trixa upset. Quickly this of his 7 mouths launched a huge burst of electricity and fire. Red counterattacked with his flames. Both attacks collided and created a huge wave of air, the demons and so on. Allies trembled when they saw that. The Trixa and Great Red were fighting in front of them, and in the sky, Issei and Rizavan were fighting again. On the battlefield, gods were seen fighting alongside demons, angels, fallen, Yakes, and humans. Gods like Zeus and all the Greek gods fought alongside Azazel. Egyptian gods like Bast fought alongside Gabriel and Michael. Nodens fought alongside Seraphil, who for some reason had a magical girl outfit. Others like the Norse gods fought alongside Ajuka. Thor had a crazy expression while he threw lightning with his axe. Freya with a group of Valkyries flew in the sky and eliminated some flute brains in the air. The Celtic gods, Abrahamic gods and others, they fought side by side. Each one had their role, and the pitched battle was epic. On another side, one of the most important battles was being decided. In this they saw that psychopath named Kyoko. She saw Roswis, who used multiple magic circles to make her explode. But every time the silver-haired girl cast a spell and hit white, Kyoko just got up and was like new again. Kyoko. Ha 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 ha, this is very funny. When I kill you, you will surely give me many lives. Roswis. Lives. Kyoko. Ooh, right, I have never explained it. Well, I am someone very special, a witch to put it in a few words. By murdering a person I got and took their soul, those souls are stored inside me, and every time I die, I use those souls as extra lives. Like it's a video game and I come back to life. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that amazing? Cheating death so many times is fun, he said, showing a satisfied face. Roswis. You're just a genocidal psychopath. Kyoko. How bad you are. One Isan. He, but it will all be worth it. When I get your soul. Quickly and like a wild animal, she rushed towards Roswis with her katana. The brunette was a few centimeters away from killing Roswis, but quickly, she felt a powerful blow on her face. When she received that blow, she flew away. She was in pain. She got up and at that moment she saw Gunder, who had a Valkyrie armor. Thunder. Don't mess with my bitch granddaughter. Roswis. Grandma. Kyoko. Ooh, there you are, so you're that girl's grandmother, huh? It's interesting that an old woman like you looks so young. Thunder. I don't give a shit what you say to me, bitch. I'm going to take all the lives you have now, she said while she pulled out a sword. Kyoko. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Alright, this is really exciting. Well, if you think you can, then come for me, old lady. Thunder did not wait, and she launched herself at Kyoko. The girl just smiled wildly and also launched herself to attack. At one point Kyoko became confident that made her have an opening in her defense, and that opening was taken advantage of by Gunder. Thunder quickly pierced Kyoko's heart. The brunette sculpted blood, but she just smiled. She was enough of Gunder and quickly tried to cut off her head, but a magical attack quickly made her fly away. Thunder was surprised, and she saw Roswis, who she had used magic to make the brunette fly away. Roswis. Are you okay, Grandma? Thunder. Why yes, thank you. Grandmother and granddaughter quickly nodded and saw Kyoko. She was getting up while her body was regenerating. Kyoko? You two bitches. Ha. Well, if that's how you want to play, that's fine, let's play. Kyoko quickly got back up and ran towards Roswis and Gunder, starting to fight again. On another side, not far from Roswis and Gunder, the Night King can be seen looking mockingly at Euclid, who was looking at him seriously. RDN. Who would have thought, your creation. Your biggest mistake that you tried to kill again after resurrecting him, isn't it ironic? Now you are trying to kill the person you tried to save. I still remember that wonderful moment when I died, and then you resurrected me, it felt so good, you turned me into a zombie, and then you tried to kill me again, she said, changing her smile to a serious look. Euclid. You're evil, you tried to harm innocent people. RDN. Ooh, yes, I remember that, yes you were right, but unfortunately you realized it too late, you failed to kill me once, and I'm sure you won't be able to this time. The subject quickly rushed towards Euclid at incredible speed, he tried to hit him, Euclid hesitated whether to attack him or not, after all, he still had some appreciation for him, he did not know what to do, but when he looked again at the King of the Night, she saw him inches away from hitting him, she just closed her eyes and waited for the blow, but suddenly an explosion hit the King of the Night. The Night King flew to one side of her, Euclid at that moment looked to her side, and she saw Louise, the pink-haired woman was full of slime, and she seemed to be trembling, but this one she had a determined look. Louise. Don't go near Euclid-chan, don't come near my friend. Hearing that, Euclid was surprised. She didn't know that Louise saw her as her friend. She only thought that she used Euclid as a human shield when she knew how strong she was, but those words took her by surprise. The King of the Night just got up and he saw Louise, who was shaking, despite having the determination to face the King of the Night, her body was shaking, showing that she was afraid. RDN. What? Friend? Louise? Why yes, she's my friend and I won't let you hurt her. Louise's legs were trembling, she could tell that she was afraid, but she took the courage to face the King of the Night for her friend. RDN. Friend, as if that thing without feelings could have friends. She's just a monster, a brat with the gift of doing things that the gods would envy. She is nothing more than a necromancer, a silly doll without feelings. She is a Louise. You are wrong, she said, interrupting the King of the Night. She is kind. She is always cute and she really likes food. She has saved me more than once, that's why I consider her as a friend of hers, my best friend, and I will protect her. Louise pointed her magic wand at the King of the Night. The King of the Night laughed when he heard Louise's words. The pink-haired woman trembled, her legs and hands trembled, but even so, she was determined to protect him. Her friend. Euclid, upon hearing Louise's words, just looked at the pink-haired girl for a few moments and smiled, a small tear fell from her cheek, and she made a decision. RDN. I see, this is the power of love and friendship. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll send you to her. The Night King quickly launched himself at Louise. The pink-haired woman couldn't even see the moment he moved, she only saw a blur, and then she saw the Night King in front of her ready to hit her, but suddenly, Euclid's voice was heard. Euclid. Go fly. Quickly an invisible wave sent the Night King flying, he crashed into a mountain of rubble, and by the time he got up, he saw a serious Euclid. Euclid. I won't let you hurt my friend. Euclid's voice was heard clearly. Louise, upon hearing the gray-haired woman's words, smiled and was relieved. For a moment she thought she would really die. RDN. How annoying, apparently spending so much time with others made you more human, Euclid, but it doesn't matter, you won't kill me so easily. Quickly the Night King used 600% of him and moved at an incredible and bestial speed. Louise couldn't even see anything, but it seemed that Euclid could. Euclid. Flatten yourself. Quickly the King of the Night was crushed because some kind of invisible force, his body was crushed, but he quickly recovered and stood up. This increased his strength and reached 800% of him, he was reaching his limit. He attempted to hit Euclid, but again he was sent flying. The zombie stood up, he couldn't do anything to Euclid, but he reached his limit, he reached 1000% this attempt to hit the gray-haired woman, but his blow was quickly stopped by a scythe. A scythe came out of nowhere, and Euclid alone used it to block the Night King's attack. The zombie, seeing that its full power attack was stopped, only retreated. As he did that, he noticed that his wrist was broken, no, shattered, his entire arm was shattered when it hit the hard steel of that scythe, and he saw Euclid holding that scythe firmly. Little by little the doll along with the entire arm of the King of the Night regenerated, but when he looked at Euclid again he was surprised. In a burst of speed the gray-haired woman moved and appeared in front of the King of the Night. Euclid. This ends now. The scythe quickly passed through the body and chest of the Night King, there was no blood, and the Night King's body was not even cut by the scythe, but even so, the Night King felt like he was dying. He fell to the ground while holding his chest, he felt how his chest hurt, it was as if his heart, which had not been beating for a long time, was working again, blood came out of the man's mouth, and he could only see how Euclid would kneel and put his head in her lap. RDN. Sigh, I thought that at least. I could hurt you. Haha, I never thought you were so strong. Cough. I'm dying, right. Quickly on the floor some words were written. Euclid? Yes. RDN. I see. It's a shame. I would have liked at least to have gone to the zoo to see some penguin. Sighed. At least I would like to be reincarnated as a penguin. Euclid smiled when he heard that. The penguins were the Night King's favorite anime. He had lived for centuries, being a zombie, but he could never have a normal life. After all, now he was an undead. Living for years his thinking deteriorated, and he became evil. The weight of being immortal corrupted him, and for a long time he looked for a way to kill Euclid, to finally die in peace. In the end Euclid only shed a few tears. She still loved the Night King. He was the first person who cared about her despite not knowing each other. He gave her a home to live in, and for many years they lived together. It was like if it was her boyfriend or something. RDN. I have never seen you cry. Haha, and to think that my death would cause you to cry. Now I hate myself for making you cry. Forgive me. Euclid upon hearing that just smiled gently and kissed the King of the Night. When they separated, the Night King's body began to disintegrate, and quickly, words were heard coming out of Euclid's mouth again. Euclid. Goodbye. Ikumo-kun, I will see you in your afterlife. The Night King, upon hearing his name, which apparently was Ikumo, smiled. He also shed some tears, and his body ended up disappearing. Dust was the only thing she left, and in the end, the King of the Night had died. Euclid cried, but it was no time for lamentations. She stood up, and with a determined look she saw Louise. Euclid. Let's go. The words that Euclid wanted to say were written on the floor, and in the end Louise just nodded. On another side, you can see a wounded Gunder like Roswis. The battle they had against Kyoko was tough. They had already lost count of how many times they had killed the girl, but she was still alive. The number of souls she had reaped was incredible. Kyoko. Well, I'm tired of this. I'll kill them once and for all, here and now. Kyoko quickly began to walk towards both silver-haired girls. Gunder and Roswis were full of cuts. They could barely move her bodies, but suddenly, a certain pale girl in a black dress that Roswis recognized stood in the middle of her. Impausa. I'm sorry, I can't let you do that. Kyoko. Now who are you? You are the great-grandmother of that silver-haired girl's grandmother, she said, pointing at Roswis. Impausa. None of that. I am only a temporary ally of the DXD team, and therefore, I must help my comrades. Kyoko. What a hassle, just die, I'm tired of them getting in my way. Kyoko quickly lunged at Impausa, but Impausa only said a few simple words. Kyoko. Die. Saying that, Kyoko felt like his chest was pierced by a sword. He spit out blood and stepped back. Impausa. The amount of souls you have absorbed is impressive, more than 1,000 souls lie within you, but as a goddess of death and calamity, I can snatch the life and souls of the people. That means, I will keep all the souls you have. Quickly again Kyoko felt like a blade went through her chest, again and again and again, and another, 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 and again. Kyoko could barely stand. She felt like her body was collapsing. She felt tired, but suddenly, Impausa appeared in front of her. Impausa placed her hand on Kyoko's chest, and she gave her, the kisser in this case married, the touch of death. Impausa pierced the girl's chest and took out her heart. Kyoko saw her own heart beating in front of her. Little by little, the thousands of souls she had mowed came out of Kyoko's body. They flew everywhere. The whirlwind made of the angry souls of the people Kyoko had killed covered her, and she was unable to move and do anything. She watched as Impausa crushed her heart with her own hands. In the end, Kyoko only felt how she died, and she fell to the ground with a shocked face. Blood came out of her chest, and Impausa only said that she was already dead. Impausa. The souls that she had reaped are now free. They will take their respective course. That makes me happy. Are you okay? I asked, looking at Roswis and Gunder. Gunder. Yes, thank you whoever you are. I assume you are friends with that idiot Issei, right? Impausa. Something like that. Well, I'll leave them here. I have to go. Impausa quickly disappeared in black smoke. Asia quickly arrived next to Ravel and healed both girls. On another side, you can see Hela fighting hand to hand against Hades. She is using Garm. She was wearing the skin of the big dog as a kind of suit. The goddess moved quickly to the side, trying to dodge the attacks of the Greek god and trying to hit her, but it was useless. No blow reached her. Every time Hela had a direct blow, it vanished. It was as if she became invisible and dodged the girl's attacks. On the other hand, Tiamat and Raynor continued fighting against Persephone. At one point Persephone hit Tiamat squarely in the stomach. The dragon spit saliva, but resisted that blow. The dragon quickly smiled, and she returned the blow, sending her flying. Hades, upon seeing this, quickly became worried about her wife, and he disappeared to appear behind Persephone and help her. The goddess thanked the help, and both gods came to the trio of girls. Tiamat. I'm going to kill you, idiot. Come here if you have ovaries, she said, giving Persephone the middle finger. Persephone. They are really strong, be careful, dear. Hades. Yes. Rainer. This is bad, Hela-san. If we don't remove Hades's helmet we won't be able to win. Hades. I know. The Nordic goddess frowned. She could not find a way to defeat Hades. She suddenly saw Hades disappear again. She became upset and saw how Hades appeared at her side. The goddess protected herself. But Hades's blow was tremendous. Hela, even though she covered herself with her arms, was dragged. Her feet found themselves in the ground. Hela was half stunned by that blow. Tiamat, seeing that, tried to hit Hades, but the god only thought it was useless. Little by little this became invisible. I became intangible again. But suddenly the shot of a gun was heard. Bang. The bullet traveled through the air and it hit Hades's helmet. The bullet suddenly made the helmet fall from Hades's head and Tiamat delivered that blow fully that cracked Hades's bony chest. The Greek god and Persephone were surprised, but in the distance, among many warriors and monster, Revi could be seen. She had shot at an incredible distance. She just made a sign to the three girls as if to say, take advantage of this opportunity. And then he continued facing more monsters at Ashino's side. Hela and Tiamat only thanked him mentally and they went straight towards Hades. They both began to hit Hades, blow after blow. Hades was beaten by both girls. It was incredible. Hades could not withstand the brutal blows of both girls. He saw from the corner of his eye to his wife, as if he were asking for help. Persephone, upon noticing this, ran trying to take her husband's helmet again. But a certain fall had overtaken her. Rainer quickly took Hades's helmet. By doing this, she disappeared from the visit of everything, and then he appeared behind Persephone. The goddess tried to catch the fallen one, but it was useless. Rainer only appeared and disappeared from one side to the other. Rainer. Hey, this is fun. Quickly Persephone along with a root monster tried to attack Rainer, but she disappeared and using all her strength, she created a magic circle from which a large electrical wave came out that electrocuted Persephone. The goddess screamed in pain as her undead root monster lost concentration. It fell to the ground, unable to manifest itself. Hades, upon seeing this, became worried, but suddenly a huge blow to the face sent him flying. This was from Hela. This he gave a blow that cracked his skull and made him fly to where Persephone was. Tiamat was about to hit them both, but Hades quickly stood in front of Tiamat, extending her arms, preventing her from doing any harm to Persephone. Hades. Don't do it, please, hit me all you want, but don't hurt her. Persephone, hearing that, called her husband. He just turned around and gave her a smile as best she could. Persephone, seeing that, shed some tears while she still saw her husband. Tiamat. Ooh, damn, now I feel bad for hitting them. Hades. God Hades, do you admit your defeat? Hades. If this is how I keep saving my wife, I will do it, he said seriously. Persephone. But. Hades. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything, honey. The god smiled at her again. Persephone quickly stood up and hugged her husband. Persephone. We admit defeat, we don't want to fight anymore. Rainer. Huh. That easy. Tiamat. They usually say something crazy and get a power-up or something. Hela. Okay, then we'll imprison them for faction treason and trying to destroy the world. Maybe I can ask them to share isolation. Hades. Do whatever you want, as long as I'm with my wife, I don't care. Persephone. Honey. Persephone quickly kissed her husband, and Hades reciprocated. Before they could separate they both saw themselves frozen and remained in a pillar of ice, thus ending the battle. The magic circle was activated and the couple was taken to a cell in the faction's territory, thus ending everything. Hela. Sigh, well, we have to keep fighting. Rainer. I'll take this, she said, showing the helmet of Hades. After that the girls continued fighting and helping their friends, thus continuing that great pitched battle. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.